Stop it, Zai! This isn't you! But then I remember. No matter what's happened, no matter what pain and torment have beaten her down, she will always be my sister. I can't eat. I can't sleep. Because the closer I get to finding her, the more scared I am. Scared of what she's become. Scared of seeing the face of my baby sister twisted by the nightmare she's had to endure. Scared she's so broken she can never recover. Stop it, Zai! This isn't you! But then I remember. No matter what's happened, no matter what pain and torment have beaten her down, she will always be my sister.
Like, he doesn't even have to come out on top here. Oh, massive parry, though, onto the Panda Man. Panda Man gonna be forced to pop the ultimate here. Mike, so low, though. Oh, my goodness, he's picked. No, Kai Bao goes down. Wang Yang. Very not happy about the fact that Shaw comes in at the last second and takes that elimination away from him. Oh my God, the parry coming through from Shaw, the follow-up with the Pulsar, but Yiran with the F. Yet again, the fight keeps going. The zone comes in. Yiran gonna be forced to back away here. The parry coming in from Shaw again, and Shaw cleans up that fourth. Is pretty huge into the Tarka. Tarka, though, has got to find something if he wants to go for the victory. If another freeze comes through, there's nothing you do. There we go. It's going to be the infinite from OUG's Panda Man, and he capitalizes on it, man. Panda Man. Mike with the change into the blue armor, but it's not enough. Shaw quickly strips it off of AOW's Mike. Mike coming in with a great sword swap for Rooney here. Oh my goodness, this could be it for Shaw. No ultimate available. He needs to find the bubble. The ult will pop that moving on to buy it safe. Mike picks up the elimination.
I'm only sorry it didn't hurt more. DAY, Calamity Rising.
大家好，我是 EWG 的单排选手小阮。
那小阮将会担任我们今天的第一位擂主，第二位在这边，来我们漂亮的渣渣来。
Hello， 大家好，我是 NBPL 的解说渣渣，
欢迎渣渣老师。那今天呢，将我们两位非常漂亮的美女做我们擂台赛的擂主，请两位先入座。首先呢，要先让我们小阮选择第一位挑战者。我们看到那边挑战者们已经排起了长龙，有请第一位挑战者登台，来上来，站在我们的两位美女中间。先请这位挑战者说一下自己的游戏 ID。
大家好，我是 那个国服游戏 ID 放我自由，上赛季单双3修罗，然后这赛季的双排5000分 ，OK， 有幸有幸上过国服武田，哦，就是这样，还有幸单杀过王良老师。
好，感谢你的这一番非常长的自我介绍，可以听出来阁下确实很强，但是你能不能打过我们小阮呢？小阮有没有什么话想对他说？
手下留情。
手下留情 ，OK， 请2位入座我们的擂台。来，渣渣老师稍等一下。好，先请2位简单调一下设置啊。讲一下规则。那么今天的擂台赛呢，将由我们2位擂主做擂主之后，由我们的挑战者进行挑战。率先拿到3个头的人即为胜利。那战胜我们擂主的人呢，可以得到我们精美的神秘大奖。当然，没有战胜也有我们的参与奖哦，不要灰心。那现在呢，也是给我们2位进行一个设备上的时间调试。稍后我们的大屏幕将会跟所有人一起 OB 我们这一次精彩的路人王擂台赛。好，我们现在比赛已经开始了。看看谁将会打出去。好，我们小冉一个绞腿棍，一个绕背。哎，水友加油啊！上来就被杀了。没关系，没关系，这刚第一个头，加油加油！还有机会，还有机会，调整一下自己的心态，别紧张啊！跟美女打游戏都会紧张的。下面进行他们的第2轮，双方在蓄力找机会。紧接着一个升龙，哎，想打棍斩吗？没接上，没关系，好一个蓄力。小冉好像有点，哎，我们的水友又稍落下风了，有没有机会反击呢？好，这一个升龙棍斩连上了，这个震刀有一点小失误啊，非常可惜啊。我觉得需要给我们的水友一点调整自己的时间。好，接下来进行我们的第3把，最后的赛点局啊！如果这一把再被小冉拿下的好，一个钩锁百裂成功了。哎，这个震刀没有震到，吃了小冉的一套，但是没关系，我们还有机会。目前双方的小冉是一个破甲情况，但是用自己的优势拉成了平局。啊，水友小心，就差一点血，一个拼刀没关系。好了好了，稍等一下，稍等一下，小兄弟，来，我先采访一下你吧。虽然可能惜败了，但是第一次跟我们职业女选手打游戏是种什么感觉？
我觉得他的控具非常好，然后他好像不吃压力，我很多次蓄力都没怎么骗到正，他每次都用长闪、短闪什么的去规避我的博弈，导致我消耗了很多精力吧。然后心理上我也是有一点紧张的，也出现了很多失误。但是不得不说，职业选手还得职业选手，强还是强。
等一下，兄弟，没完呢，这么着急走啊？问一下啊，你觉得小冉是你见过刀房里最厉害的女孩子吗？
是的，因为我跟女孩子打刀房，一般女孩子都会选择就是跟你去对序，跟你去博弈，跟你手剪刀布。但是小冉她控我的局控得非常好，然后在压力这一方面，我觉得可能是单排选手吧，不怎么吃压力，很多次我骗针都失败了。
好，说了这么多，来，请我们小阮过来跟我们说两句。我们的擂主来，这是我们第一位的路人王选手，觉得他发挥的如何呢？
我觉得他可能有点紧张吧，就失误比较多。
那在接下来的这个博弈当中，还有没有什么要对我们第二位选手说的？
就是放松打吧，别有压力，然后娱乐切磋一下。
哎，我刚刚突然记得一点啊，我们这一位选手说之前单杀过王良是吗？哎，那我就要问一下小阮了，你觉得你跟他交手之后，你觉得他的能力，你信他单杀过王良吗？
暂时抱怀疑态度，好吧？
暂时抱怀疑太多，怎么办，兄弟？
我有截屏，怎么样？我那个赛季是武田的那个版本，然后我碰到的王良是一个朱雀，然后我和他在落日寺的时候，我跟他碰面了，我用长棍加扩刀打了他一套双刀流，然后他无尘用 V2 跑路了，因为他那个受不了了嘛，太痛了，我只长棍加指斩马，然后接下来就依靠长棍的优势跟他拉扯，毕竟他是一把太刀，武器那个优势就摆在那边嘛。然后他还是个 F1的无尘，面对武田这个英雄，我觉得还是有点弱势的。说实话，英雄克制加武器克制嘛。然后后来是王良就去跟我们的风少去打了，然后我在旁边武德，然后惜败风少就差一格血，他有个虚影步，我对那把印象很深刻，因为我那把是排到的高分局嘛，然后我那把博弈的就很认真，不过该说不说，王良他的博弈方式还是有点让人害怕的。如果我不是把长棍，他是把太刀的话，我说不定不会那样。
好，感到你非常细致的进行复盘，我相信你确实单杀过王良，但是今天惜败我们小阮，再练练兄弟，下次希望在擂台上还能见到你，好吗？谢谢你的参与，来，我们下一位挑战者请登上我们的舞台，来站在中间，兄弟，先给大家说一下你的游戏 ID。
我的 ID 是苏毅高启胜。
苏毅高启胜，哇，那一会儿在擂台里面能不能像高启胜一样称霸我们的擂台呢？
不行，过来，重在参与。
哎，那我们的擂主小阮就在旁边，有什么想跟他说的？
碰到就算成功。
碰到就算成功。小阮有没有什么想对我们第二位选手说的？
我觉得他这个 ID 有点吓到我了。
ID 很有压迫感，但看看技术是不是一样呢？来，请两位登入我们的擂台。也是同样的，先给二位一些调试的时间。当然，其实我们这一次的擂台赛，所有人都有机会参与。每一位来到我们线下的兄弟能登上擂台赛，都是勇气可嘉。当然，其实，在我们这次 NBPL 的比赛里，大家也是有印象，小阮可是单杀过我们刚刚拿了单排冠军的大麦老师，所以虽然是女子身，但是绝对不能轻视她的实力，真的替第二位挑战者捏一把冷汗了。来，我们的游戏开始了，我们来看一下二位这一局的表现。看一下我们的第二位挑战者将会选择第一把的武器是什么呢？好，他可能会选择双刀太刀吗？考虑一下，刚刚那位选手可是成功打出了我们一个棍斩连招啊，是要打斩马刀和长剑。看看他会选择哪套连招呢？会不会有我们的 BSB 升龙钩锁剑气啊？来，接下来进行到我们第二轮擂台赛的第一局。发了个表情，怎么回事？就是如果没打赢的话，塞点红包。OK， 好的，那其实看到我们的画面里，大家可以稍微留意一下，一会儿 NBPL 01将是我们小阮的视角 ，NBPL 02是我们的挑战者视角。看到我们选手是选了一个狐尾。好，我们第一局开始了。哎呦，上来就是一个升龙，无限升吧，没升到。小冉直接出了一个百炼1.0啊，这个震刀成功并且成功了，但是又是一个1.0，这个百炼有点痛啊。依旧选择的是一个常见的上落击踏劈，哎，一个剑气竟然拿下了今天小冉的第一个人头啊！看来我们这个高启盛是有点实力的，而且这一局战斗结束的非常快，可能小冉需要再加把劲了。看来第2轮我们的挑战者打算换一把斩马刀，也是拿出我们非常可爱的菜狗皮肤。好，一个拼刀，但是没有关系，一个绕背顶掉了他的丸。哎，这个震刀有点太不小心了，还是换出了自己拿手的长剑。看来我们这位挑战者是一位长剑玩家。好，直接小冉打出一个钩锁百炼，又是结束了第2轮。哇塞！这一次我们的挑战者与我们的擂主之间节奏有点快啊，不到2分钟的时间已经2个头下去了。现在是一个平局状态，看谁会率先拿下我们的赛点。现在我们的挑战者换成了匕首，然后我们小冉换的是双刀。又是一个震刀，这个跳着有点帅啊！现在我们的挑战者处于一个血量和甲量都比较劣势的情况，还是掏出了自己的长剑，一直在续1.0。小冉在比较大的优势下拿下了第3轮，目前的比分状态是我们挑战者1分，小冉2分。接下来来到我们的赛点局，如果这一局小冉再拿下比赛的话，那我们这局就结束了。再考虑一下武器上的选择，选择了长枪，而小冉那边是选择了匕首，一个拼刀，一个骗阵。这个震刀非常帅啊！紧接着终结技这一套打的小冉是几乎破甲加半血啊，成功拉上了自己状态上的优势。但是我们的小冉可是出了名的大心脏，哎，刚说完又被一套拿下了。现在我们的比分来到了一个2-2的平局状态。我们可以看到小冉还是轻松的点了点头，看来最后一局将打得非常激烈啊。目前第2位挑战者就已经要打满5局了，看来今天的挑战者真的是有点厉害。下面进行到也是我们的赛点局，我们的挑战者拿出了双节棍，两方都是在一个蓄力上的博弈啊。小冉一个升龙，这一套长棍的伤害下来，我们挑战者已经破甲了，但是又是一套，哎呀，可能要顶不住了。加油啊！我们的挑战者大奖就在前方，只要拿下这一局就可以。好，这个震刀成功是终结了我们挑战者的这个梦想。来，我们这位兄弟高启盛，虽败犹荣啊，打满了5局，感受怎么样？
还是职业选手非常的厉害，小冉刀很硬。
肯定了我们小冉的技术。当然，其实今天来到我们的比赛当中，想问一下支持的战队是哪一个
？XCG 加油！
哦，XCG，我看到你戴了 XCG 的口罩啊，所以看来今天你的这个擂台赛也会 XCG 非常大的加油动力。那么也是请我们小冉把我们的礼物拿给我们这一位挑战者。虽然没有一个头惜败，但是打满了5局，非常厉害。来，请我们小冉把礼物交给我们挑战者，来合个影吧。3、2、1。好的，非常感谢你的参与，很厉害啊，高启盛兄弟。可以下去了，谢谢。来，我们下一位挑战者登场，就你啊，别看了，站到中间。来，兄弟，先给我们说一下自己的游戏 ID。
我的游戏 ID 叫锦锦穿堂风。
紧穿堂风，不用那么生疏啊，来，可以离我们选手近一点。那马上就要对战我们非常厉害的小阮了，有什么话想跟他说？
我觉得，阮姐虽然是 NBPL 第一位女选手吧，但是实力还是很强的。我经常在抖音看她的直播，然后觉得她确实实力也不错，之前也因为也单杀过大麦，然后得到大家的认可。
哦，是小粉丝来的是吧？哎呦，直接线下单杀主播，这局我都看了。来，请2位登上我们的擂台。也是给2位一些调试设备的时间啊。当然，其实说到直播，我相信平常小阮的直播里面一定有非常多的观众。那今天其实有粉丝勇于线下单杀主播，哎，勇气可嘉。但是实力呢，我们看一看。首先来到我们的武器选择界面，我们这位兄弟选择了太刀。你别退，稍微等一下，可以再思考一下如何去博弈我们的小阮。OK。那其实看到他首先选择了太刀，其实我也有一点好奇了，因为其实在我们的 NBPL 里面也有非常多的太刀之魂。那这一位兄弟的太刀是师从谁呢？一会儿可以问一下他。但是同样是我们太刀非常厉害的大麦老师，也曾经被我们小阮单杀过哦，可不能掉以轻心了。那刚刚那位兄弟也是打满了5局，这一次我们的粉丝线下单杀主播局会打到什么样的程度呢？我真的非常的好奇啊！包括平常我也有多关注到我们小阮的直播，那一会儿就要问一下了，到底是技术粉还是颜值粉呢？看看兄弟是奔着技术来的，还是很期待。那现在2位还是在一个非常紧张的调试阶段啊，包括像刚刚那一把，其实我们感觉到，小阮他在武器上面的选择也是非常多样的。我们的挑战者也是几乎每一把都在尝试不同的武器，但是最终发现还是长剑比较顺手。其实，在武器的选择上也是非常重要的，毕竟我们知道武器之间也是有互相克制的关系。所以在比赛当中，包括在我们的擂台赛当中，在武器上的选择将尤为的重要。好的，我们的比赛马上就要开始了。这一次我们的挑战者选择的英雄是顾清寒。当我们的顾清寒在迎来了上一次的加强之后呢，在我们的单排比赛也有很多选手会进行选择。但是我们也更加期待之后的顾清寒会是什么样子的呢？我们小阮选择的英雄是迦南。好的，接下来进入到我们第3位挑战者的这一局。2位的表情都比较平静啊，可能心里面已经汹涌澎湃了，比较紧张。好，进入到我们的游戏画面，依旧是选择了太刀，但是这一次他第2武器选择的是弓箭吗？哦，选择的是鸟铳，看来是要打一发枪斗术了。看一下，这一个非常的博弈，这个骗阵，率先小阮拿下第1个骗阵，然后接下来小阮用的也是太刀吗？整刀失忆。其实，在上一把的时候，小阮有几波非常漂亮的太刀1.0，也是成功抓了我们一个选手一个措手不及啊！这一套打下来又是一个破甲状态，目前小阮处于一个比较上风的一个势头，又是打了一个1.0接了一炮，看来小阮的1.0真的没有人去震吗？很可惜，第1局依旧是我们的小阮拿下。看来在太刀的博弈上，我们的挑战者还是略了一筹。哎，第2把他选择了匕首，扩刀 ，OK， 冰刀门，又换了长枪，兄弟你决定一个。这个半月劈好痛， 套打下来，哇，我们的挑战者又是一个接近丝血的状态，稍微拉扯一下。接下来将会尤为的严重。哎，这个枪头数其实成功打到了，成功把这个血量拉近了，几乎平行，就差一下，非常可惜啊！也是小冉拿下了第2局，但是这一把的血量其实非常接近了，尤其是后面的枪头数接一套，其实也是给自己的优势打回来了一些。但是我们还有1局，这个手感是越打越热啊！挑战者加油了，大奖就在前方。一个真刀示意，这次我们挑战者依旧选择的还是太刀，有始有终。但是我们的擂主小冉选择的是长剑啊，一直在嫖刀，哎呦很难受。哎，这个1.0其实是抓了一下他落下的一个尾巴，一个民工3连。好，接一个升龙，好，没有了。非常可惜，我们第3位挑战者没有能拿下我们小冉的这个大奖，但是也是有一波非常漂亮的这个成功把自己的优势打了回来。第2把当时血量接近平行的时候，当时什么心情？
我觉得当时还是比较激动的，因为毕竟我平时不怎么打刀房，都是打3排比较多，所以可以打成这个样子，我今天已经就是很知足了。
已经在我们的擂台上证明了自己，虽败犹荣。也是请我们的小冉把奖品拿给我们这一位挑战者吧。来，我们的抱枕送给你，感谢你参加我们的擂台赛，谢谢。来，我们合一个影。3、2、1，好的，谢谢这位兄弟，谢谢你参加我们的擂台赛，表现非常不错。好，来下一位挑战者，快来快来。先请你介绍一下自己的游戏 ID。
我的 ID 是北京链家男神。
哦，来自北京的兄弟是不是？
是的。
看你戴着这个耳朵，今天支持的是
Go Team。
Go Team 的粉丝。好，马上要对战我们的小冉了，有什么话想跟他说？
昨天也有跟小冉打过嘛，然后没有打过，被0封了。今天我想尝试一下，只要打赢1个头就算赢。
打赢1个头，来，请2位登上擂台。是昨天有挑战过的兄弟啊，也是先请2位调试一下我们的设备。听出来了，昨天被我们的小冉0封了，那今天能不能把昨天丢的脸争回来啊，兄弟？就看今天的这个擂台赛了。也能感受出来，这一位兄弟应该是这几天都有一直在观看我们的比赛，来到线下。来，我们看一下，哇，这局这么快就开始了。依旧选择的是太刀，双方选择的都是太刀。太刀上面的博弈，目前小冉还是更胜一头。哎，这个要打钩索摆列了，没接上，
又少了一个敌人，
但是还是非常可惜啊。小冉这个钩索摆列虽然没接上，也是给我们的挑战者一丝喘息的机会，但是一个蓄力拿下了第1个头。目前也是我们的挑战者率先拿下1分。接下来进行到我们第2局，开门红啊！上来就吃了一个1.0，很痛啊！依旧选择的都是太刀。好，你一个1.0，我一个1.0，礼尚往来。又是一直在 CA， 然后接升龙，一套拿下。我能猜出小冉的心理了，上一把你那么快把我拿下，这一把不会让你好过。目前打成一个1比1的情况，不过已经非常比昨天有进步了。昨天是被0封了，今天上来拿了1个头。可以的，兄弟。接下来进行到我们的第3局，依旧选择的是太刀。看来这位挑战者也是一个太刀爱好者。这一个真的非常漂亮，接一个终结技。目前小冉已经是一个破甲状态了。能看出来这一次2位都是在蓄力上的一个博弈啊。又是2个 C 抓了一下，接升龙钩索摆列。目前血量比较劣势了，我们的挑战者。我们挑战者说了一句没精力了，很可惜。那第3把是我们的小冉拿下了，目前比分来到了1比2。接下来来到我们的赛点局，如果这一把小冉再次拿下这个头的话，我们就宣告结束了。 依旧选择的是太刀，但是我们小冉选择的是匕首。目前的血量处于是一个破甲状态，我们的挑战者。也是无效后闪，闪掉了我们挑战者的百裂啊！这个后闪非常漂亮，姐姐嫣嫣匕首一套，也是成功的把我们的挑战者最后一个头给拿下了。来，兄弟，快，我问你一下，昨天被零封了，觉得今天表现怎么样？
今天表现很好，开局拔得头筹了，但是还是以1比3最终落败。但是很高兴能和小冉博弈这一场啊。
但是今天有进步，拿下了第一个头啊，非常厉害！也是我们请我们的小冉把我们的礼品给到我们这一位挑战者，非常棒的表现啊！握一个手，好，来我们合一个影吧，3、2、1。好的，感谢你来参加我们的擂台赛，谢谢。来，小冉，那小冉已经打了这么多挑战者了，接下来要换到我们第2位的擂主了。小冉觉得我们以上的挑战者发挥如何？
我觉得可能大家都有一点紧张吧，
有一点紧张。那我们这一位擂主也是成功的结束了自己今天的工作，谢谢你辛苦了。那我们去旁边休息一下。接下来我们的美女渣渣老师，快，有什么要对我们之后的挑战者说的？
怎么说呢？小冉是代表了我们 NBPL 职业队，那我呢也代表不了我们解说队，只能说代表我自己。大家现在拿礼物的这个难度大大降低了，所以可以踊跃参与进来。
哎，说得很谦虚，我们渣渣老师很厉害，我告诉你们。来，有请我们第一位挑战者，来，快来啊，是一位妹妹。来到中间，先给大家说一下自己的游戏 ID。
叫蚂蚁本人。
蚂蚁本人是不是？那马上要跟我们的渣渣进行一个擂台赛博弈，有什么想对他说的吗？
希望他让让吧，我
希望让。行，请2位登上我们的擂台。也是第一位女生挑战者来到我们的擂台赛啊，也是先给2位一些调试设备的时间。当然，其实我们渣渣老师的匕首非常厉害，相信大家应该都在抖音上看过他的匕首教学啊。本人也是有从中学习到很多的，看看今天渣渣老师会不会像他的教学里面一样，拿出自己拿手的匕首，并且打出他非常经典的连招。OK， 那我问一下渣渣老师吧，我看你选择了匕首，会不会打出你在抖音里面的教学？
会的，只要说看了我教学的，我觉得上个修罗没什么问题啊。
你是修罗吗？
我不是修罗，但是我上过修罗。
也是一位女修罗坐在我们的对面。来，我们这位女孩子，可以问一下你现在的段位吗？
单排还是3排？
单排。OK， 来，我们的比赛开始了。第一把，我们的挑战者选择了双刀，我们渣渣老师选择了自己拿手的匕首，一个骗阵，打出了一个太双连招啊！目前渣渣老师处于一个血量劣势的状态，我们这位挑战者非常厉害，一个震刀，我的天哪！我们这个女生挑战者太厉害了，没事，渣渣老师加油，我是你的粉丝。还是头一次给擂主加油啊，渣渣！接下来进入到我们的第2把，问一下我们的挑战者，你的太双连招练了多久？
就是自由练习里，平时没事的时候就练一下，也不太记得练了多久了。
哦，没事的时候练一下。好，进行到我们的第2局，现在是一个1-0的状态，我们的挑战者领先1分。我们的渣渣老师选择了一个长棍啊，一个绞腿棍。目前我们的挑战者已经是一个破甲的状态了，又是一个绞腿棍。一个四面飞花接上，没有接上，最后一个 A 被我们渣渣后傻躲开了。紧接着就是一个钩锁顶，然后接上我们的哇塞，这个压迫感完全没有用太双啊，太厉害了！渣渣加油！目前我们的比分来到了2-0啊。 2比0。看来我们这一位女生挑战者非常厉害，没有想到今天在我们的擂台赛上，女孩子的发挥真的给大家非常多的惊喜啊！难道最终的大奖是被我们的女孩子拿走啦？来到我们第3把的比赛，依旧是选择双刀长棍，一个正刀接一个终结技。好的，渣渣老师破甲了。放弃了长棍，选择了自己拿手的匕首，最终还是选择自己心爱的匕首啊！上龙卷破是没有捡到，然后吃了对方太刀的一个1.0，紧接着一个遇上3伏，目前是一个丝血状态啊，很可惜。也是恭喜我们这位挑战者以3.0拿下了这一把的比赛，太厉害了！来，2位来到中间，来，妹妹。跟我们的渣渣老师打擂台赛，赢下了比赛，现在什么心情？
很高兴，我以为我肯定输了。
你打得很凶，来问一下渣渣老师，我很喜欢你的一句名言，叫做啊。
我就现在一个问题，能不能回头留个 ID， 带我？
现场拜师啊，真厉害！来，也是请我们渣渣把我们今天的大奖拿给我们这位非常可爱的女生。也是今天第1位拿到我们大奖的选手，非常厉害！来跟我们渣渣老师一起合个影吧！来，3、2、1。好的，非常感谢你参加我们的擂台赛，非常厉害！来，有请我们的下一位挑战者上台，快来，兄弟，来站到我们的中间。先问一下，你的游戏 ID 是？
凌风定生君。
OK， 那马上要对阵我们的渣渣老师了，有什么想对他说的？
刚才看了，然后还是很厉害的，我现在压力非常大。
压力很大，渣渣老师有什么就是赛前宣言想跟我们挑战者说的吗？
你情商很高，待会儿轻点。
2位都非常谦虚，来入座我们的擂台。也是给2位一些调试设备的时间。当然，在此之前，刚刚还没有问这位兄弟，你的段位是？
坠日。
坠日单排吗
？3排。
单排吗
？3排的。
单排是什么位呢？
单排是铂金，因为基本上就是跟朋友们一块打的，就是基本上单排没有太多时间去玩。
OK， 没关系，希望你擂台赛加油。来到我们下一位挑战者的游戏时间，这是第1把。我们的挑战者选择的是一个双节棍，渣渣老师选择依旧是匕首，好一个亢龙卷破接一个回反，但是没有压到起身，要打一个升龙接下劈，一个拼刀。目前双方都是处于一个破甲状态，血量接近，但是渣渣老师刚说完啊，现在已经是半血的状态了，又是一个拼刀。必须要先拉扯一下了，渣渣老师。正刀视野，好家伙，一个币给我们老师带走了，可以的，1比0拿下了第1把的比赛。这个右键蓄力还是疼的。看来我们这一位选手是一位双节棍玩家，请问你的双节棍，看一看这一把他的发挥会怎么样？我们渣渣老师选择一把斩马刀。猛续猛出是吧，渣渣？但是斩马刀这把武器在我们的实战当中也是非常好用的，因为它伤害非常高。目前我们的挑战者已经是一个半血状态了，吃了一套的龙虎弓啊，很痛，但是还是敌不过我们的斩马刀伤害高啊！一个马连斩拿下了第2局，目前来到了1比1。接下来是我们的赛，马上进行到看谁拿下第1个赛点啊！依旧选择的是双节棍，看我们渣渣老师选择的是长棍，长枪，长棍，让双龙接跳 A。 回掉，蓝屏也是回掉了，非常可惜。目前是2比1的状态，可以的，渣渣。别紧张啊，挑战者很厉害的，你的双截棍非常厉害。接下来是我们的第4局了，看一下武器上的选择，依旧是双截棍。渣渣老师掏出了自己的匕首，一个预让2伏后撤，哎，打出了我们渣渣老师抖音的经典教学啊！好震，自己都说了一个好震。这场终结技，渣渣老师目前是一个血量非常劣势的情况，但是有没有机会完成反杀呢？好的，没有机会了。目前来到了2比2的情况啊，又是一个打满5局的挑战者，看来今天的挑战者真的非常厉害。OK， 最后一把赛点局，谁拿下谁就赢了。马上，渣渣老师这次掏出了长剑，但是很可惜，还是没有敌过我们这位选手的双截棍。来，新人来到中间，赢下这把比赛的感受。
太紧张了，太紧张了！就是我拄完棍子的，然后赢了，非常激动。
看你2只手都在抖啊！来，渣渣老师有什么想对我们选手说的？
很强，现在我只能说，我只代表我个人的能力，不代表我们解说能力。
也是请渣渣老师把我们的礼品拿给我们这一位挑战成功的选手，非常厉害的双截棍选手啊！也是谢谢你的参与，来跟我们渣老师合一张影。来，3、2、1。OK， 好的，谢谢你参加我们的擂台赛，谢谢，可以去休息一下。也是非常感谢我们渣渣老师这次做客我们的擂主啊，打得非常漂亮，包括你的匕首教学我也是看到了。好的，谢谢渣渣老师，可以到旁边休息一下。那我们的擂台赛到这里就结束了，接下来将进入到我们非常紧张自己最后的3排总决赛，也是非常感谢现场的观众朋友们来到我们的线下观看我们 NBPL 的决赛。
I'm only sorry it didn't hurt more. Zai, Calamity Rising.
关于这次决赛，有一项竞争冠军的队伍有21支，复活赛结束，其中7支战队是承受不了这个强度的，那么就剩下14支队伍了。
替神的意思呢？今天请大家过来聚一聚，我们把冠军定一下。除了冠军以外，各位有其他要求，替神都可以满足你们。
那我第一个来，我没什么太大的要求，拿冠军就可以了。
替神，你说的是锦鲤杯战神吗？我劫杯武神还没说话，轮得到你在这里装模作样吗
？2年前的劫杯武神就别吹了，不到火罗国不会打，只听过6场的神，还有2场的神吗？
我们有不死流，还有妙杀佛，我们隐身回血。
我承认阁下的不死流很强，如果我如果掏出 F3霓虹叶，阁下又将如何应对？
好了好了，别纸上谈兵了。单场49.8分的记录是我们队拿的，我需要跟你们这些狗分队来商量谁是冠军吗？你们队的小虎确实挺猛的。啊？
算了，5星9班，你不是说你在小区篮球赛狂砍81分算了？复活赛在座的大佬有谁参与？
复活赛怎么了？有些队伍进周决还痛哭流涕呢。
我愿意捧杯，替大家哭。哎，小兄弟虽然没有见过什么大世面，但是早些年在江湖上还是有一些响当当的名号的。
反正总决赛夺冠粉丝见面会已经安排好了，树立一下在女粉心目中的形象，你们就别吵了。
粉丝见面会是给熊猫人办的吗？长得像个方块一样。
你什么意思？
你还是管好你家昊天吧，见着飓风哥多动一动。没事走2步。总决赛是引地气还是起飞加蒸发啊？
算了。我不跟复活赛的人一般见识，总决赛我们都已经备战半个月了。论战术，我们有世界第1武神；论成绩，我们有上届劫杯冠军。你们拿什么跟我们比？
哎，小雕啊，拿冠军还得是有资格的。你们神经刀了1个赛季，我们可是统治了整个常规赛啊！
替神，你们统治常规赛已经2年了，你看我还收藏着你们去年打总决赛的纸尿裤呢。
江湖上兄弟们给你面子，叫你一声替神，真要说成绩，你们还得坐在最边上。
哎，既然都说到这个份上了，那就是没得谈喽。我就直说了，这次总决赛和以往不同，我不是针对谁，我是说在座的各位都是垃圾。
睡了1个赛季了，该起床活动活动了。
滴水湖电台。
这应该是我们离冠军最近的一次了吧？
我真的很想看看总决赛的舞台长什么样子。
他们说有这般实力，凭什么不能夺冠？
难道你也认为暴打的荣光已经完全消失了吗？
以前的你只会玩佛，却妄想成为世界第一。
以前的你叫谭许杰，而现在所有人却叫你神。
很多人说我们运气好，我相信这一次也不例外。
打架我们从来不带怕的。
无论结局如何，对我们来说都不会是遗憾。
想要转变你的身份，需要的不仅仅是勇气。我已经迈出了这一步，剩下的就交给时间。
故地重游，去年的我们也是冠军，而这一次同样不会错失这个机会。
经历过捷杯，也夺得了周冠，如今再一次来到决战之地，距离冠军仅一步之遥。
神的领地，不允许你们踏入半步。
即便是神，我也会亲手将其击败。
任何妄想挑战神的凡人，都将毁灭。
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the NBPL Trios Grand Finals. My name is Hipbrain, and I am joined by Pooby and Moxie. Hello, Pooby, first of all. Welcome, I guess. And how you doing? You all right?
I'm good. Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure.
I'm so excited. I'm so excited to get going with everything. Moxie, you weren't here with day one. I know you were watching. Any initial thoughts before we get into my flame fest? Because I've now got I got 2 extra casters who can kind of balance me out, so I'm going off. Moxie, how are you feeling after everything so far?
I mean, I'm just really excited. As you can see, the crowd's super excited. We've got some really good teams as well, just from the VT, the rivalry that has developed for J-Team and TE all throughout the season. Finally, it's going to culminate in this finals, and we're going to see which team is going to be able to walk out on top.
I mean, that video was pretty accurate as well, because J-Team were kind of last to show up, which seems pretty accurate how they were on day one. They were honestly really disappointing for most of day one. I think their first game was pretty impressive. And then, I know their first game was bad. The second game was pretty impressive. And then they got knocked out too early. They had like 16 kills or something, and then just got knocked out of the game incredibly early. Got no multiplier, got no anything. And then it's just like, they just looked lost all day. And then at the end of the day, they pulled out this A-Class team, which we'd seen a bunch of other teams starting to pull out more and more throughout the day. And damn, they look really, really good on it. They took their first win of the day. They pulled themselves back up in the standings. And right now at the top, we've got TE, who are leading the charge. Then it's, I believe, J-Team or OUG. It's one of those two teams. It's J-Team, then OUG in third. We've got a whole bunch of teams who are actually performing incredibly well right now. A bunch of teams who have, as expected, been a little bit disappointing. But the teams like JL, they just kind of snuck up on me out of nowhere. Like, these guys have looked really, really good. I don't know how everything's going to go today, because NARAKA is so hard to predict. Like, it's always so hard to say, oh, well, this team always looks like great, so they're going to perform well, because TE are case in point on that. They always look good, and then half the time they don't even perform.
Yeah, TE have always been that sort of coin flip team, right? Regularly making it by weekly finals and then falling apart when it really did matter. And so a lot of pressure is going to be on this team. J Team, the current world champions, have even more pressure on them, though, and they're going to be feeling the heat because it wasn't an easy world championship for them this time around either. JL was right behind them in those standings, and it really did come down to that final game on the day where J Team got knocked out early, and they actually had to wait and see whether or not JL would be able to find the kills necessary, and they were only 1 or 2 off from being able to swipe that title out from beneath J Team. So coming into the day, it's very strange that the J Team, they're not the favorites. So we were having this discussion, debate about whether or not we can say that J Team are a dark horse because they've performed on certain days of the season so far, but they've also had a couple of rough patches too.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Speaking of teams in rough patches, I know Pubi is betting on one team. Pubi, come on, where's your money at? Like, I want to know where your heart's at. Who do you really want to see come out today?
WBG all the way, man. I have a special. My heart always goes out to Sleepwalker. He's my favorite player, favorite monk.
I mean, they're gonna have some work to do, and I think what's really tragic about that is Monk is, well, tragic for you, great for me. Monk is actually starting to get played less and less in trios. I think a bunch of the changes to the kind of meta has kind of lent in that way. As you can see, the overall standings right now, Alliance, it's bad, it's real bad. Like there's no beating around the bush on that. WBG, unfortunately for you, Pubi, are in 11th right now, but it's not like it's impossible. I mean, when you look at the overall standings, it's not a massive amount between them and GS right now. So one good game could easily see them just slingshot up the standings. And that's the main thing. I think for all these teams at the bottom, there's still a lot of room to move. Yes, Alliance and EWG are definitely going to have the harder day because they're so much further behind everyone else. But as we can see, TE, who honestly, I don't think they were like impressive in the sense where like they had loads of pop-off games. They were impressive because they were consistent, which is something TE haven't really been for a long time, especially when it comes to like games that matter. I mean, back when this team was on FPX, they would crumble regularly in finals and bi-weekly finals and things like that. J Team, big game at the end of the day, really helped them pull that back. OUG, which is consistently good. I think the consistency of TE and OUG are things that a lot of these teams need to be watching out for coming into today. And I put OUG as my dark horse from coming into day number 1. I think they've kind of broken out from that dark horse position, and they're definitely teams that look to just be running at the front. So my dark horse right now is going to be JL. Guys, for you guys watching on Twitch, make sure that you link your accounts up because you can grab yourself some drops for watching these grand finals. They're going to be all up on your screen, so make sure you do keep your eyes on that one. Let's go back to that Dark Horse conversation then. So, I'll start with you, PB. Are WBG just going to be your Dark Horse, or have you got another team who maybe you would place in that Dark Horse position?
Well, you can't really put J Team in a Dark Horse when they're 2-time, you know, so...
Yeah, Moxie.
They're
not my dark horse. I'll get back to that later. I have an entirely different team that neither of you have mentioned yet.
Okay. Go on, Moxie. Tell me your dark horse then.
I am going to tell you the tale of Ventus, the team that had to make it through last chance qualifiers and were able to break both the kill records that J Team and TE had when there were 2 less teams in the lobby. I am never going to forget the game that Ventus come in with 28 kills, with 12 teams in the lobby, and they walk away with 28 bomb. It was ridiculous. And hey, look, they're sitting at number 4, so Ventus can absolutely make a play for a podium finish.
You know what? Honestly, I'll give you that one, because I kind of think about the fact that OUG also came through the ricochets. I have my eyes on them from that front, but then you think about it, Ventus, yeah, it is a fair assessment. I think they are a team who genuinely could show up today. I think there's so many teams, though. I think this is the thing where it's like there's so many teams who actually have the expectation but could just be really, really good. I mean, T, obviously, on your screen right now, are one of those teams. But I think there's plenty of teams that could be in for running. And the great thing about NARAKA, we always have it in our finals, is it comes down to that final game. That final game is where everything really comes alive. It's going to be brilliant. I promise you, Game 6 is going to be a banger. I would bet any amount of money on that. I do think TE could set themselves up for a comfortable day off these first couple of games. And this first game is probably going to be one of those slower paced games just because we're starting on Morosio in the daytime. What we did see, unfortunately for me, great for Pubi, a bunch of monk comps coming out because there aren't any Fireflies, so teams don't really want to look for those Cicadas and those early kind of skirmishes. So instead, expect to see a lot of kind of more traditional monk comps and or variations of the monk comp in this first game, which means odds are we're going to have a fairly cramped final circle, which then leads into one team being able to probably pick up a fair amount of kills with if their monks on point with those grabs.
Yeah, but the question is, are we going to see traditional Transformers composition, or are we going to see Farrier come and make a play? Because it feels like she saw a rise to prominence in the first couple of weeks that she was available, and then the second that we actually moved on to the patch where that mech drop, when you just drop the pillar immediately, actually bumped up the rage charged out from it. She sort of fell away, and a big reason for that was because not just her ultimate was used to keep those monks safe, but just being able to drop the pillar had a whole host of impacts as well, being able to either knock players into combos, or you were able to use it defensively if you were the one about to get comboed, or even using it to break line of sight for a Viper ultimate. Now that it's become a little bit more costly, and Farrier hasn't really found that place in the Gate of Yang fight to be able to leg up some of those monks to be able to contest with another monk on a different team, we've seen a retreat back to the traditional.
I think part of the reason as well and why we've seen this is, first of all, Farrier did get nerfed, so the health on the mech isn't as big, so it's not as great of a safety net. But I think the main thing is that comp uses Tammy, and there's so many other comps right now that use Tammy. You don't want to be spending your hero points to run a kind of mediocre support for Monk when you could just go for the Yue Shen and the Kurumi. Kurumi is exclusively used in Monk comp. Like, I can't think of another comp that actually uses Kurumi right now. And what that means is you're saving so many hero points by picking the Kurumi and like a traditional Monk comp. And then also kind of going back to something that Rune's talked about a lot is when you actually look at the statistics in the realm of Yang, the traditional monk comp has a vastly higher win rate versus the Farrier version of the monk comp, because the Pacific Rim comp just honestly doesn't look that great. I mean, it just struggles in those realm of Yangs. We have coined a new term, actually, me and Raven, when we were casting the last finals, because we started to see, again, as you expected, Tammy showing up in the ACOS comps. I've called it the Eye of the Tiger, because you got the storm, and inside the storm is the tiger, the Eye of the Storm.
I love it.
The Eye of the Tiger comp. So keep your eye out for that one. I know, Pubi, you're a big fan of the Tammy. I guess we could just talk a little bit about him because he's used in so many comps. Why do you feel that like Tammy's just got so much prevalence right now in the meta as a solid support?
I mean, Tammy's kind of always been in the meta, right? Like he's old, has so much value. Not only is it something that can create space, it could push teams away. No range pressure can come in. Monk grabs can't come in, but it's also can be used aggressively. They lose all of their stamina. Can set up for plays, wombo plays, or it's just such a versatile ult, and it's just really strong and impactful.
It's not just the ult though, right? It feels like the Wisps, especially now that we've moved away from things like Yodo F3, just being able to block places like those Most Blessings. One play gets caught in a Tammy Wisp, and immediately it's a death sentence, or as good as. And a lot of these teams waiting for those kills, looking for that third party where they have to have as little risk for as much reward as possible, immediately pop their heads out of the woodwork and try and chase that. And I mean, Jake, you said it was going to be a lot of Monk. I'm seeing a lot of Monk. One team moving away and being the outlier from the pack. It's going to be JL coming in with one thing on the Zip, A adds on the Takeda, and ZU, that supportive role that we see and that we've talked about on that Temi, looking to lock some of these Monk players down. But I really hope we don't see that team try and take a Gate of Yang fight. That is not going to be a fun time at all.
It was really interesting to see one of the Farrier Monk comp actually run the Kurumi in there. They were like, no, we just want the flat healing. And I guess that probably leans a little bit more into safety, into realm of Yangs, but also, like we're saying, kind of saves you on picking that Temi. This is why JL are my dark horses, man. These guys are crazy. I can't believe they actually went, yeah, this is the game to play Takeda. They know everyone's going to be playing Monks. They are ready and aware that this is going to be going down. I guess we'll see how it works out for them, because I'm not overly confident for this many Monks. Normally, in a single monk in a lobby full of Takedas, that monk just gets absolutely blasted. But I don't know, man. I feel like Takeda, you're dodging a whole lot of grabs. It's going to be a hard one, but here we go. Getting ready to go in the first game of the day. Eyes on TE, the current champions at the top of the lobby. They've just got 6 games left to go before they get into the action. And J-Team, speaking of action, have found JL immediately. ZU gets himself countered, gets the counter onto Eagle. Eagle disarmed now, quickly switches out to the cannon. He's just trying to fight with his bare fists as J-Team are somehow getting a hand up on this. Eagle goes down to AS. The advantage comes in as JL, they're just going to use the cannon to spray damage down onto the J-Team members, and little by little they're falling. But One Feng also chunked out heavily, maybe looking for that salty run back. 101 TN, the final one standing, and he goes down. JL, take the fight.
Yeah, it's not just the fact that they were able to find a cannon, it's also they're able to push J-Team right into the toxic rooms, and Z with that cannon is able to activate them, and the poison tick damage starts to chunk J-Team down, as opposed to JL, who have that zip sustainability. But we're not slowing down at all at the moment, as JJH and XTG are now going to be going toe-to-toe. Dragon Slayers into full Nezhaz comes out from water, cleaning so much of the space up. In fact, JJH both using spears at the moment to be able to try and grab as much space as possible and isolate these members of XCG away from Peel. Jiao Nan just forced into that stone form, is just going to die stuck in it, as JJH's ward was just doing such a good job with that spear, of being able to push these players away, the Monk especially being able to lock them down. Remember, JL are the only ones running that Temi. So they are going to have so much control, but when it comes down to these other teams, it's all going to be about that weapon stagger. What are you going to play? Is it going to be the spear? Is it going to be the pole sword? Because pole sword did take a little bit of a heavy hit in terms of damage department, as well as moving over towards Eventide. We're going to be seeing GG now trying to track down a different team. EWG are going to be caught in that crossfires as GG are looking for this invasion onto the team space. They've spotted out one grappling over the trees. EWG are looking a little bit split. If Miski is going to be able to actually lock down one of these players, Two-Tick on that right side, definitely a little bit more vulnerable for these other 2 members of EWG, who are just going to have to try to pull back. But Yuran's noticed that they're being chased, takes the fight a little bit more into the open to make those bow shots a lot scarier for GG to have to deal with, as Two-Tick does have that purple armor, will have the Monk ultimate as well. Yuran doing a very good job of just buying so much space for EWG to work with, and GG just don't want to cross the open area in case the Monk ult comes through before they're able to actually lock a player down.
Yeah, it's looking for a couple of cheeky shots there with that bow, but not actually able to line up the shot. We are cutting over now to GD, who have found TE, actually. Are looking to maybe chase them down and take this fight. They have them in their line of sights. VVV has some purple weapons. Actually staying for LYD. Shot with the musket comes in onto Kakaishi. Loses a whole bunch of HP and that armor immediately. Kakaishi's been caught. Goes in for the transformation. As TXJ, already taking a little bit of fire, is just going to try and avoid away and look for these grabs. Kakaishi getting railed from behind by Lloyd, but LYD is going to get himself bot back for the moment. Both of the monks are going a little bit low here, just trying to avoid away on each other. TXJ is going to get the Karumi healing to keep him alive, as now Kakaishi, he's going to have to get the Karumi ult himself to keep him up for the moment. It's just going to be a game of healing, but Dongxing has been grabbed as Kakaishi is going to be looking for the slam down onto him. Dongxing now going to be on that run as TXJ, they lose their monk's transformations. The Yue Shens come out, and it's that extended, very traditional monk style of fighting as TXJ trying to get onto Kakaishi. He has no armor. He's an easy target. He's just been juggled around. Stagger locked down. The bell comes out. He's trying to desperately get away, but somehow he's holding on. TXJ now. Low HP being run down. Dongxing able to pick him up. Nice and simple. As VVV going to desperately try and get away from Dongxing and K, but there is going to be no running. TE losing an early fight. That is rough.
TE going to have to go back to this altar and use those rebirth charms. EWG is Two-Tick playing outside of that no ult zone. Is going to be able to find a grab and a slam. EWG able to find a kill off of that damage as well. Yuran coming in with a dagger to be able to finish GG's miscue off, and then immediately EWG repositioning, knowing that they don't have that monk ultimate up, to be able to zone that follow-up aggression coming through. As Ventus going to be going for a transformation of their own, not a monk, a Yui ultimate coming through. Stanzi trying to push all of these members of WBG outside of that Karumi ultimate so they don't get that burst healing, as there are 2 Karumi ults still in play. It's all about the spacing. Who is going to be able to receive the most amount of heals? Karumi ultimates now both removed. Neither of these teams really being able to disengage either. The Bane Spread making it a lot harder for them to be able to escape any of this engagement, as Ventus's Sanzi still in that ultimate, going to be dropping out of it just now. Sleepwalker does go down, however, Ventus able to focus fire one player, and that should make the follow-up a lot easier for this team, especially now that they're going to be able to use a Monk ultimate. But Sanzi gets caught. WBG's Jing with the katana, able to lock him out. Ventus's WX98 just sitting with this Monk ultimate to push these members of WBG away as a grab does come through. Jing in, and now as he fights the double, Jing goes down, and now it's just going to be WBG's PP trying to use the tap dodges to escape the grab. He's able to dodge one, he's not able to dodge the second, and it's just going to be that singular Kurumi for a little bit longer as Ventus finally put him out of his misery and send him back to his team, as J-Team off screen have actually been able to pick up even more kills, sitting at 7 at the moment. Most notably, they have, however, lost the rebirth charms, as we're going to have a replay to see exactly where they're able to build those 7 up from. J-Team's Eagle just locking down these players towards that corner. Eagle doing such a good job of making sure that OUG do not get to find that opening that they wanted when the King went for the ultimate. Eagle going for the ultimate afterwards as well. He's already found a grab, and the King, as he comes out of one ultimate, he's grabbed the Eagle, who turns perfectly. Oh my goodness, Eagle's on an absolute roll.
That is beautiful, considering they lost that drop at the beginning as well. They literally spawn died effectively, and they've still kept the aggression up. This is what I wanted to see out of J-Team. I guess, Poopy, I can ask you a little bit about the comps here, because a lot of teams are playing the same comp. So what do you think actually makes what is kind of the deal breaker, the make or break for these teams that are playing, you know, the same comp in these fights? You know, what are you going to be looking for to get an advantage in these fights?
So pretty much as each character has their own role. I'll start with like Monk, for instance. For the Monk, they want to pretty much make sure that they're creating space for the other Monk to not do anything. Like for instance, in that last fight where the King actually went small right in front of another Monk. That window of just a free grab opportunity, it's just there, you know, like that. He pretty much secured that double grab for the enemy. For the Kurumi, she wants to make sure, you know, she's watching, depending on she's F1 or the invulnerability F, she wants to make sure that she's watching her teammates' health to make sure that she gets a well-timed F off, and ult as well to make sure no one dies. And then the Yeshon's just any damage control, anyone that goes low, anyone that gets parried, making sure that, you know, your teammates aren't in situations where they eat too much damage from either the enemy Yeshon or from the other team.
Perfect. Well, we've actually got the Roma Yang spawning up in the next few seconds. This Bane's Breath down by Bowder means that they will have control of the gate when it opens, because nobody was able to contest that. Looks like it's not going to really happen either way, though. As the Roma Yang spawns up, Bowder going to jump straight into that one. Or are they? No, they don't get in time. So it's going to be Alliance versus GD and JL versus XCG inside their Remo Gang. Bowder probably a little bit heartbroken about that. They committed a lot to try and get in that, and they're unable to do so. Now, both the Monks here are going to instantly transform. Kakashi and Lin going to be looking for each other. Just going to be, like you're saying, trying to keep each other busy so their teammates don't get grabbed. Kakashi not doing a great job of that because Kay's being grabbed. Not going to let him go for the slam, though. Just going to knock him back as Lin actually loses a lot of HP there, so GDL are able to get an advantage. Once again, Lin gets another grab off there. Is even going to get the follow-up slam onto Dongqing, who just jumps straight into that Kurumi up for a bit of HP. Is going to be a grab coming in from Kakashi. A re-grab as well onto Lucky, as Lucky starting to lose a little bit of HP here. Is able to hold for just a little bit longer. The transformations do time out, and Lucky does finally go down as Kakashi is got a whole bunch of HP. Jean keeping the damage up onto Kakashi for the moment. Is trying to catch him with that uppercut, unable to really connect anything as Lin pops the bell, blocking out that damage onto Kakashi, but in comes the slam from Alliance's Jean. Lin goes down, and GD still got the man advantage here. Are just going to be able to take this fight nice and simple as they get that Roma Yang, and these Roma Yangs are going to be so vital, so important for all of these Monks teams because they are such item-dependent comps. They want the golden weapons for the extra damage. They want as good armor for as much health on their Monks as possible. And Kakashi, golden nunchucks already, purple armor. He's going to be able to do a lot of work with this monk.
Oh, if he gets Dragon's Rush, he is going to have such good final zone control. Like, he's just going to be able to run around very similar to how we see Takeda's run around full sword when we have Zone 6 collapsing into Zone 7. And no one's going to be able to get close to him. This is really precarious positions for the teams around him. And it's not just about the weapon scaling either, it's also the safety cushion. Remember, first zone just collapsed, so we've lost rebirth charms for all of these different teams. If you have Vermilion Bird's Might, you have that lifeline. Even if you lose a fight, even if you go down, you're still going to be able to survive and even reposition while keeping all of your loot, as opposed to being knocked out of this tournament or, well, this map entirely. So it means that some of these teams who are lagging a little bit behind in the leaderboard in terms of the kills that they've been able to pick up, they get to go aggressively as they want. Or maybe they're going to be JL and they're going to burn so much of a Vermilion Bird's Might just chopping. I mean, I get it. Soul Jade's very, very pretty. A lot of these weapons incredibly dependent as well on those extra skills that a Soul Jade can provide. Things like Phantom Step being absolutely invaluable to being able to just allow you so much more control of your movement, and those windows for that pulsar to play so much more aggressively than some people are perhaps anticipating. As Alliance and J-Team are going to be getting aggressive at the moment, Lin going to need to use this Monk transformation pretty soon. They have lost that Gate of Yang, so they are on the clock at the moment. And there it is, taking the fight down so that Lin's going to be able to have a lot more room to be able to maneuver around. But J-Team also has that ultimate up, and he's going to be looking for grabs too. Lin already below 50% health as well, gets kicked by Eagle. This is really rough for him.
They're down.
And he's not able to drop out of ultimate in time. ZK with the longsword finishes the Monk up, and this is looking curtains for Alliance. Without a Monk, they just don't have the means of zoning J-Team away. The UAtion ultimate comes on through from Zwan to try to damage control these members of J-Team so that they don't pick up a third. But it's going to be so tough as J-Team have been isolated. Eagle away from the pack at the moment, but he's able to grapple over the top of the Uation. And Zwan already using those jump cooldowns has no choice but to just waddle after the members of J-Team on the ground. He's going to be dropping out of the ultimate anytime soon, but this fight is as good as J-Team's. They just need to clean up. And that's going to be Alliance knocked out of the lobby early.
And that's just the world champs being back. Absolutely brutal. We are seeing JL also just deal with JJH here. Takeda ultimate coming out. They're using that power as much as possible to keep them pinned down. One thing getting caught, and JJH are going to get taken out of the game by AS and the rest of JL. But going back to that J-Team fight, what the hell went wrong? They got the jump on J-Team. We are going to see a replay of JL inside their realm of Yang. This is their one versus XCG. As JL, they honestly look to just be getting a little bit slammed around here by XCG. I don't actually know who won this. I'm not going to lie. I totally missed who won this one.
It has to be JL, right? They didn't have Yang depletion and they were also rocking the Draco Storm.
Yes, you might be right then. Were they Draco Storm? I'm not sure.
Well, I mean, if you want to play aggressive,
yeah,
they're on the way. They had both Draco Storm and Vermilion Bird's Might. So
wait,
they put Vermilion Bird's Might from the box in Gate of Yang, and then they probably went for Mars Blessing.
I did not know you could have two. I've never seen anyone run around with two buffs. That's crazy. That's absolutely crazy. Well, we're into shopping time. As honestly, I expected this lobby to move way slower than it has. I thought with a lot of monks, people were going to be playing for late game, but like, everybody wants to get as many kills as possible, as quick as possible, and keep their hopes alive in this tournament. I mean, there's 6 games left of the whole tournament. This is really the do or die moment for some of these teams who are in a position where they are not happy with their standing right now. Your WBGs, who are very low in the standing right now, actually are in very close proximity to J-Team, so they may actually look to try and hit on them. See if J-Team actually do give themselves away, or are just going to stay in those buildings.
Oh, people are actually challenging. Second Gate of Yang. Oh my goodness, 3 teams are going for 1 gate. As the off-camera XCG unfortunately going to be losing 9HQ to that Yang depletion timing on out. As here it is. This is the Gate of Yang that is apparently the talk of the town at the moment, as absolutely everybody wants control of this space. Maybe not to go through the portal, but to just prevent players from going through. As Kakaishi gets caught in the wisp, but is able to make it through. JL going to actually be going into a Gate of Yang, despite running a Temi-focused composition. So they're going to have to lock down these members of JL and hope that the Kurumi isn't going to be able to teleport right past as AS goes aerial, going for that cannon, just putting a little bit more pressure onto these members of GD below him, not wanting to touch the ground. As there's the Takeda ultimate coming on through. The full sword is countered by GD's Don Quing. The Uasian ultimate now coming through to make sure that JL are not able to group up and fully put this Takeda crowd control into motion. As AS with that longsword just provides a little bit more damage from afar. There's the Monk ultimate now coming out from Kakashi. Doesn't have to worry about waiting for another Monk. He's going to be able to use that ultimate whenever he wants. AS trying to get behind the pillar to line of sight. The grab isn't able to get in time. And Ziyu gets grabbed at the same time. Is saved by the Zip ultimate as there's the Temiel now coming through, separating Kakashi from his team. But the Kurumi ultimate is still going off inside it. And Kakashi's getting so much healing at the moment as Ziyu is forced to go behind the pillar and look for that reset. Going to be able to heal up to full. Kakashi dropping out of that Monk ultimate. Still the Kurumi Teva, so can go aggressively as he wants. Is going to be targeting AS, but he gets counted. The bell coming through, so JL aren't actually able to punish that as Kakashi now coming in with that dagger, trying to take advantage of how fast that weapon can be. Temief coming out so that you can get a little bit further away from the fight. Kakashi going incredibly low, and he just gets absolutely chipped down. JL's one thing with the katana as it's a Hepta coming out, allowing them to finally be able to lock the members of GD down. And despite coming in with a composition that we often talk about being just not equipped for a Gate of Yang fight, especially against a Kurumi who can just tether and teleport away from that Temi ultimate lockdown, they come out on top.
That might have been the most hype Monk versus another team in a Roma Yang I've ever seen. That was so clutch. Honestly, played super well there by JL, and this is why I put them as my dark horse for today. I think these guys have shown some serious promise in day number 1, and they are just stepping up. It's crazy though, because we're seeing still a bunch of teams, you know, opt away from actually going for Roma Yangs. Poopy, why do you feel that like teams sometimes just decide the Roma Yang is not worth it? And you know, what do you think the decision making is in going into those Roma Yangs or not going for them?
I think it's mainly it's going to be the risk over reward. If you win the Yang versus if you get into the Yang versus a team that's far more outscaled, the chances of you winning are a lot less. So like, it's just depending on how much you're willing to risk, you know. So I think that's the big factor into.
Then talking of risk, if you're a team that loses that second Gate of Yang, obviously there's less rebirth charms and the area of the map is a lot smaller, so you're potentially going to be running into third parties a lot more often. How would you play at such a disadvantage? Would you just throw in all of your ultimates and hope that you're able to find a kill before the third party comes through? Or do you want to just start off using one and drip feed them in case that third party does hit and you need resources to survive? Not just the fight that you're in, but the fight afterwards.
Ideally, you're going to want to go with the second option, but you know, a lot of teams you see when they have that Yang depletion, they're going to just, you know, dive bomb a team, triple bump them, and then if they make it out, they make it out. So.
Yeah, because GD are in that position, right? They lost that Gate of Yang fight against JL. So now they are going to have less than 3 minutes to be able to find those soul blooms and pick up those players as Kakashi. With those legendary nunchucks, they'd won the first Gate of Yang fight that they took. Purple armor for the Monk as well, so at least he has a little bit of loot scaling in case they run into another team that have been able to win one of those Gate of Yang fights and are better equipped as well. The problem, like you said, is that because so much time is passing for GD just trying to hunt any team down, no care about being spotted, they need to be spotted at the moment, going incredibly aerial, Kakashi just trying to look for any sign of movement, any player around them, but by the time that they actually find a team, they're just going to have to throw all of their ultimates in and hope that they're able to pick up a soul bloom in time.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we've got 10 minutes left now until the game does come to an end. Still got 33 players. So actually, with all of the action we've had, more people left in the lobby than I expected. We normally look at about 7 minutes. Are you heading into that 20 kind of 5 to 28 mark normally around that point in a regular paced game? So still got a bit of time to go until then, but it has been a way faster paced game than I expected. Finally, for the side of GD, they do find a whole bunch of teams, and this could get hairy for them quickly. They got a minute left until they just go down to that depletion. So they're just looking to open up onto Bowder as quick as possible. Kakashi going to commit the ultimate immediately. Malman will answer in kind, but these comps already moving quite slow. They need to find one of those soul blooms as quick as possible. Kakashi trying to find that slam onto Lion, is going to be able to get it. The repeating crossbows coming in. Malman's actually going very, very low here. Healing is going to do some good for him, but not a massive amount. He does go down. OUG are the ones to take that kill, but honestly for GD, all they want are the soul blooms. As long as they get that, they're going to be okay. They're able to cleanse Kakashi. He's going to try and heal himself back up. Bowder, Lion, the only one left standing, and he is now just going to be easy picking to the rest of the lobby, so he's just going to use that mobility he gets from the UAC transform to get away while the other teams fight.
The problem is, however, that GD are able to cleanse Kakashi, but it's actually at the cost of their Kurumi. And even if they had lost one player, if they still had the Kurumi, you can tether, at least from afar, and still get that revive off as long as you're not pressured. But they're also going to lose GD's K alongside it, so now it is going to be down to just Kakashi to play for survivability. And a monk on his own, I'm sure Pubi you can attest to this, a monk without support, especially when there are so many players so close around you, is not going to last long at all.
That is unless you're Roy Hihi, of course, but yeah.
Yeah, that's a World's callback. Oh, that fight was gorgeous.
I mean, what do you look to do now? What is the game plan for the teams as we move into this final circle? Let's say you're in this game, PV. What is your game plan? What are the calls that you're making?
We're gonna look at how many kills we have at the moment. If we're, most of the kills around this stage are going to come, towards your end game. If we're sitting on like 6 kills, 5 kills, we're definitely not fighting. So I'm just gonna tell my team we're ranging. If the team jumps us, we full disengage. But otherwise, just wait until the end zone. Rotating, see any big fights going on. We're going to range pressure, try to get ourselves a good position as we lead ourselves into the end game, and just wait for the kills to come.
And something I never really wrap my head around is how do the teams kind of assess terrain and verticality and kind of where their position is in that final circle? Obviously, every game is random, so you don't really have the ability to prep that. So how do you prepare and kind of make those in-the-game calls of like where are you going to stand, where are you going to set up as a comfortable spot?
Honestly, sometimes it's an ego check. There's a team in a nice spot. We want that spot, so we ego that team. You're giving us our spot, or we're going down together. Sometimes that just has to be how it goes. And you see that actually in tournament play. You're just like, this team just pushed this other team off their good spot. Or sometimes, we get lucky. We're able to hold our ground at a nice spot. I guess it's a BR, at the end of the day, those types of factors are pretty, as you said, like random. So we can do what we can.
So a bit of luck and a bit of ego. That's what you need.
We've seen the ego. We've definitely seen the ego. I will say, I think the most prevalent one was at WBG. They had a map on Holoroth where they'd really nicely hold up on a rooftop opposite another team, both of them vying for high ground control, and WBG get egoed out of that spot and actually get stuck inside the building. And stuck between the zone and all of the other players in the area. And they go down very shortly afterwards. I hate to say, Poopy, that your story comes true in the team that you favor, but WBG have not been having the greatest season. And unfortunately for them, not having really had the greatest impact in this game so far, but the monk composition does come true in full when we hit Zone 6 collapsing into Zone 7, and that is when Sleepwalker has proven to be one of the best monks in the world. But talking about best in the world, J-Team currently sitting tied alongside GD with 10 kills. JL, however, your dark horse, Jake, sitting on 13 and eclipsing that as OUG are going to knock out GD's Kakashi's last remaining member. So no survivability points. No more kill multiplier coming through for GD as J-Team's Eagle gets caught out in the open, having to heal through all of these cannon poke shots, and as a result, that is not good for J-Team. They have to burn the Kurumi ultimate early, so they're not going to be able to have it to sit with when Eagle falls below 50%, the tether as well, so J-Team feels safe enough to be able to reposition out from that middle spot where they're going to come under the focus, as we know where the next zone is going to be collapsing, and J-Team decided they want to make that aggressive rotation forward to be able to play for a better position when everyone is eventually forced to move.
That was the most J-Team thing I've ever seen. They're so criminal of finding themselves in a bad spot in the final circles and then just getting blasted out the lobby. I'm happy for them, but this time didn't get taken out. But I could run a highlight reel of J Team standing in a bad position and just the whole team canning them down.
Well, Pippi, would you say that this is going to stop them from just using Eagle's ultimate until that Kurumi comes back into hers, or do you actually use the Monk ultimate knowing that you're going to be such a target?
I don't know if you're noticing, but if you check the teams, usually the Monk gets the strongest armor, right? And as we're going into end zone, you can see teams where the Kurumi has the strongest armor. There's, that could play into the reason why you kind of let the Kurumi, use her ultimate possibly instead of forcing the Monk ult. Because typically when one Monk ults, every Monk ult, because you want that pillar to stand behind. You don't want to not be that team with, just a Kurumi ult to stand underneath. Because that's not going to do anything versus what we're actually about to see happen right now.
Yeah, well, Eagle's actually thrown that transformation out already. He's going to be looking for the grabs. TXJ got himself on top of that building, looking to find somebody. Has actually picked up Yoran, who is now being toasted by TXJ, and down they go. Lovely little pick up there. VVV actually gets the kill secure as Eagle. Without the Kurumi ultimate, very exposed, very weak. They are going to do their best to try and keep him healed up and alive. Tev has gone on to Eagle as he's just trying to hold this ground right now. He's going to use that transformation, unfortunately for him, as Miss Kia now in the mech. Just going to be raining fire down onto Eagle. They are losing a fair amount of HP. It is getting pretty chaotic here in this final circle. Still 24 players looking to fight it out as JT trying to contest as the cannon fire coming in from Miss Kia onto them is coming down. There's 3-3-0 going very low on HP. 101 TN gonna force them away for the moment. The mech's gone. They're losing all of their transformations, and 101 TN's just keeping the damage on LXM, getting himself blocked back towards the zone, juggled in. Miss Kia's thrown into the zone. 3-3-0 desperately trying to get away as they go down. Eagle secures the kill. J-Team with the Kurumi ultimate are going to keep themselves healed up. 101 TN is going to lose his transformation. That's all of the ultimates down on the side of J-Team. They have got some of those salt wounds though from those kills, and that cannon fire should build that rage up fairly quickly. So Eagle will be looking for a transformation relatively soon. Cutting over to JL though right now. Currently the kill leaders in the lobby with 15 kills. Absolutely monstrous performance for these guys. But J-Team, they're looking to do their best to try and pick up on as many kills as possible themselves. Taking out 3-3-0, putting themselves up to 12 kills. Only 3 behind the kill leaders in JL. Slam comes down. They're closing the gap. They've got themselves up to 13 kills off the back of that one. As Miss Kia trying to desperately dodge away as Eagle looking for these grabs. It's getting harder and harder with the mist and the kind of fog of war almost for Eagle to find them. They are looking to go for it. It does look like for now TE do still hold a pretty comfortable high ground for the moment. 2-tick cutting over to him looking for the grabs. Jing's going to transform, so he's not going to get himself caught out for the moment. 2 minutes left on this game and it's still anybody's.
He just took down 2 players off screen from JL's side. And that is going to be really tough for them. Fortunately for this team, they are still going to have that Takeda, and this is where the Takeda comes fully into play, being able to use that ultimate and push those players outside of that zone into the tick damages. TE's LYD is just playing Sentinel at the moment so that they can find a revived WG Sleepwalker, playing for Alive as long as he possibly can. EWG's Yuran is going to be taken down by JLZU, however, as we're going to see GG's Miski absolutely barrage onto Ventus's WX98. He's just taking so much damage. J-Team's Eagle sitting isolated away from his team in that Temi ultimate is looking to try and find the grabs. As he is able to tap dodge around one of them. Eagle's got one in hand. Miski gets slammed into the ground, but no kill comes through. As TE's TXJ has also gone for the Monk ultimate alongside WBG Sleepwalker, who's now out of the building into the open. TE loses LYD. Eagle's finally able to find that pick onto Miskia as Sleepwalker finds another grab and a double, picking up the king off of the high ground, slamming him into the ground, waiting for the bell to come through, and then catching him on the reverb, but he gets taken down. OUG's SS going for the feet, taking him down with the longsword, as the king having to play that aggressive, being grabbed out, is now having to play off of the back foot, swaps onto the cannon to try and build ultimate as quickly as possible, but not in time to stop a grab from coming through. He tried to go for the transformation, but it gets cancelled out by 2-tick, who's now looking to complete another double grab as the flamer from on high. TE toasting all of the players below them, creating s'mores out of this lobby at the moment, as we're still waiting to see JL make their move with this Takeda. OUG's SS falling incredibly low, has tapped into the zone to get away from the Monk grabs, as it's going to be J-Team's Eagle picking up another kill. TE with 3 players still alive. TXA finding a scoop scoop and grab as a result will slam down EWG's out Louis outside of the zone into that tick damage, as we're now going to see JT's Eagle holding onto the ultimate for the refresh onto himself, the only player in his team left standing. It's a late transformation, but it's TE that walk out the last team standing. Were they able to pick up enough kills, or have J-Team been able to pick up an MVP right beneath their biggest rival's nose?
I'm going to hazard a guess, but I think J-Team did win that. We even had the percentage thing showing us the percentage chance that J-Team were going to win that, and they do take game at number 1. They ended, Friday with a win, and they are going to open today on a win as well. A very, very confident start from J-Team, looking really, really comfortable in their element. And honestly, they're a team who seem to excel when these Monk comps are the game plan, and absolutely brilliant performance from them. Big, big opener from the world champions, who, remember, have never domestically won a title. They've only ever won the world championship. So their eyes are set on their first NBPL win, and honestly, set up for success. Absolutely brilliant start, but let's be real, the guys on your screen right now, JL had a really phenomenal performance themselves there. A lot of kills, a lot of action coming in, and honestly, JL, that Dark Horse is making a run.
I wonder how that last zone would have looked if TE off screen hadn't been able to find those kills onto JL. I think a lot of it as well was down to JL's positioning. As a Takeda, you always want to be able to just keep yourself safe inside a building, playing with things like the ultimate threat, and as well as just something like the Dual Blades and Cavalry Bloom, which we've seen such a prominent rise into meta. For just controlling those buildings, making sure that you have a safe avenue to be able to hold yourself alive for as long as possible, and then you come in as that zone collapses outside of that building into the open, pushing all of those players and zoning them away from your team, but also into that zone tick. And that was something that TE did an incredibly good job of, right? TE have the prime position, even choosing to take a little bit of the zone tick damage. They can hold themselves on the high ground and just pressure all of the players below them with that flamer, forcing the monks into ulting early to be able to replenish their health, so that TXJ is the last monk standing. It's only Eagle who has his ultimate, but no team left to support him, and TE almost make a play from MVP because of it.
Anything you want to add about that final circle, about that game there, Pooby? Kind of joining us for our first game. What are your initial thoughts?
So I think that, the J team, they played that end zone. They played the entire game exceptionally, and at the end zone, they definitely played it extremely well. And as I said, like once one monk ults, the rest of the monks are going to ult, and it's just that tempo, the ult rotation. You want to make sure that as one ult comes down, you have another ult ready. You definitely want to dodge all of the monk grabs across the map. And I think J team they showed why they're the best.
Yeah, I mean, they did show us a really good game there, but we are going to be moving on to Holoroth for game number 2. We talked about it all season, you know it by now, but Holoroth, the first 2 games are back-to-back, so they have very little time to kind of cool off and get going. For the likes of J-Team, this is probably great for them. They just had a good game, that momentum, they're probably feeling comfortable, they're going to carry that forward, but it is likely a very different game, because we're actually having Starry Night Holoroth, which is something we haven't seen all season. It's our first time actually on it. For the final week, we did get Starry Night. I'm very happy with that one. Moxie is as well. Does mean there's going to be a lot of Fireflies on the map as well, so expect to see a lot of these Takeda comps, these ACOS comps, these Yoto comps coming out. The question for me is, how easy is it going to be for these teams who, look good on the Monk comps, who've played well on the Monk comps, and then basically entirely switch gears and playing a very, very different game? I mean, J-Team, to give it to them, they played that game like they were playing with an ACOS or a Takeda. They were really aggressive early. They didn't play for late game. They played for mid and early, and then late game just went well as well. I guess, Pooby, how easy is it to switch comps on a fly? You're playing the Monk comp, and then you're playing a vastly different comp going into game 2 with a very different style. How easy is it to make that switch?
Well, it's not really all that easy. One is more execution based versus, sustain. The traditional comp is usually, it's all about survivability while, being able to pick up those kills. And then the, Viper Wu Chen comps, those execution based comps, you want to make sure that everything goes right. And if it doesn't, you have, the Wu Chen port or the safety net or whoever, whichever comp you're playing, you have that safety net to be able to kind of survive.
Well, there you go. You can see the scoreboard on your screen right now. J-Team got 28 points off the back of that one. JL with 16 kills as well, come out in third, 21.8 TE. Mostly because they got a great placement at the end there, plus those 11 kills do come out second, 22.2 points, 6 points, sorry. OG with 9 points, the former Dark Horses. Still having a pretty good game, to be honest. 9-point game's not bad. Unfortunately for you, Moxie, Ventus didn't have quite as great a performance today in this first game, but there are still 5 games left to go. GG, a little bit upsetting. Alliance, Bowder, honestly, not surprised to see them at the bottom of the table. These guys, they've been our last place teams for pretty much the entire run of it. I mean, there was a glimmer of hope from Bowder at one point, but I've not got my hopes up for them, if I'm going to be completely honest with you. If I'm going to be a little bit brutal, I think, you know, the attention is towards the likes of your UGs, your J teams, your GGs. You know, are these guys going to be able to make a kind of miracle run back at the end of the day? Can't see the overall scores of the players, where they were at individually. I think on a 1TN, he might have MVP. Maybe it's going to be Eagle with those 7 kills. We'll have to see if the kills versus the damage is going to be the difference maker.
It is a tough one, right? Because everyone on J-Team did exceptionally well, but I mean, we had some really good plays. JJH's Water had such a good opening fight here, just being able to come in with back-to-back Dragon Slayers and Tinezas. JJH's doing a very good job of creating that distraction focus, so that Water is able to successfully pull those off, as we've talked about it. In left, Tinezas might one of the hardest to be able to actually pull off without being counted, as J-Team's Eagle. There's a double grab coming through from him, just making it look so easy. As some of these Monk players make the hero look incredibly easy. It is not, especially in NBPL, where everyone is incredibly versed in just the tempo of being able to dodge out of those grabs, get close enough to the Monk's feet so that they're able to fall into the rhythm of tap dodging the grabs and continually to pressure these Monks down, which is why that final zone is so important for these Monk compositions, because of how many Monks there are in the area. No one really actually gets to use that strategy to deal with a Monk the way we see it in the full free versus free. They get a lot more time and just luxury to be able to actually set up those grabs, as opposed to having to use the majority of their ultimate to play hopscotch to make sure they don't go down early.
I'm a little sad we didn't get in the replay. We didn't get to see that the Decatur versus Monk.
Oh, in the Gate of Yang.
Remo Yang. Oh my word, that was so good. That was such a good fight. Bit of a tragic one on that one, but it was honestly, that might have been the most exciting Monk Remo Yang I've ever seen. I mean, we all know I don't like the Monk comps. I find them boring as hell. Honestly, normally in a Remo Yang when there's a Monk comp, they just out-sustain versus whatever other team they're playing, or they find that lucky grab or lucky double grab, which typically wins you the Remo Yang at that point. But it was just so well played by, it was JL who were running it. Yeah, it was JL who were running it. They just played that fight so well. They positioned so perfectly, and it's absolutely phenomenal game coming out from them, and able to pull themselves into third off the back of a really good game. But here's our Eagle. He gets MVP for game number 1, 25k damage, 7 kills coming in from this guy. Absolutely monster performance on the Monk. A lot of damage coming out from that skill and the ultimate. I mean, all of that's the ultimate, let's be real. And the rest of that damage really coming out from the cannon. Pretty much what you expect from a Monk. They do so much with that cannon. And interestingly, it wasn't really running the main kind of cannon Soul Jades in like the Rupture Orb. And I can't remember what the other one is now off the top of my head.
Bounce Shell. He does have Flames Breath, so...
Yes, it's Flames Breath and Rupture Orb is like a pretty nasty combo. That's the one.
Yeah. Like, Bounce Shell can be pretty mean, but a lot of the time players seem to forego it. Twin Shot is the one that you really want if you're a Monk, because double the cannon shots means double the ultimate charge. But Poopy, in terms of like Soul Jades, a lot of the time we actually see teams just going straight to the shop as quickly as possible and rolling for certain Soul Jades. Is there like one specific stack of Soul Jades as a Monk that you're looking to be able to pick up and roll continuously until you get it?
Not necessarily. I think every team, as you said, they want the range Soul Jades, the really good ones, you know, the Armor Piercer, the flame breath, the fire breath. You know, they want the really good cannon Soul Jades, they want the really good musket Soul Jades, the bow Soul Jades. So that's kind of what you're really rolling for. Also the wind Soul Jades, the Dragon Roar, the Merciless Havoc, you know, those types of Jades they really want, and that's pretty much what you're rolling for. You definitely want to prioritize health and range resist. You know, as a Monk, you're taking a lot of range resist and eating a lot of hits, so pretty much what we're looking for.
You do see obviously the repair roll as well, which is a big
Yeah.
one. That just keeps the cannon uptime. It's brutal. I mean, the changes over the seasons is that, like, the Buccaneer phase is truly back, because we used to have a lot of people at the beginning of the season running out where it was all about the cannons and the muskets maybe not so much anymore, but it's all those cannons. Repeating crossbows has been something that kind of showed up a lot of worlds, and it's carried over as well. And partly it's because if the monk finds a grab, you just can repeating crossbow in and take them out. You don't have to be in closer range like we see a lot of people with that flamer. But what we do see is the repeating crossbow also is very good into monks you're playing against as well, because it's such an easy target to line those shots up onto that you can strip that health bar away, especially if you've got I can't remember the poison one's called. Venom tip, that's the one, thank you. Yeah. When you got that venom tip as well, because you're just going to start to drain health. For you guys at home though, make sure you can get yourself some limited great treasures. Which team won game number 7? Was it A, J Team, B, OUG, C, GG, or D, Alliance? Make sure you put that in the Twitch chat and check your whisper boxes, and you'll be in with a chance to grab a great treasure. If you don't know the answer to this question, you've either just joined us, or you've fallen asleep, or you have the memory of a goldfish. They're the only 3 outcomes.
I mean, could anyone have slept through that final zone? At one point, there were like 7 monks all ulting at the exact same time. Literally, one goes and then everyone goes. It's exactly like Poopy says, and it just becomes absolute chaos where you're scrambling to make sure that you don't get grabbed out. Because even if you survive the initial grab, it becomes so much easier to be able to just be caught again after that slam comes through. These monk players have gotten so good at timing the reverb grab and just dribbling players like they are basketballs. It's ridiculous.
Absolutely. Well, we got a quick moment before we get into game number 2. So let's take away from NARAKA for a second. I just want to talk to Poopy. Poopy, I didn't know where your name came from. Where's Poopy from?
It was a name given to me by a really long time friend. We had these like Minecraft Mondays in the computer lab, and I needed a name one day. I remind my friend of like a teddy bear, like Pooh Bear. So I just came up with Poopy off of that name. So.
That's kind of wholesome. That's a wholesome one, that is. Normally they're quite boring. I'm not gonna lie. When you ask people that game, they're like just random name generator, or I just came up with it. Or it was my nickname. But that's a wholesome one. That's a wholesome one. I like that. I don't know where to go with this now, Moxie. I've literally asked my one question.
Where did your name come from, Jake? How did you get it?
So it is boring. It's genuinely a boring one. It was I used to play lots of Gears of War with my friends, and when I first got like Xbox Live, I was quickly trying to make an account so I could just play my friends as quick as possible. I would have had a really bad edgy name, but I was just skipping steps. I'm very much the guy that doesn't read the terms of service. I'm the guy that just like, I will sign my soul away. I will not read what I'm doing. And I just skipping steps, and then suddenly I got given Hip Brain as my name. I hated it. I really hated Hip Brain as a name. So all my friends, whenever I used to get down in Gears of War, would all scream Hip Brain no. And it kind of just a meme that started between my friend group, and it kind of just carried on. So when we moved into other games, I just carried the name over because I was like, screw it, it's now stuck with me. I didn't know it was going to be my job. I'm not going to lie. I didn't know it was going to be a name I was actually going to be known for. If I'm completely honest with you, I'm kind of okay with it now. But like initially when it was like, what's your caster name? I was like, oh God, it's Hip Brain. Oh no.
Okay, whatever you do, don't read your spam email folder. Like, I have a feeling that you will respond to everything with all of your details. Absolutely don't do that. I mean, I just thought that the name was a take on your age, and that, you know, you'd be crying so much rains of tears from the fact that your hips were creaking. But
bro, I was like 16 when I made it. I might not be 16 anymore, but like, come on, this thing has lasted me a long time. But yes, no, I mean, it's my on Twitter, you know, when everyone changes their name for Halloween, mine's Hip Pain. That's my Halloween Twitter.
I'm not far. The really depressing thing though is that we're like not actually that far apart in terms of age. All right, I'm making boomer jokes, and I'm gonna be a boomer soon too. Oh, do they have personalized cards?
Yeah, they've got one to the king. It's so cool. They got Kings of the King. It's so cool, man.
Oh,
I love
my
it.
Goodness. I need to get me some. We need to be able to play like Go Fish with all of the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League players.
I feel the problem is they're basically playing with a loaded deck. Like, all of their cards are kings. Like, you need to have a deck of aces to beat them. That's the problem. And then, honestly, it looks like J-Team and T do have a deck of aces because they seem to be able to beat out the king here. But yeah, we just need to be over there. Honestly, we're watching. If you guys were watching the stream before we went live, there was games with pros. The GT's player, who I'm really sorry, I can't remember her name. And I can't remember which one of our hosts was playing as well, but we had everyone down there. They're giving goodies away. I just want to be there. I'm just going to turn out with like a big tote bag and just grab a bunch of goodies when we go down next. Hopefully we get invited over at some point. Maybe that's why we don't get invited over. They know we're just going to rob them blind.
You just grab all of that stuff. It's like hotel rooms, right? If it's not nailed time, just grab it and go.
We're taking players in our bags on the way out.
I mean, I tell you what, I would 100% try my hand at that MVP trophy. It's a pole sword this season. I was seeing it on stage and I was like, that is a chunk. That is a chunk of scenery, and I don't think I would be able to lift it. But damn if I could. What a profile picture that would make.
I don't think you're gonna get a pole sword through airport security. I'm not gonna lie. They're pretty tight on that stuff.
Yeah, I have a feeling you're right. I don't know. I feel like if we were over there though, we could maybe do some recreations of final zones. You know, like I feel like you could lift it, and you could be like, I have blistering edge.
Wow, you have a lot of confidence in my strength. I'd give it an honest shot. I'll probably fail. But
it's like the carnivals. It's the test of strengths, right?
Yeah.
Where you have like the hammer and the bell, and whoever rings it the hardest.
You do not want to be swinging that. You do not want to be swinging that pole sword. That is going to end badly for anybody in a probably like a 10-foot area. Anyway, looks like we're getting ready to go into Hollow Starry Night, our second game of the day. Yes! Look at that! There's only one bald head on my screen. Oh, I'm so happy.
So happy that there's a lack of Monk. You know what I am happy about? I am happy because it's Tiger time. Acos is coming out for both JL and JJH. Interestingly enough, JL again going to be fielding something a little bit of a curveball in comparison to some of these teams, making up for the fact that they'd already used one of the Takeda picks in the previous map. So now they're going to be able to take that Acos for the exact same thing. A lot of crowd control, a lot of being able to push some of these players to the absolute brink, locking them down inside that ultimate. And more specifically, I want to talk about is the Viper, because I'm seeing a lot of Zip. And we're playing on Viper F3 patch, and that absolutely wrecks Zip sustainability. So the teams fielding a Viper are instantly going to have a significant advantage against these quote-unquote zipping sustain compositions.
Yeah, I'm wondering if we're going to start to see Karumi show up, because I believe she can cleanse the F3.
Yeah, she can.
Team. So, like, I wonder if we start to see like Karumi show up as like a replacement for Zeeping in some of these comps. It's up in the air. I think I've also seen some Vipers not run the F3 and run the silent.
F2 is always a favorite.
Yeah,
but F3 can be just like having it in your pocket and that sort of question hanging over yourself, because obviously you don't know the loadout that the Viper's running with until you actually get hit by it. So just having that in the back of your mind can influence how you actually take a fight.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm a little excited to get into this game. I think this one's going to be an absolute banger as we are loading up into game number 8. Closing in on those grand finals, on that final game. J-Team, the winners of the previous game, get themselves a pretty safe stop. They do seem to drop around City of Tang quite a lot, actually. I believe they're a City of Tang. They're a team that seems to be their comfortable drop spot on Holoroth. Typically, no one else really seems to drop there, though. So J-Team normally quite uncontested on their early loots. We are cutting over to Bowder now, who's got himself in a fight with GS. You're already seeing those Fireflies coming in as the Kada ult's ripping through the health bars. Moon's going to pop the healing. It's going a little bit low. They're zipping healing, keeping him up for just a little bit longer. They're holding fast. They're able to turn it around and getting heavily caught out here. They're desperately trying to get away with the grapple, but they've been caught out as Bowder able to take down GS. Absolutely brilliant start for them. Bowder, a team I've been very critical of, really coming into their own as Lue actually able to take out 2, gets the bot back onto 2 with the pulse sword. Can he get the 1 versus 3? He's taken 2 out. No way has he done this. GS, as soon as Bowder get a compliment, it just goes so wrong so fast. 1 versus 3. Lue able to win that fight.
Oh, weapon identity. Takeda ultimate with full sword is just, oh, it's so mean, it's so brutal, and this early on in the game when you just don't have the armor to be able to sustain through those chunky hits, there's nothing you can really do about it except eat the damage. As it is now going to be XCG using a Viper ultimate TE. TXJ looking for this lockdown at the moment onto these members. Li Changhen gets caught out by the stun. TXJ trying to find an opening at the moment, looking for that push up onto the cliff to be able to scale into the rush. Pushing onto Li Changhen, who again is incredibly low. Takeda just trying to lock him down. TE using two of their players to keep Li Changhen isolated away from his team. Standard TE play, but it leaves VVV behind. He gets caught by the Viper ultimate, and he gets taken down. XCG with that longsword doing such a good job of controlling the spacing in this fight, but now he's up against two members of TE, and they just plaster him into that stagger lockdown as XCG very quickly loses Zhao Nan. And because not enough time has passed, TE will be able to get the revive without burning into that Soul Altar revive. As OUG and JJH now decide to go toe-to-toe. Water goes down incredibly low so far that he actually falls before O0 and has to go straight back to that Soul Altar as GG are not allowing this fight to finish. They come in for the third party. 3-3-0, catching Xinyu in the charged up stab, locking the player down. There's so much damage. Isn't able to find the kill, however, has to use that Z-Ping bubble to be able to sustain and come back in rubber banding with that aggression, collapsing onto Xinyu, who just was not ready for the follow-up horizontal off of that grapple. As JJH take the distraction that's been handed to them. A little bit of a get-out-of-jail-free card, or maybe it's just temporary, as GG revoke survival privileges and come straight back for the members of JJH. Water has been able to escape, but Godly is still locked down. GG just go for 3 players. They're actually wanting to send LXM and Miskia to deal with Godly as their third chases down Water, but it's actually stolen away from them. Ventus ZU going to be able to pick up that third party as GG just immediately put themselves onto Frozen Lake, be in a better position out in the open as well as getting to ring that bell, knowing that there are other teams in the area that kill got stolen away once, and they don't want to go into a situation where they're down ultimates when the third party comes through. As here it is, Ventus's Sanzi moving forward. The Bane's Rep, however, dropped from Alliance to lock this team straight down. And Sanzi just not able to find the kills just yet. The Spear getting a lot of displacement, however, with the Crescent overhead slam, pushing onto these members of Alliance, but Sanzi not able to find the kill, not able to find what he needs, as it's going to be such a good meter dump coming out from the members of Alliance. Sanzi still just not able to lock anyone down with the Spear long enough to secure a pick, as Alliance do such a good job of peeling for anyone that he tried to focus down. As GD now wait in the wings, the Bane's Rep about to run out. Alliance significantly behind in terms of ultimates. They're just going to use the last couple of moments of the Bane's Rep to reposition so they don't get caught in GD's crosshairs.
Yeah, Lion's quite happy to move away from this one. I'm loving this meta at the moment. The kind of like the trifecta of Yoto, Takeda, and Akos just being these like hyper carries, very, very aggressive comps, super, super fun to watch. It does feel like that that trifecta does lean a little bit in favor of Takeda at the moment. Teams definitely are preferring that. I think the kind of massive amount of cluster damage you can get with the staggers, it's very effective, but there is still that kind of those 3 heroes you can kind of pick and vary your comps around with. Pubi, what are your thoughts on Akos now that he's kind of joined into the meta? Do you think like he's nerf worthy, or do you think, you know, the meta's just in a good spot and he's a very strong hero?
So I definitely think Akos is like really good current patch. I know they're planning to nerf him pretty soon, and we're going to see even more of a swap to the Takeda comps. But like as you can see, it's pretty much the favored pick of Takeda versus Akos. But he's really good. Like he's current patch, he's extremely strong, and you even see that in solos as well.
What do you think the kind of decision making is on, you know, when would you rather run a Takeda over an Akos or a Yoto? Is it purely just a hero point thing, or, you know, do you think there's like certain setups for teams where they feel more comfortable running one over the other?
I think it's going to be the confidence in the Akos player. You know, although he's like really good, there is versus just throwing out a wave of just like the demon versus actually locking down someone with his tech, some of the Akko's tech that you have with the jump cancels and the jump LMB reset.
All right, well, it feels like the action hasn't ended at all, as J Team are keeping the aggression up here onto JL. They're looking for One Fang here, able to get a whole bunch of damage over the shoulder. He goes. ZK got a bunch of damage off there, is now waiting just to get that ultimate back up, has got it up and available, so gonna keep the pressure up here on to JL, who are on the run from J Team. J Team, with that Bane's Breath, feel comfortable just to control this whole area, and it just looks like it's not going to be enough for JL to stick around. J Team unable to find any kills off the back of that one, and so far unable to find any kills at all. It's been a much slower game for them, and weirdly that they're playing a more aggressive team than they were last game. But
I mean, they have forced out that AKO's ultimate, however, as JL's AS having to use those strikes before it runs out in its entirety, and that is all that JL are going to be able to do. Push on to J Team, force them to spend a little bit of time. When we saw the Wu Chen TP come through, it's so easy now to track on this patch where that Wu Chen has gone. That is really smart play coming through from JL, just to push a little bit more aggressively, using those last couple of seconds of the AKOs into burning the shields onto J Team, forcing them to wait and actually look for the reshield, as opposed to being able to immediately chase down where the Wu Chen has teleported JL to, allowing them a window to actually be able to use that Wu Chen TP to fully reposition and make it a lot harder for J Team to figure out where they've gone to. As we head towards Salvation Podium, EWG locked in the inside of those caverns, as JJH's God Lee not able to find the picks that he's looking for with this monk, but has been able to zone a majority of the players out. EWG's two-tick actually grabbed up from the high ground, not slammed in time for Godly to actually be able to pick up the damage before the ultimate is out. We're currently in the middle of a meteor storm as well, so those players going into those purple ults are able to buy a little bit more ultimate charges. Another AKOS now comes on through, Water putting so much damage and knockback onto all of the players that he connects onto. Yiran gets caught in the middle of that Temi ultimate, the wind wall doing its job, locking him in position, as it's going to be EWG having to reposition. The problem for them is that they have absolutely no space to be able to play with. They're going straight into that zone tick, but it's apparently a better position than the one they were previously in. They opt into taking that zone tick, so they're away from all of the fight going on around them to be able to just look for that reset, look for that heal, and come in for that potential third party, as TE are looking to do the exact same at the moment. They've got control of the high ground, but OUG able to push back onto the members of EWG before they're able to find the full reset, will be able to take them down. And now we're going to see OUG potentially chase Water down at the same time as well, as he's just having to go on the run, hoping that he's able to push far enough away from OUG, maybe bait them into walking into another team, but he gets locked down and there is no one inside on the minimap. A Gate of Yang not actually going to be taken by either of these players, as there it is. Water goes incredibly low, the horizontal from the longsword chunking him down, as OUG will finally be able to finish him off. But that Vermilion Bird's Might still going to be online for a lot longer, so OUG can immediately get back to aggressing onto those players sitting around Salvation Podium, as they'd only actually had 2 players chasing that one straggler from JJH down. Their third was playing scouting to see whether or not there was a team they could immediately turn on to.
Well, we're going to go into a cheeky replay here of GG taking on WBG. Lovely little counter actually landed onto Miskir, but just get their last charge of the ult off, and the vertical strikes from that longsword chipping away at WBG's armor little by little, as LXM goes very low. Does look like GG have a very comfortable position right now. Just so many charge clicks coming in from those vertical strikes on the longsword from Miskir. And yeah, unfortunately for WBG, things continue to be a little bit rough as they find themselves actually in a fight here versus XCG Jing. It's going to get himself very low, pinned against the wall by Xiaonan with the nunchucks. The Z-Ping healing, though, does come in and keep him alive. Counter comes down. Great charge of the ultimate actually onto Jing to make sure he doesn't get the follow-up damage, but it's countered again. Back to back. XCG find themselves the kill onto Jing. They're going to keep the pressure up onto PP, the last one standing. I don't think he's going to be able to get a Soul Bloom. I think he may just be going down, unfortunately, but they are keeping the chase up onto him. PP desperately trying to use those grapples to get away, and luckily for him, EWG have actually gone in on the chase to GG. So that's like, sorry, XCG, so WBG will be able to get away. The problem for PP, though, is he's got 2 minutes to find a kill, or at least a Soul Bloom, and I don't think he's going to be able to do that. Cutting now down over to the far north as JL have got themselves in a fight here versus Bowder, instantly blinking out with that Wu Shen. Fight was not good for them. They don't want to take it, so they are just going to move away to safety as JL just going on the run.
I mean, they could rubber band back in, given the fact that they did actually force that Temi ultimate out from the team that they were fighting, and that is the one thing that that composition is worried about doing, being locked down, especially if you have your Akos just coming in, wanting to lock those players down with crowd control. You don't want the other team that you're facing to be able to potentially isolate the target and separate any pure to come through from that Akos being able to knock those players down on connection. As J team, a little bit of a slower game, still not finding the kills that we'd seen in the past, still currently sitting on a duck egg at the moment, looking for any opportunity where they're going to be able to have the upper hand. ZK trying to push onto these members. Ooh, EWG breathing incredibly long breaths. Sighs of relief comes through as J-Team grapple directly overhead of the building that he is hanging from. As it's Alliance that J-Team want to be able to try to track down, when trying to make sure that he is not too far behind his teammates. They do have that Temi, so if he does get caught, they will be able to throw something like that Wisp or the ultimate out to be able to make sure that J-Team aren't able to isolate a player to an immediate numbers advantage. As second Gate of Yangs are going to be spawning. We'd seen teams in the past actually go for the Gate of Yang fights. Whether or not they're going to be that confident, that aggressive this time around, we're going to get to see. But what we do know is that those codes on the right-hand side of your screen, they're one-time use only. So be very, very quick, lock them into Steam, and you'll be able to pick yourself up a free copy of the game to join us on the Isle as soon as possible.
Yes, right now, probably going to be timing out on their thing. Actually, they found Jing, the final player for WBG. That they have 38 seconds. If they can get the kill onto Jing in 38 seconds, they are going to be sitting so pretty. They've got 30 seconds left. This is going to be so tight. Jing, he just doesn't want to give it to them. He's on the run. He's just going to try and go down to the zone. But the problem is even so, he may be able to get away. Can he, though? Desperately trying not to let GS out of this game. The rest of the team are chasing them down. He gets caught midair. It's going to be close. It's going to be tight. He gets caught in the nick of time. 8 seconds left. They're going to be able to get one player up. But the problem is they've now got to run back through the zone and get out. The rest of the team will be going down, unfortunately. GS, they do keep themselves alive a little bit longer. But Xiaohu, they have a bit of a way to go now. Have got themselves the health, though, to keep themselves going in the pot.
They've got the coins, too. They can afford rebirth.
Oh, they do.
15,000. Like, this is what GS did. They were actually really smart. They chose one player who would pick up the Soul Bloom. All of them dropped their coins, so that now your Wu Chen can just go straight to a dealer and pick up the rebirth charms and get his way into a soul altar. And it's the perfect time to do it, because the second Gate of Yangs are spawning up right now, so all of the teams who go into it are going to be off of the map, not actually playing around those soul altars. And all of the teams that decide to opt out of the Gate of Yang, they're going to be hiding away in case they run into a team who do have buffs.
Yeah. Well, we're at a point now where, we're in the mid-game. Obviously a very different style of game to what we had in our previous game. So Pubi, at this point in the game, you're not on monk comps. It's a very different style. What are your goals? What are you aiming to do around 15 minutes till final circle?
As weird as it sounds, pretty much the same thing. It's notice how many kills you have and decide whether or not you want to pick up the pace, play a little bit more aggressive. But as I said, typically in these types of end zones, the kills will come to you. You don't want to overcommit, be that catalyst for a really bad fight or get third party. So just let the kills come, position yourself in a pretty good way as you lead into the end zone, the final zone.
Oof, talking about positioning in a good way. It is very lucky that GS had actually dropped all of their coins and selected the Wu Chen as their sole survivor, because he's able to TP out of that focus fire that came out from Bowder. to be able to make sure he's able to escape that focus and make his way to a soul altar, as it's going to be J-Team putting themselves into a Morris Blessing and picking up a Draco Storm, as unfortunately they don't get to pick and choose. They just get allocated a buff and they have to deal with it. And Draco Storm, as weird as it sounds, like in the past, like last year, if we were sitting here, we'd say, oh yeah, Draco Storm is the one everybody wants. Now it's like the worst.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're just in shopping phase now. I think for some of these teams, they just want to grab as many soul jades as they can. As it does look like XCG have actually found alliance here. Xiaonan getting himself a little bit opened up on 2 guns to count onto Jean, takes away all of his shield. Is a blueberry, so he's a little bit easier to kind of pick up it there at this point as Xiaonan slowly but surely going low. They blink out. Alliance, they know where they are, but I think the health bars are too low on both sides. Actually, XCG just take a quick moment to kind of reposition and chase in to Alliance and see if they can find these kills onto them. Question is are they going to be able to do so? As you can see the scoreboard on the side of the screen right now, J-Team have been overtaken once again by TE, who have 4 kills this game. J-Team kind of falling into J-Team fashion of having like good games and having games where they do nothing. Like just absolutely nothing. GG though is a great bounce back from them, a great resurgence. They got 7 kills under their belt. They're sitting quite pretty. Unfortunately, GD did get eliminated just a second ago as well, so they have been taken out of the game. As we do now see GG finding himself in a fight versus J-Team. Miskate has been caught up. ZK's already gone down. 1-on-1 TN, low HP. I don't think he's going to be able to survive this one, unfortunately, as it's just GG keeping the pressure up onto them. J-Team lose 1-on-1 TN. Only 1 player left, and that's Eagle, who's being wailed on by 3-3-0. In comes Ventus with a third party, though, to see if they can turn it around. J-Team's Eagle comes in with an nunchuck, gets a whole bunch of damage down, but he is out. Ventus stealing away the kill with the third party and knocking J-Team out of the lobby.
GG are really starting to pick up steam, however. Of all of the teams for the second gate of Yang, GG are the ones that actually contest it. No one else steps foot into it, so they're able to pick it up for free. And if you actually saw, they have 2 legendary weapons at the moment, and that is looking absolutely terrifying for being able to control that final zone. We did actually see Alliance still surviving, despite having used that Temi ultimate early when they were running up against their pursuers a couple of fights prior. Very smart from them. They actually chase towards the ult zone, pop it, so that the Viper ultimate isn't actually available. And no one decides to actually make that move. So the Temi ultimate will be back online for Alliance to be able to huddle around in case that Viper ultimate does try to come through and stun someone out. As Bauda are going to be looking for just a little bit of downtime. 1 legendary weapon. Still needing a little bit of better armor, however, to be able to scale up into the coming fights. As 1 legendary weapon, pretty good, but 2 blue armors this late in the game. Not looking great. Line TT at least going to be on the Temi, so if you can get your way into a Morris Blessing, you can just drop the ultimate and immediately make off with the loot. But it's going to be an incredibly tough task to not run into another team that has the exact same idea. A team like potentially TE, who's in a very similar situation. 1 purple armor onto their Viper, funneled over very similar to the way that we see Monks and Takedas being funneled the better armor, so that you're going to be able to survive the full duration of the charge up on your ultimate, and you don't go down in the focus fire that comes through when you're shooting a signal flare up into the sky and announcing where exactly you're playing from.
It's getting to that 10-minute mark. 27 players left in the game. 9 teams left. It's a bit of a waiting game. GG doing a bit of shopping before this, before they're forced to move out. I'll see a couple of repeating crossbow shots coming in from EWG on that high ground. Just get a little bit of damage off, and another meteor shower, actually. We've had 2 of them this game spawning up, so it does mean, like I said, those rage bars can be somewhat filled up if they want them to be. GG, they've got all their ultimates. They're pretty comfortable, pretty chill grabbing what they've got. Just going to try and play that repositioning game. Roma Yang is going to be spawning up soon. We'll see if GG want to jump back into another one. They did take the previous one. See if they can do it again. See if they want to do it again. Still got a bit of time left on the on that meteor shower coming down. GG definitely set up in the optimal position on this gate. So the question is who's going to get their hands on it? Who's going to be going in? There's a bunch of teams all contesting for this Roma Yang. As the gate's going to be opening up. It actually seems to be a bit of a ways away from GG. Sandstorm comes up. Oh, it was actually a Mora's Blessing. I'm an idiot. I'm an absolute idiot. There we go. EWG get the Mora's Blessing using the Sandstorm to get it. I promise I'm awake.
Oh, it was a good one too. It was one that EWG needed. Tell me ultimate for legendary armor, but it's Blood Rippers, not the legendary weapon that you perhaps want. But I mean, for Takeda, especially being able to control that final zone, the way we talked about, you know, Takeda ultimate, if you have a Blood Ripper and you're playing on the low ground, not a lot of teams want to run into you. The problem is, if we do see that final zone collapse onto verticality, a lot of players are just going to be able to play above your head.
Yeah, that was just some serious copium, bro. Like, the blood, no one wants a Blood Ripper. That's...
Okay, shush. If you're a monk, you can at least use it for legendary scaling into your ultimate. But yeah, it's the worst weapon you could possibly afford.
What could they do to Blood Ripper to make it a good weapon?
Give it range.
Give it range. What? How would you give that weapon range?
Just like rev the engine up and just fire the arrowhead, like at its front.
It's like a zombie apocalypse weapon, that sounds like. This is now, unfortunately, the end of J Team in this lobby. GG though, a much needed game for them. Honestly, they've been playing super well. Taking out 101 TN. Eagle was next to fall as well as he was hunted down, but it was Ventus who stole this kill away. So I guess GG were at least denied one kill. Eagle tried his damnedest, he tried his hardest, but honestly, it's been a very quiet game from J Team, and that is very typical of J Team. They're a team who either pop off or do absolutely nothing, and it was a nothing game from them. So good start to the day. They can't play like that for the rest of the day, though. They need to keep their game 1 performances up if they want to take the title.
TE, right? TE are still standing. They are so close in terms of leaderboard as well between TE and J Team. And if TE have a pop-off like game when J Team have been knocked out of the lobby incredibly early, but also with very little kills to that belt, TE are going to be able to widen that distance. And off of this game alone, J Team may lose the title.
The title they've never had. They're the world champions, but they've never had a domestic title. So this is a very important game for them, a very important day for them. They really want to take one of those home, because it's all well and good being the world champions, but like it's a bit of a joke when there's now been 2 tournaments domestically and you've won neither of them. So if they can get this 3rd one under their belt, then at that point they really do make a statement for how strong of a team they are and how they really are the best team in the scene. As TE are going to get their hands onto a much better setup with the Golden Flamebringer and the Golden Armor. Going to give TXJ, as you normally do, giving your Viper the Golden Armor means they can jump into the midst of everybody and survive just a little bit better. And that was just a freebie, to be honest, for TE. They just walked up and grabbed it. They had no real threat on it at all.
Yeah, I mean, they did put down the precautionary wind walls from the Wu-Chan. But I mean, T is looking absolutely terrifying because not only did they walk up and grab it, they've also got repair roll. So that Viper ultimate uptime is going to be absolutely insane. And when you look at this final zone, there's a lot of high ground for those Vipers to be able to climb up and drop down from with that ultimate, catching onto as many people as possible with as little time of revealing yourself as possible. As EWG just going to be using this building. I can hear the Blood Rippers there. The rattle is somewhere. Someone's using them. They haven't just been dropped in the corner of a map for some obscurity. There they are. And there they go again. EWG are like, do we use them? Maybe we don't. Maybe we put them down. Maybe they just like looking at the shiny.
That is not a shiny you want to be looking at. That's sadness. It's just, oh, well,
But they're doing the best with what they've got, okay? Picking a building, making sure that they have the Blood Rippers on full show, so if a team tries to come into that building, they run straight into the Blood Rippers. Very similar to the Cavalry Blim threat that we see from teams. If you don't have Cavalry Blim, make do with the second best, which feels like an absolute joke given that Cavalry Blim is purple. And Blood Rippers are a legendary weapon, but hey-ho, Cavalry Blim is goated. Oh, there it is!
It is. Oh, yeah.
I've summoned it into existence. Of course, Miski's got it with legendary dual blades.
You just wanted it. Xiaonan actually really kind of failing that stun. I say that! Malman gets stunned and OUG secure the kill onto them. See another Viper stun off in the distance there, coming out from One Fang, able to lock down some of the members of Ventus. Meteor's also raining down as well, building up those rates for everybody involved. Wimble's coming out, and Zone has stopped moving just for the second, but will be picking up again fairly soon. The teams are playing this game with very little terrain to hide behind. So it's kind of all coming down to those ranged weapons and getting as much damage off as possible. VVV with the Golden Flamer, putting as much damage into these teams as they can in the surrounding area, desperately spraying that fire down. Wushen ultimate comes out from JL to reposition away from all of the action. As you can see, OUG trying to contest JL on top of this pillar, trying to get control of the area, unable to really do so. I say that as SS jumps in, finishes up AS. Just hyper aggressive on the Takeda. Still has another charge there from that ultimate. OUG just gonna head back into their sandstorm. Caught out by the Wisps. That is not what they need. Ventus find one. Should be able to find the second one as well. TE actually taking away that kill as Ventus do get it. OUG knocked out. TE up to 6 kills, but GG still sitting on that 11 at this point. Ventus have pulled it back to 4, but they've lost their Z-Ping, so they don't have to sustain. Sandstorm's coming out once again in the same area. This kid is going using that longsword, trying to just get some control of the area. Those vertical slashes coming out. Holding on. 2 minutes 45 now until this game comes to a full-on close. There's a flamer coming out from VVV, trying to just control the area. Everybody's using the pillar as a place to hide, but it's just everybody's there, so they're all getting chunked out. Zone is going to slowly but surely look to go in for the move. JL still trying to hold this high ground, but GG doing their best to force one Feng off. GG have a nice place where they can go for the respite. In comes TXJ with the Viper lockdown onto multiple people, able to catch onto Juan. Zorn does get himself on the counter though, but he will go down just before that. At the end of the day, he is knocked out as VVV now. Trying to see if he can find the lineup on that Takeda. Got one more charge from that ultimate. Ventus and Alliance fighting for the final bit on that pillar. Still 16 players left in this lobby. It is an absolute cluster. Health bars are blinking across the board as 330 with a musket able to find the kill onto Ventus's Ziyu, finishing them up nice and simple as VVV is being jumped onto. In comes TXJ though with a katana to save VVV's life and keep him alive, and Lin gets countered. Lin able to pick his weapon up, and his armor's low. He's just a blueberry at this point. He's not got the health to work with. The flamers coming out from VVV, desperately trying to put the last little bits of damage in before this weapon fully rolls out for him. Is going a little bit low on that front as Sansi getting himself jumped onto by TET, still holding into this game for the moment though. T with 9 kills, looking to catch up to GG, who are still just down to that one player, 330, holding on in this game. In comes One Thing. This is going to be a monster stun. Only catches onto 3 members. Two-Tick is going to be the one who gets his health bar stripped away by JL's One Thing. As now TXJ, he's going to answer out with his own Viper stun. Jalue, low HP, but is not going to be turned onto here from the back of that stun. TXJ, he's the one in the zone. Bot back, taking a lot of zone tick damage as he's getting himself back in, but once again juggled out. 330 with the spear, with the staff, sorry, doing so much work, keeping so much zone control, but he goes down. EWG able to finish him up. TXJ now seeing if he can find the extra little bit of kills, chasing on GG. They are set up to win this game, but Miss Kia is holding on. He's trying to keep this game going, finally goes down. And it's all on the side of TE to close this game out. Alliance is lucky, toasted in the zone, and VVV, the last man standing.
Oh, TE! They came so close the first time around to stealing that MVP away from J-Team. This time around, they're able to do it. They take it away from GG. And my goodness, we've talked so often about TE's synergy in that final zone. But I was just keeping an eye on the loot because they were playing hot potato with that legendary armor. It was bouncing between that Viper, but it was also bouncing between Leo. Whoever was actually taking a lot of focus fire and falling low in terms of health would actually be funneled that legendary armor. And as a result, it allowed TE to have all 3 of their players alive when it mattered the most. They've got their Viper ultimate, yes, to be able to zone all of those players into just taking zone tick damage, hiding behind the rock. Like that final zone when we collapsed into it, very little space for players to be able to line up side a Viper ultimate, and it played perfectly into TE's hands. They've been gods in the past at controlling final zone fights, and we see it yet again. They have such a good handle of the situation.
I mean, Pooby, you're in that final circle. How the hell do you handle that? There's very little terrain to work with. It's a lot of Takeda, so a lot of like AoE staggering stuff that can just hit you randomly. Is that just like, you're just hoping that you dodge the bullets, or is there actually like a game plan on handling a final circle like that?
So that final circle had so much going on. I don't know if you noticed, but there was at a point where in that final circle, there was the meteors happened, the meteor shower in that final circle. And then as the final zone started to get smaller and smaller, there were these blast flowers in the center just sending people outside of the zone, and they kept getting popped over and over again. There'd be people who were just sitting on the outside. They'd get sent into the zone and take almost all of their health gone because of these blast flowers. And it was just chaos. I think it was just all up to fate who was going to come out on top, and it showed. We saw who won.
Yeah, TE. That was it was a chaotic final circle. A lot going on there. TE though, that was a needed win for them, because I kind of talked a lot about how like J-Team, they've won World Championship twice but never won domestically. TE, formerly the FPX players, a similar situation where they haven't won the World Championship ever, but they have been a favorite in the region for a very, very long time. And the fact they've never stepped up to the plate and actually taken that W is pretty big. So for them and J-Team right now, it's really about proving their worth as players and as organizations, because like T picking up this FPX roster, there's so much hype behind it. Everyone's been so excited to see these guys, and it feels like the final day is starting to deliver. T and J-Team both stepping up to the plate. OUG had a better game there as well. They did last a little bit longer, but man, that was great for GG though. They also just got so many kills under their belt, and a team who we've always said are kind of being chronically third. They've always been that like bridesmaid, never the bride team, where they've always been in that top end of the table, but never really the team to watch. This season has not been that good for them. They've actually been just significantly worse. So coming into this and actually getting 14 kills, they've been climbing up the ladder slowly but surely. They're going to be very happy off the back of that one. And, you know, they were very close to taking it all with that 14 kills. They actually had more than T. It just kind of came down to placement at the end there, as T with 13 kills, take 25.8 points at the end of that game. And J-Team, 1.7. That is disappointing.
Yeah, unfortunately for GG, they had to contest that Viper ultimate. So as Poopy said, not only do you have the blast flowers popping up, you also have GG all hiding behind the rock into that zone tick damage, because it's literally the only thing that can break the Viper ultimate line of sight. And zone tick ignores shielding. It eats straight into your health bar. So as a result, GG, even after they were able to recover, are on the back foot. They do a very good job of it, coming into that Merciless Havoc and just continuing to output pressure onto TXJ on the Viper, so he just gets continued to be pushed away from that safety. But TE are still able to walk away with the pick, and this is the worst possible outcome for J-Team. J-Team had an absolutely horrible performance, and we talked about it. These two teams have been so close in terms of the leaderboard, in terms of breaking records all throughout the season, who would come out on top in the actual bi-weekly finals, and no surprises. It feels like the championship is going to come down between TE and J-Team, and TE popped off. So they're already ahead in terms of the standings at the start of the day. They might have been able to make that gap even larger, and J-Team have not been able to find any points in the second match.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's a rough one. I think 1.7, but it's basically 0, let's be real. Very, very rough game for them on that front. This was so hype from away with the pole sword, getting the 1 versus 3 versus Bowder, and Bowder, finally, it started to look like things were going right for them, and then they get 1 versus 3. That is going to be just mental kaboom for them at that point. Really, really rough one. Cutting over, obviously, to more of the TE action. Good game. No real surprises. They played very, very well here. As are we now at the point where people want to start reassessing their dark horses in today's game? Poopy, I'm looking at you. WBG's not been so hot.
Although WBG, I'm sticking with WBG. I think we still have, we still have a few games left, and actually, the last game Alliance, you were talking pretty hot on Alliance previously, and they put up third, 7 kills. You think you want to reassess? Maybe a little bit?
Alliance still not going to win. Like, there's
no
reassessment. Like, come on, 7 kills is all right, but like, it's not the 14 kills we're seeing from like the likes of GG and stuff, and TU with 13. It was a better game. As much as I love to clown on Alliance, it was definitely a better game from them. They've got, right now, they're chasing just like top 8 at best, I would say, and I think that's still a bit of a stretch, but Guys who are chasing top one, VVV, one of the best Vipers in the world, playing Takeda in this game. The best Viper, sorry. The best Viper in the world. This time playing Takeda. Absolutely huge stuff there. Phoenix Blast, Repair Roll coming out from those Soul Jades. Just a huge amount of kills. 6 kills, 19k damage. Honestly, the damage is a little lower than I was expecting. But I think these guys had a really good damage spread across the board. Like everybody was doing their role and doing their part. So you don't have one person kind of taking all the glory. But VVV, an absolutely monstrous performance there. 8k coming in, 8.8k actually, almost 9k coming in from the Flamebringer. And from his 401-00000, he actually did 3,000 damage. That was obviously a visual bug. I don't know what that was, but he did 3,000 damage to something else. But a lot of damage coming out from that Flamebringer. And you know, I was saying that cannons and repeating crossbows have kind of taken the command as end game weapons. It's cool to see that flamers are still being used.
Well, we saw it, like, on the first map as well. TE picking up a flamer, standing on the high ground, posting all of the players around them, pushing them out of better positions. And you can't really group up on a flamer either, because then you're all feeding into that zone tick. Do want to talk, however, about the fact that VVV is sitting on 9 MVPs at the moment. He is 1 MVP away from double digits. And that might actually be the most amount of MVPs for a player that we've had so far in this season. I will die on this hill. VVV is the best Viper in the world, and I will never, ever say otherwise. Kakaishi's had some amazing games where he has been able to challenge that title, but VVV for consistency alone takes it easily.
And there it is, the patented Moxie caster curse. VVV's doomed. You've doomed him to fail for the last 4 games of the day. Good job, Moxie. I am inclined to agree, to be honest with you. He's always been so consistent on the Viper, and the thing I think about VVV and his main strength isn't his Viper. Like it's obviously like a crutch you can lean on, but like dude's super flexible. I mean, like he's just put up an amazing game on the Takeda there. Like we've seen him on the Viper. I'm trying to think of other things we see him play in other comps. I can't remember what he plays in Monk. Is he the Uesha? I can't remember what he plays for them when they do that.
He's
comp.
support, yeah. He's
So it's you know, he's just an incredibly flexible player. I mean, he plays the carry in this comp, plays supportive characters, like off DPS supports, I guess, more than like a Karumi. He's like a true support. He's always putting in the numbers, and it's very impressive to see. Are there any other players who are like jumping out to you guys right now before we get going into game number 3? Poobie, who's like, has any player caught your eye? You can't say Sleepwalker. He hasn't caught your eye.
No one that's like really standing out to me yet. I think as we do into next game, we're going to have some. Oh, actually, we had wasn't Jaonan who? Which player was it? It was the Viper. She had like 4 parries that game with Nunnies.
Oh God, I can't remember now.
Yeah, she multiple parries and then just doing a phenomenal job locking down players with spear as well. That was pretty outstanding.
We'll try and figure out who that is, but for now, we're going to quickly throw to a break and we'll be back with game number 3. So we'll see you in a moment.
I'm only sorry it didn't hurt more. Day, Calamity Rising.
感觉今天总决打完下来吧，可能所有阵容都欠缺一些东西吧，感觉还是需要去好好调整一下的，因为确实可能某些细节没做好啊之类的。那下次比赛的时候尽量不要再犯吧。福威这英雄的话，感觉强度是在的吧，但是可能被武田把风头遮住了吧，因为武田这个版本还是感觉是最强的英雄吧。主要目前来说的话，现在这个游戏最强的英雄为什么是武田？因为他是唯一一个有提升空间的英雄嘛，它可以从白大变成蓝大，不变成紫大，还能变成金大，这种提升方式是对其他英雄都特殊的存在嘛。但其他英雄呢，可能仅仅只能靠装备的品质吧。它不单单是装备的品质上面提升，更多的是大招上面的提升。而且这大招确实也是非常强力的一个大招之一吧。所以它现在强度只要机制没改的话，感觉应该还是最强的了。
So nice to hear there from TXJ from the side of TE, talking about the kind of Hater versus Akos. We had a little bit of a discussion about that before going into that last game, talking about, you know, where we sit on that fence. It's interesting, but, you know, they do also believe that this Hater, his main strength is the fact that he's not as reliant on gear. Like, his damage comes from his ult, and that's the main thing that makes him really strong in the meta right now. We do have a quick look at the scoreboard right now, see how things are going. XCG been a bad day for them. Only 5 points put together in these first 2 games, and currently sitting at the bottom of the table. Alliance have been able to claw themselves up a spot into 12 as Bowder, WBG, the rest of these teams haven't actually moved overall in the standings. Looking pretty rough for JJH though, with the 3-point day. That is, actually, I think they swapped with GS. But that's a pretty rough one. That's a pretty rough one. Anyway, we want to see the top end of the table. That's where all the fun and all the action's going on. Obviously, we know who's at the top right now. It is Team TE. These guys have been just phenomenal. J-Team, the thing for me is I wonder how far behind or ahead J-Team are right now. It's pretty close. It's very, very close. 3rd and 4th is also 3 points apart. 3.1 points apart. That is a very, very close one. It's all to play for. This whole day, this top 4 is going to be so fun to watch. I'm so excited by this.
Yeah, especially because, you know, all of these teams, TE, J-Team, JL, not really OUG. In the past, they've always been consistently good, right? But those 3 teams in particular, incredibly inconsistent. So for TE and J-Team, who felt the pressures of bi-weekly finals before and have crumbled under it, they now have to keep that mentality strong. J-Team cannot allow the performance on 2nd match to bleed into the performance on 3rd, because they had such a good game number 1 at the start of the day, but you compare it to what they had the game that we just saw, where they struggle to find a single kill, get 3rd party time and time again, lose another fight straight off of the rip. They did not have a great start or a great end to that 2nd match, and they have to pull it back on game number 3. Otherwise, that distance between TE is just going to keep getting further.
Yeah, I will go on to my point in a second, because how many Kaders were chosen in game number 8 is our question. Is it A, 8, B, 10, C, 12, or D, 14? Wow, I must have 12 again there. D, 14. Make sure you answer in the Twitch chat. We'll get a quick screenshot, and if you do win, you will be whispered, so make sure you do check that box. I don't know the answer to this question.
That's a mean one.
That's a hard one. I actually genuinely do not know that one. Good luck if you know that. because I couldn't even give you a clue. I have no idea. Phoebe, do you know?
I'm gonna.
No.
I don't know.
Well, I mean, even if we did know, we wouldn't give the answers away, right, guys? We totally know the answer, but we can't say it just yet because then everyone in chat is just gonna spam what we say.
We literally you can't try and fool them after we all went. We have no idea. That's not how it works.
No, I can still try and figure it out. That's such a mean one, but I mean, grand finals, you got to step up the difficulty of those questions because that loot that you can get if you get the right answer in chat, it just keeps getting better.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, if you do are lucky, let me know. I actually want to know. I have no idea how many cicadas are picked up. We'll try and count because we're going back onto Morris Isle for game number 3. I cannot remember the time of day on this one because we have 2 Morris Isles now back to back. And one of them, I think, actually could be another monk favored game where there's no fireflies. It's like morning or dusk. I can't remember which one has no dusk will have fireflies. I can't remember. One of them we got a Morris Isle where I expect to see a whole bunch of monks, but we did last time on Friday when we were on that particular map. If it was game 3 or game 4, the interesting thing was there weren't as many monks as we expected because I think people are just really favoring like the Decadas, the Acoses, and stuff like that right now, especially as we heard from TXJ. Why the Decadas getting played so much? It's just very front load. He's a very almost like cheap hero to build is probably the best way to go because you don't have to be as gear reliant. Like obviously you want good armor so you can survive, but like your damage isn't locked behind your weapon quality. When you're playing like something like Monk, you are desperate for those Morris blessings. You're desperate for those lucky drops on those gold weapons and gold armor. And I just think people go, well, Takeda can stagger Monk as well. I mean, we even saw JL win a fight in the Roma Yang versus a Monk comp using a Takeda comp. It was super, super hype. Looks like the crowd are ready. It looks like we are ready to go into game number 9. Heading back to Morris Isle for this midpoint of today. And that final game is drawing ever closer as one team will be lifting that trophy and one player will be lifting that polearm. I have not been tracking the kills by individual players, so I do not know who's going to be a chance of winning that one.
I mean, I think it's probably going to be a player on TE, just off of the kills alone that they've been able to put up so far in the regular season. They have been leading the charge by a good mile. But it'll be interesting, like you said, to see what compositions we do get. Again, the fact that Takeda doesn't have to have like that loot dependency not only favors him for a majority of not having to push for Gate of Yang and Morris Blessings, it also massively favors him in terms of that first fight, right? Where a lot of these players run Rage Soul Jade so they can ult as quickly as possible, as soon as possible when they drop for those Monk comps, but a Monk not really having the time to be able to scale their loot, their first ultimate is going to be incredibly weak compared to something towards that final zone. The Takeda not having to scale his, he's still going to be hitting just as hard at any point of the given game, and that is a huge reason why we actually saw Takeda come out on top of a 1 versus 3 in the previous map.
Yeah, absolutely. One thing I do want to kind of keep an eye out is for maybe any spicy picks that we do see, some odd comps and maybe off meta comps. I mean, I cast my mind back to, I think it was like week 6 where we had I think it was JJH who actually ran a Justina carry comp where they ran like Ratari Justina, and I can't remember who their last, I think it was like Z-Ping. It was a really bizarre comp. PB, do you have any spicy comps that you kind of got up your sleeve? You know, something that no one will really be expecting, and when you do pull it out, it catches them with a bit of that cheese.
I can't really say I don't want to give away the spicy comp to everyone.
I was gonna say, Jake, what you're asking literally defeats the purpose. Do you have any hidden information that you don't want anyone to know? Let's just tell it to everybody in the broadcast.
Yeah, but I can say, with the update coming, Justina, we are going to see a lot more Justina back in trios because she is getting a really, really good buff.
But what about Justina now? Because I think the biggest pet peeve for a lot of us through the season was that teams would actually drop all support or even like drop a Temi to try and fit Justina into a Monk composition, and those Monks would just go down in moments.
I think Justina now, she doesn't really fit because of, you know, we have the Sandman to stop her, we have the Viper, but she does excel at, like, you know, Monk, the Wu Chen comps, she's able to like we've said that it's a lot easier to see the Wu Chens now, the Wu Chen port. She would be able to capitalize on a Wu Chen port when resources are exhausted. So that is something that we could see that maybe even this next game we might see something like that. We still have the rest of the games to be shown. Maybe someone pulls out a Justina.
I really hope so. I mean, there's one hero who we won't see, who I really, really want to see. Moxie knows who it is, but one day, didn't she get buffed?
Yeah.
They buffed Valda, and she's still useless. It's so sad.
I mean, the problem with Valda is it's always going to be a lot of the time when you hit them once, it just breaks the CC.
Yeah, I mean,
in comparison to a Taylor who just holds them for as long as possible. This is a tale as old as time that Jake and I have gone back and forth where he so wistfully says, oh, I wish I could see a Valda, and I immediately come in with a splash of reality. I love Valda. I play Valda in my games. I adore using Valda's Every to be able to just hop around all of the attacks that are sent my way and bait people into walking to bubbles. But I just, every single time one person gets caught in that CC, either someone else, especially in trios where there are so many players on the field, it just becomes so chaotic and so easy to early break someone out of that CC bubble, or just getting that one hit isn't enough because my loot isn't scaled better to actually be able to find a pick off of that one hit confirm.
You really enjoy putting me down on that, don't you? You really enjoy rubbing it in my face, but the character I have a special place in my heart for.
I'll say this, we've seen Valda in solos. Valda has picked up MVPs in solos in regular season of 2023 NBPL, so you can go back and watch those balls.
As much as I am an enthusiast of Valda, I do feel if you do pick Valda here, you are just trying to lose the grand finals. Let's be real. Like it's not going to go well for you at all. Justina, I do feel actually, like you were saying, while she's not the strongest, does still have some place and some capability to kind of play versus some of these comps. Obviously, originally when we used to see Justina in trios, it was as a way to freeze Monk because you'd lock him down with the freezes, and you can't dodge a Justina as Monk. He's too cumbersome. He's too slow. And like you're saying, I actually didn't really think about the Wu Shen TPs. Like, you can hunt them down while they TP out, freeze them, lock them down while your team then catch up. Like, these are really awkward little interactions, but a bunch of the meta comps willful weakness too. I do think things like the Takeda comps though will just like flatten a Justina comp. I think like that's where you have weaknesses. Like,
yeah, well, we saw it last year. We saw Justina working alongside Takeda, where Justina would be able to lock all of those players down, and Takeda would just be able to ult and hit absolutely every single person, and you would literally just sort of ping pong them between the Justina freeze and the Takeda stagger of every single frame of your ult. It was really strong. It was really good. The problem now is that we have things like Itami who just drops an ultimate and makes sure that you can't really have that freedom of movement that composition wants to be able to set into motion.
Yeah, absolutely. You know the one thing before we wrap up our Justina rant, I am just, as long as we don't see her back in solos, I absolutely despise Justina in solos because it does the same thing as Monk. It's just stally and slow and boring. It's slightly better than Z-Ping. Like they just say what they do.
The problem with Justina in solos is that your quote-unquote reset window also becomes your opponent's reset window.
Ugh. It's really fun watching two Justinas, one freeze, one pop, then the next one freezes and the other one pops. And then when one gets too scared, they pop ult and run away. Every time. It's awful. Anyway, luckily we're in trios, so we won't have to deal with that. We could see Justina technically. I do feel like with the current meta being so wide, hero points actually aren't as impactful because people are honestly spreading most of their hero points and spending most of their hero points on things like the on the Tammys, things that share comps. But other than that, they're very flexible. So what you are seeing is the need to kind of go a little off meta and pick things like Justinas are kind of less prevalent and not getting played as much. We are seeing a couple of Yotos coming out in this game though. A very, very aggressive game. A bit of a spread. We've got some Monk comps coming out. We've got some Yoto comps, some ACOS comps, and obviously the very favored Takeda comps. Actually only two teams being GS and Alliance playing that at the moment.
More so Dusk, as well as the answer to what weather condition or time of day, I guess, we're going to be seeing. No snow on the podcast, no Justinas. going to be in this lobby at the moment. As my eyes on TE, like they're running this very traditional Transformer composition. They're yet to pull out, in my eyes, their strongest composition, which is that Yodo, Wuchen, and Viper, especially when you have TXJ just using that Yodo F1, being able to lock some of those players down. I wonder how far TE's influence on this composition has reached out to some of these teams. Now they've had a little bit more downtime. Are we going to see a movement away from the F3 on the Yoda, which traditionally has been used more often than the F1, simply because of the overall value that it brings? You can use it aggressively to split off players, you can use it defensively to be able to block off things like the Mars Blessing, but TE has shown that that F1 is absolutely brutal on being able to clutch a first kill within moments.
Yeah, absolutely. Yoto's been in a weird place ever since she got those nerfs last year. I think she's still very strong, but she used to be considered like a pretty solid counter to the Monk comps. I think nowadays, the stagger, the damage isn't really enough, and the fact that she can just get grabbed after that first sword slash means that a really hard lobby if there's lots of monks to play Yoto in, because you can only really dodge so many hands. You become a very, just like a floating target, and once that third slash goes down, all the monks will just put their hand in that direction and try and grab them. I think that's the major issue you do have with running Yoto, especially in this lobby. I think when you're in like the Takeda and the Across lobbies, you actually have a way easier time because it's not as easy to kind of catch the Yoto out. The eyes right now are on TE, the current team at the top of the tables. Had an amazing game number 2. But honestly, the best finals performance we've seen out of them in their entire career as just a roster. I mean, this goes beyond the label of whatever team they're with. As a roster, they have struggled in grand finals, and they are finding their opening, they're finding their opportunity, and honestly playing way better in these grand finals than we've ever seen before. XCG, it's not been quite as good for them. These guys did formerly win a domestic title, but ever since then, they've kind of been a little bit underwhelming. Let's see if they got some life in them. And as I say that, Dongqing able to take down NiHQ because she does answer back out though, so it's a 2 versus 2. The uppercut comes onto Xiaonan, and GD gonna be quite happy with that win.
Ooh, J-Team gonna be picking themselves up a very early Moonsbane Charm to be able to use that wherever they want. As well as taking away the opportunity for some of these other teams to be able to use that Bane's Breath early on to lock down a team as well, as JJH's Rain with that staff just playing positioning, making sure that GS are isolated and don't have that space that they're looking for, trying to bait into that power as well. As Rain just pushes really aggressively. GS's Lue just caught in that stagger. Rain with the connection from that staff, locking them down into position. Uppercut now coming on through, juggling GS's and between all of the members of JJH to allow them to work with a really nice, clean, mechanically driven fight coming through from them as we head back over to have a look at TE, who somehow have already been able to find themselves 2 lots of purple armor, despite this being Immortal War, and the loot rarity being a lot lower, hence why so many of these teams feel pressured taking those fights in Gate of Yang, as TE's TXJ going to take a little bit of pressure from WBG, but Sleepwalker already on the run is too far away from TXJ, not going to be able to actually find a connection to stop that slam from going down. TXJ is holding PP long enough for the health bar to be chunked down so that the initial slam does floor him and take him out, as WBG's Jing is not able to push onto TXJ. He tried to go for the feet and pressure the Monk that way, but that just feeds into the grab. And TE, off of such a good performance in the last map, are bringing that confidence and that aggression and then some as we move over and have a look. Bane's Breath going down between JL and Alliance. Alliance being the ones to actually drop that one, are able to play inside those AoEs, making it a lot harder for JL to actually be able to lock these players down. One thing surfing between the Bane's Breath hasn't actually been hit by one just yet, but still isn't able to find a full lockdown connection onto the members of Alliance's EWG. Oh my goodness, Xiao Lui, that is some confidence right there to just hold yourself aggressively, not giving up that position from the high ground. The Viper wants to be able to drop down with the ultimate, and somehow RNG is smiling on him because he hasn't been hit just yet, as he swaps down in with the Viper, but doesn't find a connection, however, as everyone was blocked by the tree line.
That is so tragic for Xiaolue. That is so upsetting. They are going to try and aggressively push up, as JL are just going to be on the run, looking for those grabs, not actually able to get them. Bane's Breath times out. honestly, it looks like this fight may just be donezo. One Fang is about to lose their transformation, though, so EWG may now take this as an opportunity to go on aggressive to the Monk. Now he's lost that transformation, and immediately as he de-transforms, Xiaolue springs into action to try and find the kill. As they do catch onto Jiu here, grapple comes in from AS just to kind of stagger and cancel onto Xiaolue, and they are just going to step away as decides to play it a little bit more chill as SS coming in on the high ground has got his ultimate up and available, isn't actually going to throw it down as he's going to look to finish them up. OUG just stealing these kills away. Lovely, easy as you like. Finishing up all of WG's members there. Not all of them, JL and EWG, but they are able to get themselves a whole bunch of kills. One thing, Poopy, we've not really talked about is early game. I've kind of asked for your kind of thoughts on what you do in the mid game, what you do in the late game. What is your kind of game plan at the beginning of the game?
I think it varies. It depends on how your team's feeling. If your team's feeling, you know, a little bit more of an aggressive start, you're going to obviously drop harder, try and drop on a nice loot zone, and then rotate to whatever team you see that's near you. But if you're looking to play slower, you're obviously going to play, you know, more for the Yangs. It just depends on the game plan, and you as a team have to decide what you're going into before the game starts.
Well,
OUG.
We've
all been there, right? Where two Vipers ult at the same time, but one is just ever so slightly faster, so their ultimate cancels out the others, and that unfortunately is the position that GG find themselves in. SS went for the ultimate at the exact same time, but theirs was first, so GG are actually the ones that not only get stunned out, but also lose the Viper ultimate in the process. Since the stun comes through before your ultimate is completed, it immediately nullifies the charge on the Viper, and you lose it without even regaining rage meter. It's not like a Yoda where you can cancel it out early and retain a little bit of rage percentage. You just have to build it up all the way from scratch, and unfortunately for GG, it means that they do lose that fight up against OUG.
Yeah, it's a bit of a rough one on that front for them. Having a quick look at the scoreboard and seeing where the teams are at. J-Team, again, they've not done anything. They're starting to fall behind a little bit. 2TE, who've got those 3 kills. OUG, though, with 6. That's the scary thing for J-Team right now. They are closing the gap on them. OUG starting to clamber up that standings and only 10 points behind right now to J-Team. So J-Team needs to start putting some kills together and actually have another good game, because game 1 was amazing. Game 2, just disappointing. And that coin toss of J-Team is starting to come alive as WBG are looking for a fight here versus JJH. Sleepwalker's heavily chunked out. Remember, they've already lost a fight, so they are going to be without those rebirths right now. But Sleepwalker finds himself the double grab. The staggers are coming in, and there's the Yoto work from Water, shutting down Sleepwalker. Now with the pulse sword, PP's chasing up Jing, going to try and see if he can turn this fight around, but he's lost all of his teammates. The healing will be coming in. There will be no ability for Jing to save the day here, although JJH have come in with a third party. Actually, a salty run back, I think, maybe. I can't remember who they were fighting. No, it's WBG. Okay, it was a third party coming in. It looks like Jing actually is going to get himself PP, who's gone back to life with the Tether, and WBG. They're just running away.
Well, we talked about it prior to the game, why Yoda was so good early on against those Monk compositions. The stagger from the ultimate, so even though Sleepwalker had to find that double grab, he's not able to find the kill. And as a result, JJH will be able to deal with the members of WBG. Both Sleepwalker and Jing have already been dispatched. It's now up to PP, that Karumi, to be able to survive. And he's not even really getting the time to be able to heal, just has to make it immediately to a shop and try and find those rebirth charms. Will be able to pick up one. Wasn't able to see whether or not he was able to afford a second. Yep, there it is. Will be able to use it immediately. Sleepwalker brought back into the mix. The problem is, this is a Monk, and Monk scales with the loot that you have. Sleepwalker, having gone back to the Soul Altar without a Vermilion Bird's Might, is going to have to pick up that loot again, or your Karumi drops absolutely everything and you risk running into another team with your support vulnerable, but your Monk at least able to ult in peace. Let's talk about ulting. There it is. Gate of Yang fight immediately opening up between JL and TE, and immediately TXJ has been able to find a grab and a slam, going straight for that damage, chunking through the members, and able to find a second after JL had tried to hide out of line of sight behind the pillars. TXJ now just trying to occupy one thing for as long as possible, is able to grab another player right under his nose, and it's a double as well. Kurumi ultimate over the top of TE's to try to save the members that TXJ had thrown onto the ground, but he's out of the melee, swaps onto that cannon, just pepper and pressure JL's AF in this situation with cannon fire, Storm Stride as well, smacking this situation's health bar down even lower as TE are able to clutch another Gate of Yang fight. When we saw them in the season at the very start, team said that they were one of the strongest in Gate of Yang fights, and you can see why. They have such good control, such good understanding of the pacing and tempo of when to use those ultimates, that they're practically unstoppable.
Oh, J-Team, the Kurumi ult is doing them some favors here. Eagle, he's going low, he's going down, and this may just be a big old donut for J-Team. ZK desperately trying to get away, is going to be able to do so. EWG and JL, now that's taking this scrap between themselves. Maybe there's a world where JT can loop back around and get their teammates up, but I think that ship has sailed as EWG pressuring onto the world champs, and it has not been a good last two games for them. Wushen ult out there is just going to get them away from all of that action, and it's just now going to be a survival game for JT. Maybe get the Dark Tide coins available to get the rebirth charms off, but these are all big ifs and buts. They haven't really got any money because they didn't have any kills in this game. They are keeping this fight up. EWG desperately trying to see if they can shut down OUG. Can see Xinyu breaks away from the line of sight, doesn't get hit by the Viper ultimate, and he's now going to throw down that Yoto ultimate to try and get the damage onto Tutik. The Windwall's doing a good job of blocking him, though. It's just going to have to cancel it up because he can't keep the chase going as XCG come in and actually shut down the kill. OUG getting third-partied here now by XCG. This fight is going from bad to worse. SS is going to try and come in with the lockdown on that stun. Does catch up to Night's Q. OUG just desperately trying to sliver away from this one. They don't have that Wushen ult up and available, I don't think, so they just need to get her out. No, they do. They blink out, they zip out. They want nothing to do with this fight.
Yeah, they stalled. They threw that Viper ultimate to stall so that that Wushen ultimate was built up, because at the start of it, it was not. OUG, unfortunately, however, this is the change that we were talking about, right? That Wushen is so noticeable where you teleport away to, and now they have to take this fight against JL again. JL, however, need to find a win, otherwise they're going to go down to Yang depletion. And OUG doing a very good job of just playing around the sides of the ship, making it hard for JL to actually be able to lock one of these players down until now. Xinyu will be able to find a pick onto JL's one thing. The counter setting that one up as OUG's SS goes incredibly low. It's being chased down by this Yoto ultimate from them as they will get taken out. ZU is able to claim a pick and try to pick up a Yang Soul Bloom to block out that Yang depletion, but a third party could potentially come on through. OUG have been able to push back the members of JL now that one Soul Bloom has been picked up. We'll be able to loop back and find that revive as JL have run straight into another team at the moment. EWG's lone standing player will be taken out. JL just doing such a good job of locking them down with those dual blades and being able to pick up that kill so they're not caught unawares.
I believe TE actually lost the fight as well off in the distance. I think they've got the Vermilion's Birthmark, so they are okay. They are going to get themselves res back up, but they lost the fight there. I think it was GG who actually did win it. ZK, our final player from J-Team, desperately running around the map. They don't have enough money, I don't think, though, so I think they are going to struggle to get their team back. I'm going to maybe do a little bit of shopping, or maybe they've got discount stuff on. No, they're just going to put as many Dark Tide coins as they can together and pray that they can rebirth at least one player and then go from there, because you are a lone Kurumi. That is scary territory right now. There's anxiety inducing. As WBG, Sleepwalker still got great armor. Very, very weak right now. Obviously lost the fight very early on in the game. And with PP just being a blueberry themselves, it's going to be hard. These guys are very easy to squash and deal with. It's been a chaotic mid-game so far.
So then talking about like dealing as well with survivability, when you look at Kurumi, Poopy, a lot of the time we see Kurumi as the player that everyone gravitates towards taking out as early as possible, but left alone in comparison to something like a Monk or Yuation, how would you rate a Kurumi's chances of surviving?
It's, you know, like I think of it as it's a Monk's duty to protect their Kurumi, make sure that she's not put in a situation where she has to ult unless, you know, obviously, you know, she's getting range pressured. But it's just, I always think that Kurumi can survive if she has to, you know, pop her ult. You know, it's extremely hard to die as a Kurumi, but definitely want to do your part as a Monk to make sure that the Kurumi doesn't get put in a situation where she has to throw her ult out where another Monk is, you know, looking at her.
GG getting chunked out there pretty heavily. Are now on the run from GS. You hear the Roma Yangs wake up, and everybody will be heading towards those, or they'll be heading towards GG, who are absolutely bolting it away from GS. They want nothing to do with that fight. Want nothing to do with them. Heavily chunked out. Did they have their ultimate actually? I don't know if they do. I didn't see.
Akos has his ult, yeah.
Okay, so they do have that to get away. Roma Yangs spawning. Sorry. Oh, excuse me. Spawning up here. It looks like it's going to be GD getting inside this one, and they are going to be taking on XCG.
Well, Kakaishi is taking center position, ready to be able to ult as quickly as possible. XCG immediately playing behind that pillar so they don't get double grabbed. As we're going to be seeing the Monk versus the Monk, and now it's down to the teammates around the Monk to flush the players out and into line of sight. Kakaishi's already been able to find Li Zhenghan, and now goes for that pummel onto Xiaonan, so he's not actually able to find the grabs past him. Kurumi ultimate forced out early from XCG's side as Kakaishi just stomps Xiaonan outside of it. There's the push, the punch to make sure that he's forced to use so much of that precious time with the Monk ultimate to hop back in, and that means that Kakaishi, entirely unfettered by the Monk in front of him, is able to set up a double grab, and now it comes down to GD dealing with Nai HQ on this Yuation, who's actually keeping GD's K at bay to make sure that the Yuation isn't able to find those fierce stagger connections onto the members around him. Nai HQ still alive, not coming under too much focus fire from GD. Will be able to take down Kakaishi as well. And now the numbers are against GD, and despite it being incredibly rough for a start for XCG, a double grab coming through incredibly early on for Kakaishi, XCG are able to recover. Despite the double grab, no one actually goes down early, so GD don't immediately get the advantage of numbers to turn the fights into just stagger lockdown after stagger lockdown.
Well, I don't know if you missed that, but Dongqing basically died as soon as the game that started. They got jumped on immediately, and at that point, there's no Kurumi for the Monk. And that is so doomed. It was really, really rough for GD to pull that back. The fact they survived as long as they did is impressive, to be honest with you. Cutting over now to TE, who are hunting ZK. Oh, poor ZK. Oh, poor ZK. They got the Mystic Might, so they know where he is as well. He's obviously got the blink to try and get as much space as possible, using that pulse sword tech to move away as quick as possible. But TE, if they can find this kill, they first of all take away someone who is a team that is contesting them very heavily right now, but also denying them any points in this game. That is going to be unbelievably rough for J-Team. They got 16 grapples left. The question is are they going to be able to get away? They've even got the blueberry just in that blue armor, so they're easy to pick, easy to kill.
It's not the only thing blue that they have either. They have a bounty on their heads, so even if TE didn't have Mystic Might, they'd still know where this Kurumi's running away from. The good news, there's a silver lining in this, in that this chase is so drawn out that TE are not actually able to use this Mystic Might to find entire other squads. They're going to be able to pick up one kill and not the couple of multi-kills that they could potentially have. ZK has actually been able to survive long enough to see other players around him as well, so he might be able to bait TE into actually taking down a squad and finding 3 kills as opposed to the one that they've been looking and chasing down.
Well, just running into the zone, breaking away as much as possible. It looks like OUG are now just going to gatekeep the edge of that zone and not let ZK back in. But everybody knows that's a rogue squad. Everyone knows they're lone. As GD with this Realm of Yang debuff are going to try and get the kills here onto GS. As Lue, there's a fair amount of HP already. Dongqing getting jumped onto once again, and they are going nice and low, able to take down Xiaohu. Healing from Anne's going to be a little bit too slow, a little bit too late, as Kakaishi loses a fair amount of HP, but JL have come in as a third-party threat to this. Kakaishi's going to go in for the transformation, and JL is just going to wait out the Monk transformation. They know as long as that goes down, they can then come in and third-party. And only Kakaishi, I think, has cleansed himself of the debuff. GD keeping the pressure up onto Lue, able to finish up a kill there. And actually, I do think maybe they have cleansed everybody at this point.
But they definitely have now, given the fact that Dongqing is able to find another kill. So another soul win picked up from them. As JL are waiting in the distance, going to have to go into that zone for just a little bit of replenishment as GS is just clinging on. The problem is they're going to have to move soon, otherwise they're going to die to zone tick. But if they move before JL have left the vicinity, they're also going to die because they're alone zeeping up against all of these other players. The good news for Anne, however, is that they're able to hop into that bubble and instantly get a replenishment on the health. The problem is that Bell was just wrong, and that gives away their location. JL instantly double back, knowing that someone is left behind, and will be able to pick up the kill, given the fact that the Zip had to use the bubble early to be able to heal through that zone, and as a result does not have it to be able to try to outrun JL with the fact that it stops the grapple cancel. As, oh, are we going to see ZK go down in the replay? The grapple cancel onto the Karumi is at least able to put himself onto the base of the tree to make sure that he doesn't get collapsed upon. Karumi ultimate to heal a little bit longer using that golden focus so he's not jumped upon, but he's just going to be forced into the zone. OUG's SS with the merciless havoc. Absolutely no mercy there in dealing with that lone Karumi.
And the Dark Horse from Friday are starting to climb up those standings. They were in third all day, and this is a big, big game for them. The question is how are TE going to be doing? And TE are actually within their sights, currently being collapsed on by the side of GG as well. So OUG could come in third party and take out two teams who are having phenomenal performances. Maybe opening up a win for them at this point. As TXJ jumping in, it does look like GG are able to get the Moral's Blessing. Golden armor onto Miskia. I didn't see what the weapon was, but they've at least got themselves a nice setup on that front as TXJ is just going to pick apart the scraps and what is left over for them at this point in the game. Still got a bit of time, though, until the game does come to a full-on close. 8 minutes 30. So as we can see, the overall scores, GD with 10 kills, OUG have 11 kills, TE have 7 right now. Ventus slipping out of 4th into 5th, only having 2 kills. Not been the greatest day 2 for them, unfortunately. Team who previously did have the kill lead in most kills done from the Repouché. Struggling somewhat coming into day 2 of the grand finals. And I guess, Pubi, how do you handle nerves? Because the players have got to be real nervous right now. Like, how do you think they've been handling their nerves for the last 2 games? Days.
I think they've just been just trying to stay afloat. It's a matter of just getting past the early game into the late game for most of these teams. That's where, as I've said multiple times, that's where most of the kills come out. Although unless it's like the last game where we have a lot of the more aggressive comps, but like for a game like this, it's just making sure that we as a team stay mentally sound and just get to the point where we can create the situations for our team to pick up those kills.
Do you not have any superstitions? Situations and positions. How important is it, especially now that we're actually going to be seeing this zone include a ballista, how important is it in controlling this space that JL currently have over all of these teams around them?
Oh, it's extremely important. This could make or break the game, honestly. Like they could win off of just having this ballista alone, and dominating this area and making sure no team can get up here. That's just how important positioning is.
It definitely looks like that's set up for it because JL also have AS just rocking the Overcomer. doing a little bit of dressage around the base of that tower to make sure that no one is going to be able to grapple up and contest one thing until that ballista has been drained of all of its shots. And you can see teams in the surrounding area, they have an understanding ballista is in play. No one is really wanting to go out into the open where those shots can connect. Everyone's just racing to be able to get themselves around the base of that tower so they're out of line of sight, that the ballista isn't going to be able to connect onto them. But OUG are actually taking this as an opportunity and playing perimeter check. Any team that tries to get past and into the safety of that tower cover has to go past them. But oh my goodness, One Thing just hit such a good mid-air connection of that shot onto the king. That was absolutely filthy.
That was nasty, that shot, actually. A mid-air ballista shot. Able to secure that kill nice and easy. Nomura's blessing has been picked up. I believe it was T who do have it because BBB has golden armor. They had a Flamebringer again. T keep getting Flamebringers. Like, this has got to stop happening. Like, there's a GD who picked up a Blood Ripper or something, and then, like, it's just constant Flamebringers over to the side of TE. These guys are they should enter the lottery, honestly. It's just, luck is in their favor right now. OUG, though, still leading the kill score. Definitely set up for a good game here. The question is how well are they going to end? How is this final section of the game going to go? They've still got 5 minutes left until that circle does come back to a full close. As TE probably don't have the most ideal position right now, but they're not in range of the ballista, and I think that's the only thing they're really fixated on for the moment, is not getting, you know, most of your health bar removed by One Thing, who is quite comfortable up on top of that point, as Sleepwalker has gone for a transformation actually on the low ground of the tower. It's going to lose that transformation now, unable to really find an opportunity to get onto the OUG members. So I was just going to look to try and force them away for the moment. It looks like the tower now has finally been ejected and cleared out, so teams are going to have to reposition in and use these trees. This is where all the Vipers are going to be very happy with this final circle, because there's a lot of trees for them to use to get that verticality and get that big drop down, and the tactical nuke to lock everybody in place. As SS with the staff making quick work of Rain. OUG cashing in on their 12th kill of this game. Lovely stuff from them. Going into squirrel phase and just going to get themselves tucked up at the top of the tree as the circle stops moving, and everybody now needs to find a place to settle before this final circle starts to move.
Yeah, WBG doing the exact same thing. Despite not actually running a Viper, they're just trying to keep Sleepwalker safe for as long as possible so he can hold on to the ultimate for as long as possible. The problem is, like you said, there's a lot of Vipers here, and as a monk, you do not want to have to waste burning that ultimate and then immediately casting out to be able to iframe with the dropout out of a Viper stun. As, ooh, WX98 almost find the stun connection onto the monk into his right side, but they're able to frame through it as a result of that transformation and immediately get swept into the pop of the Overcomer. Aya scooping them up and just not allowing them to be able to reposition. The first time you get hit by it, pretty easy to counter. When you're already in its path, you're never going to be able to slow that pony down, as JL's One Thing is just looking to find these grabs, gets the Kurumi Tether, will be able to drop safely out of the ultimate, but now Ventus' Sanzi throws in that ACOS ultimate to try to knock onto all of these players scrambling for control of middle, so they're not having their back to that zone and pushed away by these Yodos, who are going to be waiting in the wings to be able to play off of the Viper utility. But OUG have lost their mainstay. They've lost the Viper, the set in motion play that they need as the table. They do not have the ultimate to set the Yodo up, and as a result, everyone is playing to TE's tempo. It's going to be the Flamer coming out from them, so no one can contest TXJ.
Oh, no.
And the second that he finds a grab, the barbecue starts up. Li Zhenghen just evaporates in a puff of smoke, fire, and ash, and TE claim another kill.
It's the double Flamer. They just instantly toasted. It's so brutal. TXJ now using that cannon just to build that rage back up. He's already at 53%. He is sitting so comfortable on that front. And like you're saying, OUG without their Viper, they are terrified. They're just playing in the trees. They're going to look to jump down, use the Yoto at the end, try and pick up as many kills as possible. The circle slowly but surely closing in now, keeping everybody in close proximity to one another. GDR knocked out. XCG actually picking up a whole bunch of kills here. Sleepwalker gets himself a grab onto One Feng. Is going to look for the slam down. Has the Kurumi ultimate to try and keep him up, but he's unable to get the slam down in time. He's staggered in the final moment. He's going to pop One Feng into the zone. Sleepwalker's getting all the healing he needs to come in. There's so many players all clustered together in such close proximity. We haven't seen OUG go for their strike yet. They're holding out, waiting as long as possible. There's only 12 players left in this lobby, and TE can capitalize and grab as many kills as they want. The XCG's living and jumps down from the high ground into the midst of all of the action as XCG, Xiaonan able to get the kill onto One Feng there. It's cutting us down to another player. We are seeing the Flamers coming out once again from TE. Slam onto Xiu. Is able to stay alive thanks to a bit of healing. Not going to get re-grabbed though. And that should just be enough to finalize the kill onto them. Lovely grab there by TXJ, but he's now starting to go a little bit low. Xiaonan also going in for a transformation. As TXJ actually gets popped into the zone, and XCG capitalize and take away the kill. A huge amount of kills getting picked up here for them. The King from OUG grabbed out mid-air. They're looking for the slam onto him. He does go down. Can OUG do this? It's all on Xinyu as he's got that ultimate. Can he make it work for him is the question. Trying to find those sword slices. Everybody's getting clustered together. It's getting really scary. Xinyu coming in with the sword. Can he make the damage stick? Can he finish up the lobby? I think he might be able to do so. Gets onto NiHQ. Gets it real low. Somehow, though, he's able to find even more kills, working that kill percentage up. Sleepwalker's low, the cannon's coming in, and there it is. OUG take game number 3.
Oh my goodness. Well, you asked before this match if there are any players that stood out. I think we found one. Jin Yu on that Yodo, deprived of the Viper, able to clutch it out. Waits for the ultimate to be gone, waits for the zone to be able to collapse in so that the Yodo blade, every single time you hit that blade, either you're finding damage connection or you're pushing them off of that connection or just trying to damage out of that damage into that zone tick. And he plays it pixel perfectly. There's no other way of describing it. He plays it to the absolute best that he could have, and OUG come out on top.
I'm muted. Poobie, give me your thoughts. Give me your thoughts after that game, man.
The Yodo ultimate, that was extreme value. I think every slash connected with multiple heads. It was just crazy. And then at the end, even after all those Yodo slashes, the picture perfect Yodo ult, he still was able to pick up more kills because he had the F down, and he was able to use the meteor from the cannon to interrupt the double fight that was going on between Sleepwalker and the end zone. It was a great end zone.
I mean, OUG, they have to be so happy with that. Like, you saw the reaction too of the player cams. The joy on Jinyu's face. OUG may overtake J-Team. May be able to challenge TE for the title that TE currently are in the lead for, because again, J-Team, they struggled. They had a little bit of a poor performance, and OUG, they had a pop-off game. TE, despite not coming in with an MVP, still able to put a decent amount of points on the board as well. So that gap just keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And we thought it would be a two-horse race between J-Team and TE, but J-Team might have fallen out of favor.
Moxie, you thought that. I know that both TE and J-Team are massive coin flip teams. TE are constantly going all heads, but J-Team, it's coming up tails time and time again for them. They're looking bad. They got to get it together. They got 3 more games now, and if these 3 games, any of them are bad, I really feel it just makes it. Well, I mean, what it does is at the end of the day, it means that every game then has to be even better. Every time you have a bad game from this point, like if you have a bad game 4, game 5 and 6 have to be absolute bangers. If game 5 is bad, then game 6 has to be just the most phenomenal, like, record-breaking game possible. And you don't want to be putting yourself in a position going into game 6 going, all right, we need like 34 kills at a first place to win this. Like, because that's not going to happen. And I mean, it can technically happen, but like, realistically, that's not going to happen. So they need to now have good games. These can't just be like, oh, that's great. They got 7 to 15 points. That's all right. They need to have good games, all 3 games. T, on the other hand, off the back of this game, they're now in the point where as long as the next games are just consistently good, they're in a very comfortable position going into that final game 6 to then go, all right, we need X amount of points, or we need, you know, the game to go this way, and then we should just take the title. So it's really on the side of J-Team now to step up. OUG, they've just had a pop-off game. They know they need to have more pop-off games, but that momentum's with them. They've had a bit of a slow start to the day, but now we're starting to see the OUG we did see during day number 1 of the grand finals, and they are starting to step up to the plate. JL as well, also, you know, they are here today. They are here to play. They were my dark horse coming into it, and they have been proving us pretty good across the day, being up there all day long. But 29 points go to OUG at the end of this game. XEG finally showing up a little bit. It might be a little bit too late, but a second place coming in from them, 22 points there. TE 18.5. They're going to be happy with this one. JL with 15 points as well. These guys are playing phenomenally well, but I mean, it's only J-Team. It's only J-Team with a donut right now. They're not doing good. They're in struggleville right now.
Yeah, and I mean, TE as well, like you said that, okay, for the next 3 games, they just have to play consistently good. They've kind of bought themselves one game where they can struggle, right? One game where if they do post below 2 points, they're still going to be ahead by a good margin from J-Team, given the combination that J-Team had a poor performance in the last game and a poor performance in this game, as opposed to TE, who had a little bit of struggle game 6, but coming into game 7 and game 8, absolutely popped off and were able to put a massive amount of points on the board, widening that distance even further. And for TE, a team that is so coin flippy in the past, that's huge because it means so much less pressure. But look at the damage numbers. Is there any doubt that Zinyu is going to be walking away with an MVP? Because 11 kills and 18,888 damage, other than just being incredibly aesthetically pleasing to look at, is a massive amount of burst damage in a Yodo meta that we talk about predominantly. Yodo just not having that burst damage that we've looked to in the past before.
Yeah. It's interesting as well, because when you look at the trifecta of like these hyper-aggressive teams, Yoto's probably the B tier of the 3. You've kind of got like Takeda's like your S tier, like that's the one everybody wants to be playing. Then you got the A tier and the A coast. Maybe that comes down to maybe people not being as practiced on it, but like we heard from TXJ, he was saying it's just the value of the ultimate, and then Yoto. And I think Yoto's weaknesses just come down to her F3 doesn't last as long, so if you're interrupted on that pot, then you're going to be in trouble. So it's more just a space buying ability, more than a healing ability nowadays. And then the ultimate, it's quite easy to tap dodge out of, but when it hits hard, and we're seeing OUG using it to success. I, for one, am very happy to see a bit more of the Yoto. I'm a big Yoto fan, so it's good to see. And there you go, Zinyu with his final ultimate. They just stayed in the tree until the last possible moment, and then just lining up these shots, absolutely phenomenal. Do get jumped onto, but they do grab a kill as well on the way out of that. And then at this point, it's just on Zinyu just to land up these last couple of cannon shots. And they didn't get all of those kills there at the end, but they got enough, and that's what that mattered. That is what mattered. Surprise, surprise on our MVP, let's be real.
It wasn't just that, right? It was also, we talked about all of the value that Yodo ultimate finds. There's a reason we're calling it the perfect Yodo ultimate. It's also because with the connections of the blade, he pushes everyone out of the Kurumi ultimate.
Yeah.
So what could have sustained them through Zinyu just pummeling them with damage, they're barred access from, so he's still able to find those picks. And I mean, stacked on Soul Jade, stacked on damage, stacked on skills. Lovely to see the F3 come through after we've seen so many Yodos with the F1 on our MVP. F3 all around the board just has so much value and allows you to play both aggressively and defensively, something that Zinyu, despite losing that Viper incredibly early on, is still able to walk away and survive long enough to actually be able to see the zone collapse the ultimate when he needs to find the value. Because if he'd been pushed, if he'd been pressured and found out before and had to pop that Yodo ultimate early to be able to reposition with that teleport, we wouldn't see OUG coming in with an MVP. There were a lot of teams that were incredibly close behind them in terms of being able to pick it up.
Pubi, what are your thoughts on OUG and their kind of performance in this game and what you've seen of them so far?
I think you said it best. I think you said they're kind of a coin flippy team. You know, they've had this really, really strong game here, and this could be what they needed to excel them forward. J team, they tried to play it slow, you know, play for the Yang. They didn't get the Yang. They got caught out. They died. Donut game, you know, and this has allowed them to propel forward with their extreme performance this game.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's a needed win and a needed bad game from OUG. So like it felt like a lot of the chips fell in their favor, which I'm sure they're going to be very happy with. But there is still 3 games. So we go into the next section of games is going to be another back-to-back series as well. We saw J Team, they did so good on that first Morris Isle, and then going onto the Holoroth, that's where things started to go on a bit of a downward hill trajectory. I honestly kind of think J Team just suck at Holoroth. I actually started just to come to the assumption, but like they just don't seem to know how to play it, man. Like time and time again, we see them take drops into City of Tang. Nobody drops with them. They get no kills. They then plod on around the map, lost on what to do. They haven't really got the gear to jump into a realm of Yang, so they're like, oh, we don't want to coin flip it. So then they don't do anything, and then they just randomly get found out and die. Like I just feel like they need to really look at their Holoroth. Obviously, you're not going to be changing your Holoroth for the last Holoroth of the tournament, but I think they really need to look at it going into next season and say, okay, this map doesn't seem to be working for us. Why? What is going wrong here for us as a team on this map? And you know, it's definitely a ways to go. I think there's a bunch of teams who still have like weaknesses that really need looking at, but like being bad at Holoroth at this point I think is inexcusable. You've had a whole season and a world championship, and now most of this season, when I say most of this season, I mean there's 3 games left, so you've had, you know, so much time, so much exposure to this map. You should know where you're at, but oh my word, TE 173.9 points is going to be their overall points. OUG 145.8. They got a way to go, but J Team have been passed, and I'm gonna put my hands up. I put OUG as a dark horse on Friday. Right now they're in 2nd. I couldn't be more proud of them. Great little chipmunks.
Well, JL too.
JL
like,
as well.
Look at the difference in points between JL and J Team. There's a very real reality that J Team lose out in the podium finish. If they don't have a clean next 3 matches, JL is potentially going to bypass them and push them even further down this leaderboard. And the problem for J Team is that we still have 1 game of Holoroth left waiting in the wings after this map.
Yeah, I mean, proud of me. I am the prediction god. What can I say? I get everything right. I'm reverse Moxie. She'll say something 100% right, and it will be broken by just a caster curse. I, on the other hand, just pull stuff out my bum, and it works every time. We're going to pass it over for our interview after that game number 3, and we're back for game number 4 in a moment. See you in a sec.
Hi guys, welcome to the post-game interview. I'm Leah. So this time we might access from the team OUG to our interview. So please say hello to our audience first. 也是先请苏苏跟我们大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 OUG 的 SS。
Okay, welcome. So it's such a wonderful game, but I want to know, how do you think, which is the key point for this time's victory? 那苏苏觉得这一把胜利的关键是什么呢？
我们运营的好，然后我们的妖刀姬梅花桩的关键。
Because we have a really wonderful management in this game, and our Yudo is the key point. So you can see we have a lot of fans come to our place, and you can hear they are cheering you up here. So like, how do you feel when you're hearing the cheering? 那其实我们有很多观众来到我们的现场，听到他们的呐喊声，什么感觉在打比赛的时候？
很激情，很紧张。
Okay, so I feel really excited, but I also feel like more nervous when I play in the game. Okay, so let's move on to our answer for treasure. So this time's question is, which team is leading the scoreboard now? 那其实这一次我们的问题是哪一个队伍领先我们的积分板呢？当然这个问题不需要我们苏苏来回答。But I also have to ask you, like after this game, maybe this is the lowest time your team can get the grand finals champion. So like before this game, how do you think about your target? 那其实这一把过后可能是你们离冠军最近的一次，这一把之前你们的目标是什么呢？
保4争1吧。
Okay, actually before this game, our target maybe like top 4, but after this game， 那这一把拿下大分之后，现在目标有没有明确一些？
能冲肯定是要冲一下的。
Okay, so I think these games victory gave us a really strong support to get the champion. Okay, so maybe please Susu count down the time. 那也是先请 Susu 给我们倒计时一下。
3, 2, 1.
Okay, screenshot. And don't forget to check your mailbox. Do not miss surprise, everyone. Okay, so like, you know, after this victory, you also have 20 points. Like after TE, so what's your plan for the following games? 那其实这一把过后，可能还需要有20多分的差距。那之后的比赛，你们有一个怎么样的规划呢？
加把劲，然后能冲的话就冲一下，然后稳住前3就行。
Okay, we will like play more harder, and we want to make sure we can at least get top 3 at last. So we saw the card of your team, so. Like, is that a kind of also a key point for your victory? 那其实我们也看到了你们有那个扑克牌，这个意味着什么呢？
制胜法宝。
Okay, so SS show us the card of the team, and this is the treasure of the team. We can see the king on it. Okay, well, so how do you think the king's performance today? 那觉得路人王前表怎么样？
可以的，表现很好。
觉得他有进步吗？
有进步很大。
Okay, so I think he have a really great performance today, and also he have a really great like improvement in this season, also in the grand final. 那也是非常感谢苏苏来到我们的采访席，当然也是祝你们的队伍在之后可以稳住现在的状态，然后继续努力。Okay, thanks Susu. Come to our interview. Good luck to you in the following games. Okay, that's all for the interview. Bye bye, everyone.
关于这次决赛，有意向竞争冠军的队伍有21支，复活赛结束，其中7支战队是承受不了这个强度的，那么就剩下14支队伍了。
替神的意思呢？今天请大家过来聚一聚，我们把冠军定一下。除了冠军以外，各位有其他要求，替神都可以满足你们。
那我第一个来，我没什么太大的要求，拿冠军就可以了。
替神，你说的是吉尼杯战神吗？我级别50还没说话，轮得到你在这里装模作样吗
？2年前的劫杯武神就别吹了，不到火罗国不会打，只听过6场的神，还有2场的神吗？
我们有不死流，还有妙杀佛，我们隐身回血。
我承认阁下的不死流很强，如果我如果掏出 F3霓虹叶，阁下又将如何应对？
好了，别纸上谈兵了。单场49.8分的记录是我们队拿的，我需要跟你们这些狗分队来商量谁是冠军吗？
你们队的小虎确实挺猛的。
啊？
算了，5星9吧。你不是说你在小区篮球赛狂砍81分算了？复活赛在座的大佬有谁参与？
复活赛怎么了？有些队伍进周决还痛哭流涕呢。
我愿意捧杯，替大家哭。
哎，小兄弟虽然没有见过什么大世面。 但是早些年在江湖上还是有一些响当当的名号的。
反正总决赛夺冠粉丝见面会已经安排好了，树立一下在女粉心目中的形象，你们就别吵了。
粉丝见面会是给熊猫人办的吗？长得像个方块一样。
你什么意思？
你还是管好你家昊天吧，见着飓风哥多动一动。没事，走2步。总决赛是引地气还是起飞加蒸发啊？
算了，我不跟复活赛的人一般见识。 总决赛我们都已经备战半个月了，论战术我们有世界第15成，论成绩我们有上届节杯冠军，你们拿什么跟我们比？
哎，小雕啊，拿冠军还得是有资格的，你们神经刀了1个赛季，我们可是统治了整个常规赛啊！
替神，你们统治常规赛已经2年了，你看我还收藏着你们去年打中决赛的纸尿裤呢。
江湖上兄弟们给你面子，叫你一声替神。 真要说成绩，你们还得坐在最边上。
哎，既然都说到这个份上了，那是没得谈喽。我就直说了，这次总决赛和以往不同， 我不是针对谁，我是说在座的各位都是垃圾。
唉，都睡了一个赛季了，该起床活动活动了。
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the NBPL. We're getting ready to go into game number 4, back on Tomorrow's Isle. I'm curious, how this is going to go as we go from game 4 into game 5. We've talked about this a lot. We kind of theorize what it's like when you have very little downtime in between games. We might as well ask Pooby. Pooby, what's it like if you got to play like a game and then you have like barely time for a toilet break and then you jump into your next game? What is your mindset when you got kind of almost like a marathon run of a game?
There's not much time to really dwindle on like your mistakes. You just have to like basically slap yourself in the face and just reset your mind and get ready for the next game.
The violent approach, I love it. All right, so obviously going on to Morris Isle again. I believe this is the one where we won't see as many monks because that was a bit of a 50-50 split. Like 50% of the lobby were like, let's go aggressive. 50% of the lobby went, nope, let's go monk. I think this is a map time. I can't remember I think this is dusk.
We just had dusk.
We just had dusk. Where are we at then? We've had day, we've had dusk, night. It's night. It's nighttime. There we go. It's nighttime. So yeah, there's gonna be a lot of fireflies. This is gonna be a chaotic game. If you're new to NARAKA, you don't really understand like how the times of day affects the comps. It's because you can get Fireflies at this time of the day, which give you Rage, which means you can get your ultimate pretty much immediately on spawn. So you see these Cicadas, you see these Acoses come out, and everyone just goes ham. It's farming kills time. Everyone uses their reverse because they're just constantly looking for those action and those kills. This is going to be an explosive game, like we had in game number 2. I expect it to move very, very fast. I'm excited for this one.
I mean, I'm excited to, because Poopy and I, we were having a discussion when we were all on break, and Poopy was saying that he thinks that J-Team aren't out of it just yet, and I agree with him. They've had some pretty poor performances in the last 2 matches, but the last 3 matches of the day have consistently been where J-Team come in onto their own, and Jake, you experienced it as well the last time on Friday, where J-Team do incredibly mid for the first couple of maps, and then on that game number 6 just come in and knock it out of the park.
I mean, the fact they open on a good game for J-Team is almost a scary thing for a bunch of teams, because most teams know they come alive in the second half of the day. So it is going to be a bit like, oh, they've already won a game and now they got to come back, and this is where they thrive. This is where they're at their best. I do think, I don't know if it's very much, if it's like they just seem to come alive in the last half of the day, or if it's just like a kind of a mental thing. I think the thing about J-Team is they're a team who have incredibly resilient mentals and they're able to bounce back so effectively. Where I feel like TE are the polar opposite. I feel like they're a team who, you know, when the wind's in their sails, they're great, but the moment that falls away from them, they crumble. And I do worry that if TE do start to experience some bad games, the lead that they built up could quickly start to disappear. Anyway, before we get going into game number 4, I believe we had a chat with OUG, so we'll see what they had to say, then we get ready for game number 4.
我觉得应该可以拿更好的成绩，因为今天也有几波失误，导致我们就没拿到足够的分数。后续的话就再接再厉就行了。就是我觉得我就是那种承担责任的，然后给队友鼓励的那种，但是有些时候我做指挥心态还是有点不太好，还是得改一下这个心态。有机会的话就可以是，但是他们2个长得比较帅嘛，就让他们多上上镜头。
Nice there to hear from OUG's SS, as we can see them on screen. They are Zen, the king. Either he's asleep or he's just Zen. Look at him, ready to go into this next game. That is a comfortable man. That's what you need. You don't want to see these people nervously playing with their hand warmers, looking all sweaty and scared. Just comfortable and ready to go. TE as well. They look pretty in the zone. They look pretty ready. Discussions about what's going to be the game plan for this game, what they're going to do. But every time we look at TE, it's these stats at the bottom that always scare you. It doesn't matter what the stat is. They are just number 1 in every stat. They are just crazy good at it.
They haven't played the Yoda comp yet either. Like, that's the thing that I'm terrified about, because when they play the Yoda composition, TE, once they drop, they don't stop. They literally just continue to aggress into every single team that they can find. And sometimes it works out amazingly for them, and they can come in and just break records. Like the amount of kills picked up in Trios in one singular match, TE held for I think it was like a week after J-Team had broken it the week prior, and then Ventus came through and put 28 and blew both those teams out of the water. The problem for TE, the reason why we talk about them being such a coin-flip team, is that if they lose that first fight after the hot drop, they don't really know how to play from that disadvantaged position. They're very used to being the most aggressive and the most outfitted team in the lobby. If they lose that, then they can very quickly lose their sense of way.
Yeah, absolutely. I will say though, too, this in favor of TE, typically if we see them lose like an early fight, that seems to shatter them. We've seen them lose quite a few early fights today, and they've actually still been able to get good loot. They've still been able to play well. So I actually feel there's an element of, they've obviously been working on whatever's been kind of plaguing their kind of mental going in to each game. And, you know, they don't look as nervous to take some fights like they used to. They don't look like taking a single loss seems to affect them like it used to. They're definitely a team who've kind of got their head screwed on in the right place. The question is it's exhausting. They're playing 6 games a day. They've obviously been very kind of building up towards this. Saturday wouldn't have been a quiet day for them. They're going to be coming into this Sunday matches feeling very, very kind of wired and geared in from playing so many like practice matches and scrims and all that. They play a lot in NARAKA. It's the exhaustion. You had a 12-game grand final, and you are now in those last 3 games. That home stretch is all about keeping that energy up for these next 3 games. We are going on to Morosai all night. Well, let's see what the Hero Select's going to look like. Not a single bald head in sight. I'm a happy boy.
Yeah, not a lot of Yodo, interesting enough, either. EWG Alliance going to be running it. TE, they're also not fielding the Yodo. Instead, they're going to be running Takeda as that burst damage with TXJ and the Matari and LYD on that supportive role of Temi. GG going to be fielding alongside a lot of these other teams building towards that Yodo previous position, now usurped by Akos, as we talked about it. Yodo does feel like the B tier in terms of burst damage here at the moment, obviously eclipsed by Akos, who sits on the A, and Takeda on that highest perch on the S.
So, Phoebe, why do you feel that like the Yoto isn't getting utilized as much? Because we just saw from OUG what that can do in the final circle. Why do you think that Yoto is so much lower in the priority right now?
Well, after Akos does the old, that kind of does, around, if not more, all the damage that Yoda ult does, he still has his ult. He still has the dominance with his, unable to be staggered by light attacks when he's jumping white. Then he has the purple priority on the lunge, which guarantees an uppercut, after. He's still able to cause a lot of, damage after the Yoda, and Yoda just doesn't have that. Yoda has that really dominant ult, but Akos has more. That's kind of why you see that.
Value for rage, so to speak.
Yeah.
That's what it is. You invest your rage and you get a higher value out of it. Makes sense. It does make sense why that seems to be the case. Just having a quick look at the maps and where everybody is dropping. J-Team, they pretty much always drop Sunwing's Rest. That is one of their most comfortable drop spots, and they will be joined by a bunch of other teams because they're not the only team that drops there. OUG, they just start out with purple armor. That's how this game starts for them. A purple dual sword, purple armor. Oh no, my word.
It's that they have full control of Grove at the moment. Battery are going to contest them for it. The reason is that all 3 of these buildings, top, middle, and lower, when you break those boxes, you get money. You also get items from them. That's how they've been able to pick up so much loot so quickly on. The problem is that Jinyu is actually falling incredibly low. Will be able to push onto Marman using those dual blades to such devastating degree. As Zinyu, despite falling low in that first opening, going to be able to survive OUG's SS, taking it upon themselves to lead the third-partying Ventus away from the majority of his team, as XEG have now also come to play. There's a reason that these teams want this space. They want the coins. They want to be able to roll for Soul Jades before that first gate of Yang spawns up so they can have that leg up, but they're going to have to pay in blood for that privilege, as Nai HQ is under the fire of that Akos ultimate, just doing so much damage. You want to talk about value for rage? There it is, Sanzi, with the increased mobility as well as that massive damage burst that Akos provides in the ultimate form, rips through OUG and absolutely dismantles them.
That's so sad as well for OUG, because OSS is their player who got that good loot start. He got the purple armor, the purple weapon, and then immediately is hounded and taken down. Just so many teams in the area. This is a absolutely bloodthirsty start to the game. OG did not want to be wasting any time. They wanted to get those kills. They wanted to get those loots and snowball the game after what was an amazing game number 3, but has crumbled a little bit for them, losing SS at the beginning of this one. As Sleepwalker are keeping the chase up onto Bowder here. Seeing if WBG can close that gap. PP with the purple armor and the blue nunchucks is pretty heavily set up here. It's actually a purple pole sword as well for Sleepwalker, so very effective. Is going to look to try and get the lockdown with that Viper stun. Is going to connect Moon, not breaking that one. Down they go. WBG able to pick those kills up. And now may chase a little bit further in as Ventus WX98 was watching the fight from a rooftop, but not hidden. So he's just going to take himself a smack. Have Ventus all got purple armor? I feel like they're all geared up right now, which is crazy at this point in the game. Absolutely mad luck.
That's worrying.
That is 2 WBG members down. They have 2 people with purple armor and purple weapons.
Yeah, well, one
Ventus
of
are
them they
stacked.
picked up from OUG. Remember, OUG found
Yeah.
purple armor very quickly on, but then Sandy just dismantles SS who had it. Were able to pick up one from there. And then they've covered a lot of ground too, with some really high tier cloves. To be able to pick themselves up a second set of purple, as Ventus and ZU will be able to take down WBG's PP. Bowder's Maumam not going to be able to find that connection of the Viper ultimate, as they are able to push and TP outside of it. And the thing is that Ventus still have ultimates to play with as well. They've burnt the Wuchen and TP, yes, but I believe WX98 still has that Viper ultimate. So unfortunately, Bowder, even if they know where they Wuchen and TP to, can't push that engagement, otherwise they're walking right into the stun setup, as TE have also been able to equip themselves with loot, but not kills, as Bowder actually chose to rubber band back onto Ventus. Oh, this could be devastating. There's the Viper ultimate that we were talking about. As WX98 does go down, but Sansi's able to trade. Lion TT falls. Sansi, however, isolated away from his team, might be caught out. Silence does connect as well onto Sansi, so he's not able to use any of his utility to make a break for it. As Marin's able to push onto ZU now that the Akos has been moved away, but Sansi coming back in with the ultimate, looks for the connection onto the members of Bowder. The more members that he hits, the more damage that he does. Windwall comes through, but Sansi has Marin incredibly low. Marin has to step up to the plate to absorb the damage, but Sansi with the jump pushes past his head. He still is able to find the plate. He's able to actually pick up the soul bloom and replenishes health. Gets the uppercut confirmation into the hit, and Sansi walks away with the clutch.
That was so insane. How did he pull that off? Akos
I mean,
so much
we
damage, man.
talked about it.
That's
It's
two
just the
times.
jump into confirm.
The Aquos value, it's insane. That's twice we've seen it this one game.
Ventus are just getting spoon-fed kills. They're 9 kills in, by the way, already. Like, this is an insane amount of kills. Somewhere, somehow, J-Team have been able to pick up 3 kills. So it's at least they started off fairly strong. It's TE this time who started off a little bit slower, a little bit more calm. And GS are actually already out of the lobby. That is them eliminated as our first team out very early on into this game. As looks like TE are on the hunt here. See if they can find any teams in the area. As Alliance are just clinging to the walls and waiting to see if they can get their skill rushes off onto anybody who comes and springs their trap. It does look like the sandstorm comes out. TE have found out onto these lot. They get themselves a whole bunch of damage off immediately with that longsword. BBV, they're just grouped. This is so easy here for TE with this comp to be able to find this one, as in comes the interrupts, in comes the follow-ups, in comes the finish-ups, as down TE will take the lives of the Alliance members one by one. Lin falls, there's only one left. Lucky is going to have to pull a miracle out here, and they're just being juggled around. Never fight Takeda inside their minds, because you're just too clustered and you're going to eat so much damage. That was pretty brutal. That was pretty brutal.
I mean, for Alliance, though, they were kind of stuck, right? They didn't have anywhere that they could really run to. And if they'd been able to find a connection of the Viper ultimate, that same advantage of the scenery that played so well into TE's hands with that Takeda is there for the Viper as well. As we're going to get to see how J-Team was able to come in with those kills potentially, as a 101 TM breaking out of that Viper stun, now immediately pushing on back to these members of GG. Really good Temmie with connection as well for Eagle to be able to grab these members of GG and just hold them in position so that J-Team can turn their focus to the players around them entirely unimpeded. And they will be able to find those free kills, as we can have a look at OUG fighting outside of the zone. Unfortunately, it looked like they were chasing down XCG Xiaonan, who had no choice but to just throw the Viper to the wolves so that NIHQ could try to make a break for freedom towards the shop and maybe pick up a rebuff charm, as JL having a little bit of a slower game, also running alongside that Akos. Going to actually do pop that no ult zone just so that they're going to be able to free up a little bit of time to go through that Rift Titan. I want to talk about Ventus for just a little bit longer, because it should be noted Ventus were one of the teams in the last chance qualifiers who actually experimented with Akos. In fact, they were the only team who experimented with Akos, and it didn't look great, I'm not going to lie, but you can see that in the downtime that they've had between Last Chance qualifiers and these finals, they have been working on getting the coordination of this ACOS composition down to an absolute art. And it means that Sansi already has experience on the hero and understands exactly how to use the tech kit that Poopy was highlighting to an absolute devastating degree.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they picked it up very quickly. They practiced on it, and they are looking really, really formidable with it. J-Team are got eyes on right now, just on the edge of Sunwing's Rest, are getting themselves into this realm of Yang. They want to be taking it. They're going to be taking up JJH, because a quick look at their Soul Jades. Not the most equipped, but either way, I think they'll be pretty happy with this and see if they're going to be able to pull this win off versus JJH. Remember, J-Team, they need this game to go well for them if they want any hopes of catching up with the other teams who are starting to pull away from them on that top end of the table. As ZK opens up in the water, gets a clang down, does a fair amount of damage to his shield there. Has got the ultimate, is going to get the charge through. Godly takes a bunch of damage. Sandstorm comes out. ZK does eat a Takeda ult to himself, but gets the 3-man stagger back. Is going to get the answer back onto Eagle, though. Caught out by the Wisp. Head-to-hits onto ZK. He's trying to dodge away. Catches out another F onto the members. Got one left in the tank, but in comes the counter from Water. ZK switches out into another pole sword. Has still got that last charge. Has actually used it, sorry. Is going to get some damage off here for the moment as 1-on-1 TN's being caught out by the Hector once again. Finished up nice and simple. J-Team struggling, crumbling. Only ZK left, and he's got to somehow pull off the 1 versus 2. His health bar is liquefied, and JJH take the win.
Oh, that's tough. ZK actually threw out the blue focus on that pole sword twice. The first time he's able to get it past the parry, he baits the parry and then is able to throw the blue in front of it. The second time, JJH have wised up to the antics. They know that the blue is being thrown and they are able to time the parry. And we do see that the backup pole sword come through to be able to put the blistering edge to work, but because ZK is so occupied, he hasn't actually been able to use the pole sword to zone space for J-Team to be able to work with. As a result, he's not only removed from the fight with that Takeda ultimate, just doing very little that J-Team are looking for to just lock a kill down before the ultimate runs out. He's not in position to be able to peel when a lot of aggression comes down onto his two teammates with that pole sword to create that space and stop JJH from just stagger locking those members. And J-Team now are in a really rough spot, not only in terms of the leaderboard, we've talked about it, but so much of the post-match. They need to have a good game. They're going to be needing to pick up a good fight in the next 3 minutes and a half. Otherwise, they're going to go down to Yang depletion.
Yeah, they actually just got a bounty on JJH as well, so they know where they are if they want to go try and take that rematch, but maybe not quite feeling that. They do see GG. Gonna catch Miskir with the grapple there from ZK. Has got his ultimate up and ready to go when he wants to fire that out, but they're actually deciding not to take the fight versus GG and maybe actually looking to try and get some revenge on JJH. They know where they are, but that's 3 minutes now at this point. This is risky. This is real risky from them, but they're going for it.
Well, not only is it risky because it's taking them longer to actually be able to push onto this team, they know that there's another team in the area. So if they try and run away from JJH now, they're going to be going into a third party. If they take too long against JJH, they're going to go into a third party.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, ZK already catches onto Water. Water loses a lot of HP immediately, throws down the ultimate himself. ZK's been caught, trying to get some damage off. Water's already caught J-Team. This is a much cleaner fight this time around, as Godly getting himself chunked out. ZK keeping the pressure up onto him, trying to avoid out the Wisp this time. Godly just can't move. J-Team, they look like a different team from the last fight, last time they fought these guys. Godly chunked, Godly healing up as much as possible, but finally he is going to go down. There goes the Bird's Might on them, and JJH, as soon as they get the blessing, the buff from that realm of Yang, they are instantly going to be losing it, as 101 TN will make quick work of it. Cleanse there for J-Team, 6 kills in. They're going to be happy with that. Probably not the way it went about, but at least they do walk away with those extra kills, and they don't have that debuff on anymore.
It feels as well that they immediately diverted to JJH because they understood the composition that JJH were running. And you can see that adaptation coming through onto J-Team. They understand they have to find those kills and that fight win quickly, not just for the Yang depletion, but also for that potential third party to prevent it from coming into play. And so they just throw in the Temi lockdown immediately, pushing onto one player and finding that numbers advantage that they're looking for, as Ventus are able again to put this ACOS to such devastating impact. As we are going to see Alliance having to use luck Lucky's Yoda ultimate to try and clean a little bit of space away from Ventus's follow-up. Onto that, the WX98 with the full meter dump on the nunchucks. Only has to use half of it. He's got Dragon's Rush. That nunchuck charge is building up by the second, and he knows exactly where Alliance are trying to scamper away to. The Wuchen TP gone. Lucky's got a bounty on his head as well, and Ventus are coming to collect the swap onto the range just to try and deter Ventus, break the shield so that Zwan can come in with this Viper ultimate. Stands incredibly close, is not going to actually be able to break away, and it forces Ventus into using that Wuchen TP. Now that Alliance have bought themselves a little bit of time, they can look to try to lengthen the distance between themselves and Ventus, who were immediately coming back in, understanding that both the Wuchen TP and the Viper ultimate are going to be on cooldown for Alliance. And Ventus, despite just using that Wuchen TP, they've still got WX98's Viper ultimate. They've been able to isolate Zwan, chasing him away from the pack, and it looks like Alliance are just conceding this one player. No, Lin comes back in. He steps in front of WX98, looking for the peel, looking to create an opening so that Zwan can actually try and turn this onto Ventus. WX98 is pummeled between the two members. All the Alliance is able with the nunchucks to escape a little bit, but Lin with the bow shot finishes him off, and it was looking so good for Ventus, but Alliance turned the fight on its head, baiting Ventus into thinking that there's a free kill, and then immediately rubber banding back in as Lucky charges up the scale rush, goes straight into the
No way!
He's got the Yoda ultimate to be able to finish off Sandy and the Eagles for 2.
No way did they pull that off. Lin jumping in singing "I Can Be Your Hero, Baby" and actually saves the day for Alliance. Zorn does go down, but they are going to be able to pick him up in the nick of time. JJH are in the area though, so they need to run real quick. But Alliance, the EU team, coming up huge there, and actually 5 kills deep into this game. Absolutely phenomenal stuff from them. They get all of the good armor from Ventus as well, and Ventus are out of this lobby. That is horrifically bad for them. JL might be getting their hands on a free Realm of Yang unless J-Team are feeling it. They are waiting it out as long as possible, seeing if someone wants to come in and maybe third party, or maybe they just don't want to risk it again. They did lose their last one, but they are waiting it out as much. They are really waiting for this, actually.
I mean, look at that comp. They're running a Temi, and we've talked in length about how Temi can be problematic in running into a Gate of Yang, but J-Team decide to take it.
Yeah, they lost their last one. Let's see if they can win this one. This time they are playing into a Yuetian version of the ACOS comp. As jumping down, ZK immediately strips AS of his armor. Lovely charge collect there. Gets the ultimate down, and AS is just going to be put in the blender. Throws his ultimate out, but if that ACOS goes down quick, this is going to be problematic. Caught up in the air, trying to jump away for the moment. Transform comes out from one Feng. ZK is taking a whole bunch of damages. They're trying to get onto AS, not letting him get an opportunity to hit. Next chunk of the ult comes out from ZK. Gets a whole bunch of additional damage onto AS. They're trying to play interrupts. This Yuetian is buying time here. Health bar's going very low on ZK, but same for AS and ZU. Once one Feng times out, ZK should be okay. He's trying to just dodge away, but he's being staggered, he's being pinned, he's being locked down. But the turnaround here for J-Team is ZU goes down. They're almost through the UASN transformation, and ZK has refused to die. Eagle jumping up in the sky. One Feng caught out, and he is the only one left standing. J-Team with a phenomenal victory here inside the realm of Yang, and they're making it look so good.
They turn it around. It looked really rough. But Eagle and ZK, 101 just refuse, like you said, to die. The fact that ZK just does not go down and continues to be able to hound pressure from the sidelines with that pistol, chipping away at those armors, is so huge for J-Team, because not only does that mean that they're going to be able to not have to worry about finding Yang depletion soul blooms, they are also able to scale into the next area of this match because they're able to immediately open up a box and boost their armor that they were running, because they needed that loot. They needed it badly. Not as much when you're running that Monk composition, because obviously Decatur Ultimate doesn't scale with it, but you still want that lifeline to be able to pressure the teams around you. Where maybe if a team like TE runs into a team and they see blue armor, they say, okay, green light, we can immediately crush them like gnats. If they see legendary armor, they're going to second guess.
So, Pubi, what do you think the J-Team did right in that second Realm of Yang, which they did wrong in the first?
ult tempo. Definitely, if you noticed, especially like when they came back and fought. I can't think of the name of the team, but after they had lost, they had jumped on the exact same team after the bounty.
JJH?
JJH. They initiated a lot quicker. All the ults were down, and the split, the positioning of the other team was also a factor. But mainly how quickly they're using their ults. That sets like you don't. There are times when you want to be the second ult, but there are also times when you want to be the first ult. And in those situations, where they won, they were the first ults that were used. So that's definitely plays a big part in the tempo of the ults being used and them being able to come out on top.
That's been a problem for J Team in the past as well. I'm sure, Jake, you remember the days of Gates of Yang where we would see Uasians just hold on to that second transformation and allow double grabs to come through. J Team was one of the most problematic when it came to holding onto those ultimates. So good to see that they've identified that they need to sometimes be that aggressive team making that first move.
And that to me screams that actually what happened there was they kind of, after that last loss, figured out immediately what went wrong, and it's just they actioned it so quickly. That's definitely a discussion they had in the heat of the game. You know, they were okay. We took JJH this time out because we were smart about how we ran that fight, and that's exactly what they then went and did into the next round with Yang. Also, another thing which we did miss out, they didn't keep getting caught by Tammy Wisps. Like, there was probably like 3 Tammy Wisps that connected in that first round with Yang, right? Like, they just kept eating them. JL are currently chasing one for a kill here. They've just got the ACOS and the Takeda comp going here. They really need to find some kills, and I say that as they kill Moon, so they will be able to cleanse one person with the debuff. The rest of the team are keeping the pressure up onto the remainder members of Bowder. As JL just healing up as quick as possible and then wanting to keep this chase going. They have caught out on to Malman, so Malman will be next up in the meat blender. That is JL. Another cleanse comes through. They're going to make sure that goes over to one of their players. There's WBG Jing chasing Bowder's Lion TT and herding them towards JL, almost to help them get that cleanse going. As J-Team, though, are in the area and will be looking to maybe pick up a couple of kills. The cleanse comes in. JL are going to be happy off the back of that one as WBG chasing up forward. So with a lot of ultimates committed by JL, they just want to disengage. They do not want to be hanging around. As
one thing missed the Soul Bloom.
Oh no!
One thing missed the Soul Bloom. The kill came through from JL, but he isn't actually able to pick up the Soul Bloom because OUG intrude in and they all just have to book it.
That is really bad. That is really bad for them. They're going to try and heal up and get away, but like you said, they need to keep the fight going now, but they've got that Soul Bloom that hasn't been quite ticked off, and unfortunately, it does look like one thing with 18 seconds left.
Yeah, he had to ult too to be able to escape, but he's about to go down. He's going to have to drop ultimate early if he wants to be able to pick up that Soul Bloom. He's just leading all of these players in the area away from his 2 teammates, but look at the loot. Because they'd lost that Gate of Yang, JL is still sitting on blue armor.
Yeah, they are a little bit weak, unfortunately, and down they go. Nice and easy kill there for JJH. Bit of a freebie. A rebirth charm was picked up, so they will be able to get ZU back. It's not the end of the world for them, but the problem is we're very late in the game. If they can find a place to go get that revive off, the major problem they're going to have is they're going to have no gear. Like, you're spawning in with grey gear at this point. You're going to be significantly weaker than the rest of the lobby.
They're not running Tammy either. Because they fielded both the Uasian, Takeda, and ACOS, they don't have an ultimate to just lock down Amara's Blessing and immediately pick up for being this late in the game without gear. And speaking about without gear, well, maybe JJH have stolen it all because, oh my goodness, the yellow on this team. They are making it rain soldiers.
That's a dream setup, that is. Ever I've seen one. I do feel that like this revive might be a little hard to pull off when TE is standing next to the Soul Altar. Like, how are you going to be able to pick a teammate up?
Honestly, you're not. They actually have straight AS.
No, and one thing. Okay, that's not getting used. J-Team actually keeping a little bit of extra damage out there. Are just going to force them away. They're going to grab whatever they can off the back of AS's Karen. There's 1-on-1 TN also making his way back to J-Team. J-Team, we said they needed a good game. They are having that good game. They're going to go do a little bit more shopping, grab as good a loot and as good a setup as they can before this game does come to an end. 7 minutes left on that timer. And it's going to be, actually, with 25 people in the lobby, I expect this to go a little bit more slow for the next couple of moments, just while the circle's fairly large. It's fairly easy for these teams, especially with the current terrain, to kind of find a tree or a house to scuttle in and just kind of wait out the storm of the upcoming action.
Again, it's sort of everyone eyeing up that estate that they want to be in control of when the ultimates come through. You want somewhere where you're going to be safe from the poke phase or the buccaneer phase, as you like to call it, as we're seeing all of the swaps come through. TE with the musket this time around. I haven't seen them actually pick up a flamer just yet, so that's a little bit of an anomaly for TE today. But hey, Morris Blessing still spawning up, so maybe they're able to pick one up there. But for Takedas, they want to be able to find these buildings. They want to be able to find space where they're going to be able to hole up and hold on to that ultimate for as long as possible. For the Viper, again, high ground. JL, by the way, it felt like we're actually able to get that rebirth off. This is why it is unfortunately so tragic that they lose 2 players in the process. They are still in this lobby, but it's only that Takeda left alive since they had to sacrifice those players when they went to the Soul Altar and were subsequently caught out by all of the teams surrounding it, waiting for an easy kill to come their way. As J Team, a little bit more out in the open at the moment, not really pushing towards the central belt of the zone, sticking towards the fringes, which is something that we have seen J Team prefer to do, since it keeps them out of focus from all of the teams around them, and make sure that they're able to hold on to resources for as long as possible, as OUG are just threatening the space, essentially shouting out, hey, we have Dragon's Rush, don't come close, otherwise you're going to be put in a blender.
Oh, the waiting game starts. Lin does a little bit of poke as they try to get themselves set up in a tree. But it is very much just a waiting game at this point. And having a quick look at the overall scores, TE currently have 3 kills, OUG have 3, but J Team are leading the charge with those 10 kills. And if this game continues to go well and they win the lobby, then the sweat may start for TE going into those last 2 games. I did say that J Team are pretty horrendous at horror off though, so there is at least probably a little bit of comfort going, okay, well next map's horror off, but TE, there's still plenty of people left in this lobby for them to kill, so keep our eye on how they actually play out these next few stages. Is just using those multi-shot bow with the flame arrow, sorry, onto Sleepwalker. Not Sleepwalker, onto who's up the tree? I've forgotten already. Water. Thank you, Water.
Which is ironic because his namesake should probably put out the fire tick, but unfortunately not so much, as OUG's SS with the Viper ultimate not actually able to find the lockdown onto JLZU, but has done enough to be able to push them back, as it is just coming down to who wants to control what space. Whoosh and TP coming out to be able to evacuate from the top of tree, and again now used another team using it. The problem here is that when you use that Witch and TP, you don't know where you're TPing to a lot of the time with how fast you have to be at choosing your location, as Xiao Liui is going to actually be able to use that Viper Sun. We'll be able to connect onto 2, but it's so low in health that he just has to scroll back up the tree, and it instead becomes an opening for EWG's Uran to poach away the kill, as Sleepwalker is going to be able to get TP'd onto the top of the building roof with that Viper ultimate, looking to lock the players down on the low who were trying to take advantage of the Morris Blessing. Won't be able to find a kill, but is doing a very good job of securing that space for WBG, but PP on the low ground goes into the blender that is a coordinated full free stack of J Team and disappears.
Yeah, that's going to be the 11th kill over the side of J Team. Once again, TE with golden armor and flamers. I don't understand how they do this, but they always consistently have flamers every game today. They've been able to pick one up and just using that to kind of buy themselves a little bit of space. A quick old weapon switch in the cannon hill up there for VVV. It's just going to find an opportunity. ZK, the rest of J Team quite happily actually holding on to this high ground. Getting the cannon shots down, building those rage bars up as much as possible. ZK does eat a cannon shot to the face and a repeating crossbow follow, so he may be forced off that high ground now, unable to really do too much about that, as JJH take themselves to the top, as ZK jumps in, tries to ego check them, as Phoebe told us about earlier, is able to actually successfully ego check them, but at the cost of most of his golden armor, is going to use this as an opportunity to heal up behind the wall and get some of that armor back, as he's just keeping the cannon fire going, as LYD losing a fair amount of HP here. Miss Kia stepping up, there comes the flamer, just to kind of took away a little bit of Miss Kia's HP. 2.5 minutes left on this lobby, as Lucky is being toasted inside the zone, and down he goes. VVV able to secure that kill there with the final tick of the Flamer, as JL are eliminated from the lobby very early on at this point. There's still 8 other teams left in the lobby, as it does look like WBG and the rest of Sleepwalker have jumped in on to the TE boys, but they're going to get knocked out of this game. Not going to be able to do too much here. JJH actually taking himself a fight with a J team, but in comes a massive lockdown from SS onto the whole lobby. Huge lockdown. The King doesn't actually close up onto J-Team, but they do take out the JJH members. Water does go down. Do see 101TN go down to TE. LYD able to pick that kill up, as ZK has not got his ultimate ready and available yet. He's going to get himself bot back into the zone, and it's all about TE, who are starting to take over this entire circle. There's so much control, so much command over this circle. Quick Wuxian ultimate out from OUG to get them out, but they are going to lose SS in the process to the cannon, and Eagle goes down. J-Team are eliminated, and TE, they can now start to round up these kills and close out this win. They've pretty much got it as a surefire thing. EWG ping out, and TE need to be stopped. They're becoming a problem for everybody here. The King is caught as he jumps away to safety. VVV still feeling very comfortable. Got a full health bar. His armor's been stripped away, but he is going to heal up on the low ground while he has the opportunity. Yoran goes down to the zone as LYD finishes him up, and this is just a couple of players to finish up here for the side of TE. They're playing this so flawlessly, this final circle, and the Flamer coming in. GG are eliminated, and TE creep ever closer to getting another win under their belt in these grand finals. And it's been just a phenomenal performance from them. The tree is slowly but surely fading away from the players. They can't stay airborne for long. And as they drop down, they drop into the jaws of the side of TE. Chalui gonna try the 1v3. It's not gonna happen. And TE take the win.
I mean, TE are just gods of Final Zone. I think there is no other team who rival TE in being able to come so quickly up the leaderboard. If you were looking at the percentage, they're sitting on something like 24.7% of a chance of walking away with an MVP at the start of Zone 6 collapsing into Zone 7, and by the end of it, it's rocketed up into 86.7 in a matter of moments. A large part of it is down to just weapon identity. They have such a good read of grabbing things like a pole sword and swapping to a significantly different weapon tempo than they had in the past when they're going into that sort of Buccaneer phase. Another part of it is just the fact that they've been able to get a hold of the Flamer, and they will. I think TE are probably the team that used the Flamer the most out of all of the teams in the Pro League at the moment. They're definitely the ones who have it the most prevalently and don't just have it in the back pocket. They will actively use this weapon to be able to either push on with the fire tick and eat through your resources, or push you towards the back of that zone, forcing you into players who are a little bit behind in terms of their rage meter, so that their ultimates can be up for as much time as possible. They've got really good reads of how to use those two significant weapons to just dispatch all of the teams around them.
Anything to add on that, Poopy? Any kind of how do you get a control like that? Like that, they just took over that lobby in the final moments.
I mean, TE went into that end zone with 3 kills. Right? Like they only had 3 kills. There wasn't too much, but TE they ended with, you know, they just ended with a bang. They came out, they controlled the lobby. I think the biggest part in order to do something like that is to have such a strong awareness of just where everyone is, you know, ult management. I guess you always want to have an ultimate, the rotation available. So if one ult's down, you know, you have another one coming up, and just positioning as well. And TE was able to just dominate the lobby.
Yeah, I mean, they are looking like a formidable foe, and I feel that win there makes OUG and J-Team really nervous, because that was a pretty big ending there. Yes, J-Team had a lot of kills that game, but they went out quite early, so their kill multiplier will be there. They were late enough to have a kill multiplier, but like not what they wanted, not what they needed at all. So J-Team needed this game to go right for them, and it just felt like the lobby turned onto them at the wrong time, and they just crumbled in that final circle. You know, we saw some life from them. That initial Roma Yang went horrifically, and they instantly recognized the problem, jumped out, got their revenge on JJH, then jumps into another Roma Yang and makes it look easy in that second Roma Yang. Started around up a whole bunch of kills, and then they just started to fall apart. And now they're moving on Holoroth, a place where they normally drop at City of Tang, and we don't really see many other teams drop at City of Tang. We have seen a couple of teams sometimes go, it's not our first pick, but we'll drop there. And those games go okay for them. But J-Team are a team who, if nobody drops on them and they don't have that early fight, then they don't have a fight at all. They play really nervous almost for some reason. Like they haven't warmed up for that game because they haven't had a spawn fight. So I definitely keep my eyes on what the drop spots are going to look like going into Holoroth into game number 5. We're quickly going back to that now. TE getting another big win for themselves. 29 points, 15 kills coming in there. JJH do go out in second, 19. And luckily for J-Team, that's a 17-point game for them. But when you're looking at that and going, that's a lot of points getting put, and the gap is just growing further and further apart. And OEG are still consistently scoring above 10 points, even on a rough game like this one. It's definitely on J-Team now. They need to have 2 really pop-off games, but at the same time, TE also need to have kind of middling games for J-Team to feel comfortable and able to catch up to TE.
Yeah, the problem for J-Team as well is that on that game, they were running their strongest composition this meta. Like, they started to pioneer this Zeeping alongside Cicada and Temi composition at the very start of the season, and it was so strong that other teams had to copy them. And unfortunately for them, they've burned one of those picks of that composition. They'll probably be saving the second pick that they can make of it, or potentially that game number 6, or maybe we see that ACOS composition come back for them that they had so much value with on Friday. But the problem for J-Team just continues to grow, because not only did they not pick up an MVP on this game, TE, the current rivals who are sitting at that number 1 spot presently, were able to pick up that MVP. And I mean, I don't know who's going to take MVP off of kills. I would say VVV is finally able to hit the double digits and go from 9 to 10, but LYD also encompassed him in terms of damage, but in terms of kills was lagging a little bit behind. Like, TE are just so good at synergizing to make sure that their damage is consistently across the board, equally matched by all of their players on a pretty even scale.
Yeah, I mean, this was how they started their game, that fight over GG, where they were able to get a really nice little win there. And honestly, Vent does look quite scary for a moment in this game.
This moment, absolutely.
they were just given so many kills, and like, this was an insane play by Sansi, able to get that heal from the Soul Blue method, and that was the difference maker, because he would have died there to Moon otherwise. Moon would have been able to shut him down. But then after this moment, it just felt like teams kept walking one by one into them. Like, it's like kind of that bad ninja movie where all the bad guys throw themselves as heroes one after the other.
And then we got to Alliance and they threw 2 people instead of 1.
Yeah.
Suddenly they won.
And here you go. It just have TE just kind of close this game out. Golden Pole Sword on TXJ. I mean, that's a scary concept, especially when Golden Pole Sword's coming out of invisibility on the Matari. Like, oh, that's rough. That's real rough. It's the it's a pretty rough one for them to play around, but obviously this is the moment in the game where we have a slightly shorter break. So what happens is the players are going straight into Holoroth. You know, they don't have much time to kind of relax and get themselves back together. J-Team, they're probably just going to be talking about, okay, what went right, what went wrong. We need to do what went right 2 times now, or we don't take this title. And J-Team, this is the closest they've ever been to taking a domestic title. This is the closest the world champions have ever been to take their own title. They've never had that. They've only taken the global one. And there's just not been... He did get it. Oh, he did. There we go.
BBB, double digits MVP. Let's go.
Damn, BBB popping off.
I talked about him being just one of the best Vipers, but we also talked about his flexibility. And I mean, you can see it here in full. Absolute amazing Takeda.
Yeah, absolutely huge stuff coming in from him, and he's going to be happy with that one off the back of that. A lovely little win there for him and his team. And over to the side of TE, they are 2 games away. 2 decent performances from taking it all. And while I said about J-Team, they are also a team who, while TE are a newer team to the league, this roster have been playing together for a very long time. Formerly on FPX, a team who everybody was excited about and used to really get a bit hyped up about, and they still were never able to make it work. So this is their moment. It's either going to be TE or J-Team, realistically, who are going to be taking that out. But I've still got my eyes on my dark horse. OUG could be the team who could catch us all off guard in that final moment.
I mean, yeah, OUG have really been proving. I think like OUG are in a really good chance of overpassing J-Team at the moment. But in terms of properly favored team, I think TE. If they have one good holo
no. You've done it, Moxie.
Look, we have to say it, okay? Because if TE do good, great. That game number 6 is going to be a nice lap of victory for them. If they do poorly and some other teams start coming up behind them, then we have a really good game number 6 in our hands where there's a lot of pressure and absolutely nothing to lose to just risk it all for the biscuit on that last game of the day. Because, I mean, you're not holding out compositions for another map afterwards. You don't have to go past your 15 hero point rule. This is the last 2 matches in the entirety of Season 1, so make them count.
We've never had a go going into a game 6 where it's basically decided. It's always been still like 10 points between them and very, very passable. So it'd be crazy to see if T actually do find a win here in this game in Holleroff, and then basically make it where like it's nigh impossible for a team to pass them. We've never had that in NARAKA, so that would be really, really bizarre. Speaking of good things though, if you want to grab yourself some treasures, how many kills did T get in game number 10? Was it A, 11, B, 12, C, 13, or D, 15? Make sure you answer in the Twitch chat. Once you do get your answer in, if you do win, you'll be whispered, so make sure you check that whisper box, and then grab yourself some limited great treasures. Pooby, let's talk a little bit about your predictions going into these last 2 games. Where are your eyes at? Have you got any future dark horses? I think WBZ are out of the race, so anybody you want to renew your love for, or do you think you Moxie and is your faith in TE now fully cemented?
Well, given that Moxie just cast a curse TE, my faith is now in J-Team taking the win. So.
You know the great thing about this for me?
Ventus approval side, we have Akos compositions. Okay, we have Sanzi. It's so nice to just talk about like the tech and say that this is something we could potentially see to devastating impact, and then Ventus is just like, you want to see Akos? Okay, here you go. Here's a gorgeous showcase of Akos. And I feel so bad for Ventus because they went from such a good high, like the euphoria of being able to clutch out that fight, to the lowest of lows of falling for ye old bait and switch coming through from Alliance. I love Alliance so much. They have some amazing, memorable plays. They were the first team that really properly started using those invisibility bushes to just play ambush around teams that ran past. Remember the time that Alliance literally just stacked all of their players inside the purple invis bush, Jake, and waited for a team to run right past out of zone tick and straight into all of them. Oh, it was gorgeous.
Yeah, Alliance are a team who are always just fun. Like, they're just a fun team. They don't, unfortunately, have the greatest performances, but they are a fun team. That is a pretty daunting climb for both OUG and J-Team, sorry. I don't
think I can cast a curse out of this title.
Oh, Moxie, you really underestimate your power. The great thing about this, by the way, is now that Pooby said J-Team, if either of you are wrong, the other's the caster cursor, and if OUG win, then you're both caster cursors, and I'm amazing.
OUG are gonna put you on like the ace card alongside the king.
Yeah, that's OUG. I hope you do that. Put me on an ace card. I'll give you a better picture than the one we use where I had long hair. No, but realistically, for this game, for these 2 games to go that bad for TE, it's gonna have to be rough. Like, here's the scenario where J-Team win. They either go 2 30-bomb games or 2 30-point games back to back, and then they catch up and overtake a little bit by that point, or that and TE get 0 points 2 games in a row, or TE continue to score 8-7 points a game, and then suddenly those 7-8 points are now an extra 14, which means you need to have like 35 36-point games. A 36-point game, I believe, is a 20-bomb and a first place for 36 points. So, yeah, it's a hard climb. It's mathematically possible, statistically improbable, but we still have 2 games to go. It is NARAKA, and this is a game where it genuinely seems to always come down to the last moment. This might be the first time where that whole storyline is broken, I kind of low-key want to see TE in this game. So the game number 6 is really exciting. That's what I want. I'm gonna be real with you. That's what I'm betting on here. It's game number 5 is going to be an absolute banger. It is Holoroth morning, I believe. So we may see some Transformers come out on this map. It's not like our previous game where we had the Holoroth night with the meteor shower and all that. I'd be curious to see what it's actually going to end out looking like. What people are going to be comfortable on, because the great thing about the current meta is we talked about hero points. Honestly, teams aren't spending that many hero points. The most expensive unit in the game right now is probably your Tammys, because that's shared between multiple comps. So I actually think going into this game, I'm excited to see what the hero select's going to look like, because I feel we'll start to see some teams go, it's monk or nothing now, and then some teams go, no, hyper aggression, Takeda, Yotos, Akoses and stuff like that. And I think we're going to have a bit of a split. I think some teams are going to lean on it. And the question for me is, what are TE going to pick up? Because I think if TE pick a monk comp, I'm not going to say I lose all faith in them, but I'm definitely going to lose a bit of faith in them, because I think they've looked better on our trifecta comps more than the transformation comps.
See, again, it comes down to how they can control the zone. They do it in a couple of different ways. When they're running the Takeda composition, they play to keep the Takeda alive for as long as possible and will just prioritize getting a pole sword and being able to run perimeter around all of the players. When they play into a monk composition, they actually play to poach off of teams around them. A lot of the time, TE will be the ones to trigger monk ultimates around them, but they won't actually monk ult up. They'll be the only ones holding on to an ultimate as all of the other monks around them domino effect. I love the coach sometimes. Just wait for the crowd, guys. We're number 2. We can potentially hit number 1. But TE have always just been amazing at being able to understand the tempo. Poopy's talked about ultimate management, making sure that they always have something to be able to cycle through. And that's what TE do best. They are really good at making sure that they're always the one at the end of the day in control. No matter what part of the final zone, they've always got something extra to throw on top as opposed to all of the teams around them, because TE have played quietly up until that collapsing point. They've been burnt out of ultimates, they've been burnt out of resources, and they have to just panic and throw everything that they have remaining at the wall and hope that something sticks.
Yeah, absolutely. It's hard to add on to this, because we're in a point where we've kind of stated the major things, right? Are they going to be playing this? Are they going to defend that? Things have to go very right for both OUG and J Team if they want to take a win here. Things have to go very wrong for TE to lose their grip hold on that top spot. Pooby, let's talk a little bit about team comps then. What do you want to see out of these comps? What has impressed you about each comp with each team, and what comp do you think suits the likes of J Team? What comps do you think suits OUG, TE? For the big 3 right now, what are you wanting to see in these last 2 games?
TE just seemed like a jack of all trades. I saw their monk game. They played it phenomenal. It looked great. They saw their Viper Wuchen team. It was extremely strong. I saw their box comp, the Sandman. They have it. The team is definitely, they've done their homework. They know exactly what they need to do, and their end zone's even more outlined. They're just a really good team. For J Team, their monk comp's been looking a little rough, but their Takeda teams are looking very strong. So I'd give them the Takeda, Takeda Wuchen Viper. Going into this game, I want to see a lot of. I want to see something that stands out. I want to see a team that decides to go against the curve. Maybe the Justina we were talking about earlier. I just want to see something that the team realizes we need something big in order for us to, make it. So they pull it out. This game.
Alrighty, well, we will see as we're getting into game number 5 of the day, 11th of the grand finals. And that is what I'm talking about, teams. None of this monk nonsense, all of this action. I am so here for this. Takeda's coming in. I think, especially for OUG and J Team, they needed to pick these comps because they want to find as many kills and be as aggressive as possible. I want to see J Team and OUG hot drop if they want to contest. They're at the point now where Are they just going to be playing for prize money and their placement overall, or are they actually going to be playing for glory? That's the real question they've got to ask themselves right now. And well, I guess we'll get a proper answer on that off how they drop and where they look to go.
Yeah, TE, by the way, looking a little bit different. They have a Viper in play, but this is how flexible this team really is. They have all of their bases covered, not just in compositions, but in heroes. VVV is the Takeda player this time around. TXJ is actually going to be moving over to flex onto the Viper. Leo staying and retaining that Wu Chen role, going to be able to play that support and teleport TE out as, oh, hey, look, it's the Holoroth and J-Team are dropping. Where is it? City of Tech! Who could have called that? This time around, they are going to have some company, however, in the form of GD. So immediately for J-Team, they're not going to get that bubble of safety that they've become so accustomed to. Just talking about bubble of safety, well, Salvation Podium is also going to get that one burst very, very quickly. 3 teams dropping into that surrounding area so they can try and solve that puzzle as quickly as possible. But as we've seen in the past, the team that makes it to Salvation Podium first doesn't always come out on top because ballistic control tends to be what the teams coming after them prize.
Yeah, and interestingly, TE on the bottom of the map, they are so far away from anyone. They know this game just needs to be chill. They're just they're gonna grab loot, they're gonna take safe fights, and they're just gonna play for later game fights and good placement to get as many points and keep themselves in a comfortable position. If they jump in hot drop, lose a fight, then immediately lose another fight and get 0 points, that's when they start to get a little bit nervous going forward. So for them, it's just about putting enough points on the board to be comfortable, but they don't need anything big. OUG, they have dropped in an unbelievably hot drops location, so expect to see a whole bunch of action breaking out there. They could farm up a whole bunch of kills here. J-Team looking for GD. They have actually spotted out one of the players here. K has been caught by 101TN, who's trying to keep the pressure up onto him. K going to try and take to the rooftop. Interrupt coming in from 101TN. K lost his armor. Actually go for the charge clip with the katana. Vertical strike comes in from Dongxing. He's got the purple armor. J-Team need to find this fight win here. Over the shoulder they go as Kakaishi is taken down. That's one already for J-Team. Now looking for another one onto GD. Eagle just going a little bit low, but is able to hold fast for the moment. Ultimate's almost built up here. They've got the healing coming in. Dongxing losing a bunch of HP. Eagle trying to jump into that fight as well and join the rest of his team. K keeping 2 members busy as Dongxing also doing a pretty good job on that. The knockups are coming in as Dongxing is going to actually catch the Zephyr on. They're going to healing down as there we go. J-Team start with 3 kills.
Oh, look at the positioning as well when they're going up against Dongqing. 1 player in front, 1 player behind. If the blue gets thrown out, 1 person's going to be able to find the parry, even if you go for the 180 turnaround. Really good team play coming through from J-Team to make sure that they have all scenarios covered for. As like you said, TE actually being a little bit far away from the action, not coming up in terms of the leaderboard just yet, which is something that we don't typically tend to see coming through from them. So good to see that they've acknowledged. As long as they're able to play for survivability in those final zones, they can just post the amount of points that they need to be able to retain that figurehead position, as opposed to trying to have a little bit too much of a glorious last 2 games and going out incredibly early, opening up either OUG or J-Team to take the title away from them. JL, another team that has impressed, trying to push on to GG at the moment. AS on that Takeda, taking that point position, looking for the engagement. Grapple connection does come down onto LXM, but no follow through. The hyper armor comes down. JL have been baited at the moment into taking ballista fights, so they're going to have to be incredibly careful that they don't go too far away from the base of the tower, as GG are able to use the fact that they're boxed in on this space to make sure that they're able to burn down one thing. And now it's just AS. He commits to the blue, gets insta parried, and GG by baiting JL into taking a fight in such a really rough location. Will be able to find the pick, but GG now will be able to hold onto that ballista even longer. Ziyu going to be caught with 1 shot, is able to use the wisps to make sure he survives any follow-up, but GG are in hot pursuit. They know it's just 1 person left for JL's team, and they want to make sure that they get this whole squad wipe.
Crazy thing as well is OUG actually had a pretty rough hot drop. They dropped, got 1 kill, and lost 2 players, so that was not what they needed. As Miss Kia is just going to be checking all of these purple bushes. Doesn't check the ones Ziyu's in yet, but LXM is coming forward, spots him, catches him out. Wait. Wait, what?
He backwards rolled and he didn't see
Yeah.
it.
No way. Did he actually get away with that?
Because they think
Did they
that
check the
that
bush
bush
again?
is clear.
Miss
Oh,
Kim.
there we go.
They found it. No.
Double check the bush. What?
They were like, we know he's around here somewhere. Hold on a minute, something's not quite right. Oh my goodness, the backwards roll. We finally get to see it.
That was insane. That was so cool. I love that. T just grabbing themselves some loot already. Got purple armor, purple longsword now for TXJ as well on the Viper. He's quite happy with that one. Actually got themselves some pretty good loot across the board because VVV also has that purple armor. It's got to be a little bit daunting for TXJ to be playing Viper with VVV on his team as you know, one of the best Vipers in the world. Moxie always corrects me and says the best Viper in the world. But we also did see one of VVV's MVPs today came from their Takeda. So they are also a very, very capable Takeda. And, you know, if someone's got to play it, VVV has been putting the numbers in, like you said earlier, 10 MVPs this season for VVV. Hit that double digits. So almost makes sense in a way, but they'd rather give the carry over to someone who has really proven their worth and their capability as a carry for the team.
Yeah, it's lovely to see as well, because a lot of the time when we see like the players talking their VTs, TXJ is considered the god of NARAKA, and he absolutely is. And this is, I think, the problem with T. This is why a lot of people were disappointed with that performance last year. This is a god tier roster, right? These players are absolutely stacked. They are the best at the heroes that they play in, if not the region, the entire world when they're playing at their absolute peak. And they have been playing the absolute A game today, as the OUG might unfortunately be handing the team that they're currently chasing down an L, as SS is looking to find this lockdown with that Takeda alongside that pulse, which is doing so much damage with the hit confirms. Viper ultimate now comes through, but SS is able to break around the corner. Will be able as well to use that scale rush to make sure that he's able to push on to Bauda before they're able to open up the distance between them off of the back of that Viper ultimate, forcing OUG back. As we see Magnum just trying to hang above SS's head, looking for that drop-down connection, but SS is still able to dislodge him. As WBG now coming through for that third party. Temi ultimate going to be dropped right on the exit, catching onto all of these players. As immediately that Banes makes it so much harder for anyone to escape. Really clean third party coming through from WBG, as Lion TT is the only remaining player left alive for Bauda. Waits around the corner trying to catch on to these members of WBG with that pulse, or does not want to give the legendary weapon up, but it might unfortunately be grabbed out of his cold fingers, as it looks like he's not going to be able to get away. Legendary Pulsar, though, doing a lot of damage on connection with PP. Blue Focus coming through to be able to break out of that grapple cancel. That WBG try and connect onto him. He almost takes PP down alongside him. But WBG Sleepwalker with the repeating crossbow is able to take him down in time to save his teammate. But GG have been waiting in the wings, and WBG do not get to sit on that laurels. Temi ultimate comes through, locking down the members of WBG. Jing is the one that they've chosen to try to go after. The Takeda forced away. Has that ultimate, will be able to peel onto GG with it, as LXM tries to chase the Takeda, go straight into the longsword follow-up, into the merciless havoc, as LXM is taking so much damage. PP coming in with another longsword havoc. LXM graceful batting him into the follow-up with the longsword connection, as LXM charges the pole sword and finally lets it rip alongside the stagger. The Miski had set into position, but we have another team coming back in. Bauda off of the Soul Altar. Salty running it right back to the location that they just went down in. Now catching onto GG, who disconnected without ultimates, without any resources left in the pocket. Now we're able to be taken down as another team is gravitating towards this very same space, but thankfully for my voice, they're gonna Wooch and TP out, and we get a little bit of respite. Oh my goodness, that was like 4 fights back to back to back to back.
Third party after third party coming in there, absolutely manic. As EWG taking themselves a fight here versus OUGs, and U's just not revealing themselves. They are just quite happy to let their teammate go down. I'm curious when it comes to third parties. Poopy, how do you read those situations? How do you know when to take those fights? Is there a kind of math to it, or is it you just press W and pray?
It's you want to position yourself where if you know that there's a third party, you want to be fighting as to where the team that's third partying is facing towards you, not away from you. So if you're in the center of the two teams, that is not where you want to be. You want to make sure that you rotate, so you always have the team that you're fighting, if there is a third party, in the center. And typically you just want to not fight, but if you're going to commit to a fight, you just that's pretty much your biggest thing. You want to make sure that you're never that team in the middle that's being fired at by two teams, or you're being focus fired while fighting another team.
So it's very much about kind of reading those rotations when the fight's going on and making sure you kind of got your ears to the ground for when that third party does happen. As I think J-Team just got a free roam of Yang, getting himself that Vermilion Bird's Might to themselves. Golden weapons as well onto Eagle. With the fact that we saw the end of OUG knocked out of this game with 2 kills, J-Team may be able to surpass and grab himself that second place. T still been a very quiet game for them, just 202 points still total. So I think J-Team going to do a bit of shopping here.
They're close to TE though. TE are currently holed up in the top, and J-Team are directly north of it. As they might actually run. Oh, they're not going towards Matop though. So they're not going to run to TE just yet. Unless they pivot to the left. But it looks like they're not wanting to. They want to go to where the loot is golden. So they can try to figure out if any team is holed up in this space. Just playing towards the fringes as well. This is a playstyle that J-Team developed very early on last year. And were criticized heavily for, because they would always go to the fringes of the zone first rather than looking for loot. And as a result, even though they would come in with 1 or 2 kills off of stragglers towards the edges of the zone, they wouldn't have the loot to be able to scale and build into the game afterwards. So good to see that change up of pacing, where they look for the loot first, and then they look to punish the players out of position and hugging the edges of the zone to try to not attract attention.
Well, see if with that Bird's Might, maybe they're just feeling a little bit more confident, kind of not be on the edge. So GD maybe looking here for XCG. XCG are just quite happily chilling in bushes. The trap is sprung, and GD going to keep the pressure up. Bit hard when there's the Draco Storm, but that is going to be timing out onto GD. Not the most impactful of the buffs, but either way, you'd rather not fight anybody with any of the buffs. XCG probably don't have the timer on that, so they wouldn't have realized that the Draco Storm has in fact worn out, as J-Team are actually coming in as a potential third-party threat onto XCG. XCG now just playing run away, as J-Team desperate to try and get themselves some points. They need this game to go well, remember. They're looking for second right now, but if they want to get first, they're going to have 2 very, very big games back-to-back, and only got 3 kills at the moment. They need to start making something of that, as ZK immediately getting jumped onto. There's going to be the ultimate out. There's actually a third party. I think it's GD in the distance, looking to join over the wall as the Sandstorm gets caught onto Eagle. Does get caught out there by the Wisp as Eagle getting chumped out slowly but surely. The Flamers coming out onto Night HQ, using a fair amount of HP here. They've still got that ultimate last tick here on to the side of ZK, as Night HQ is low HP. J-Team slow to keep the upkeep on the chase, and there's multiple teams actually collapsing in the area. They need to find these kills before other teams can come and steal them away. Night HQ desperately trying to make a break for it, as J-Team keeping the pressure up onto him, juggling him around. ZK keeping the chase on. Grapples land. Malman coming in with the ultimate to try and lock everybody down, but he's just miles away from the action. Breaks his ankle on the floor as he hits nothing. And I do believe J-Team were able to pick up a couple of kills, but Bowder now getting turned onto here by GD. They're going to lose their lives very quickly. Out comes the Wuxian and the escape.
Oh, rough, unfortunately, for Bowder. The action started a lot closer to Merriman, which is why he thinks it's okay to be able to fall from that high ground and still look for a connection of the Viper ultimate. But unfortunately, in the time that he's descending, it moves away from the Viper's range. And as a result, all he does is provide another kill. But Lion TT will actually be able to take down Li Zhenghan. GD's K is now actually the one in fire at the moment, as he's going to go incredibly low, as GS's Anne will be able to pick him up. As we can have a look at the other members of GD. Donkling still not in a great spot either, trying to run away from both GS and GG. That's the thing that Poopy talked about, not wanting to be the player in the middle. Donkling runs right into the middle of 2 teams and immediately is punished for that attempted disengagement. As we're going to see, it might be Xiaohu Todo also getting taken incredibly low, forcing GS into actually using that Wu Chen TP. As we can see other teams starting to push, JJH looking for an in onto that fight and pushing onto GS now that they know that the Wu Chen TP is gone. Godly trying to find this bow connection onto Xiaohu Todo, who is still incredibly low. They just used the Wu Chen TP, but they haven't actually been able to find any downtime to be able to replenish their health bars. Now, behind the back of that cliff, they'll be able to. No ult zone actually popped, punishing JJH since JS are down ultimates in comparison. So JJH not actually deciding to contest in the front line, opting instead to hug the edges and wait to see when GS are going to have to move away, because that zone is going to push them outside of that bubble straight into Godly. But we're actually going to see that GS are going to try to just make it toward the back end of that zone and away from JJH towards the front, but they're going to be tracking the position of GS. Is it going to be the bait and switch? And just waiting along that lower edge to see whether or not JJH are going to intrude in. Figuring out whether they want to go left or right, as JJH are just more than content to sit and wait for GS to play their hand. GS now outside of that no ult zone, making a break for it on Frozen Lake, have potentially been spotted out by a different team entirely. JJH got tired of waiting for them, and it's GG on the horizon. GS have given their pursuers the slip.
Yeah, are able to break away. J-Team, only 4 kills though in this game, and yes, T, it's been quiet, but J-Team are quite far behind still. They need to put some serious kills together. Lucky for them, it's actually been a relatively slow-paced game. I say lucky for them, T is still in this lobby, and with it being a slow-paced game, that's maybe not the most ideal situation. Alliance are actually trying to jump on to J-Team and take a fight here. J-Team, they don't seem overly interested. They're going to pop the no ult zone. They obviously don't have the ult economy to be able to keep this fight going in their favor, and Alliance going to kind of be forced to back off here. J-Team going to take the escape, quite happy just to not get involved in any of that action. The problem is they are running towards GG, as LXM has been caught out here. ZK just getting himself on the flank behind side of GG. Actually, looks like there's just no flanking. It is pure escaping from the side of J-Team. They're just folding away from everybody who's chasing them down, and TXJ for the side of TE puts his team on the board.
Yeah, first kill coming through from TE very shortly, followed by a second. TE still running that Mystic Might as well, so they are going to have full awareness of the people around them. Thus, they can actually take engagements on the players that they find, because they have a clear understanding of whether or not there is a potential for a third party, whether or not it's safe to be able to look for those openings. TJ actually has a bounty on his head too, so potentially they've been using it to reverse bounty onto Ventus, so that you can actually use that threat bar that you can see above TXJ's head, tracking when it fills up to know who put that bounty on your head and how close they are to you, even without something like Mystic Might. Which is why sometimes we see teams just opt out of taking bounties entirely, because they just don't want to give that position up. But TE, having already found 3 kills, sitting on ultimates and a massive amount of loot, definitely going to be feeling pretty happy with themselves when they head towards the final zone, because, oh, look, it's a pole sword. That's what the weapon that they've needed. That's the weapon that they always want to have a Cicada equipped no matter what map they're on, and they've already got their hands on a purple scale tier of it. That is scary for the teams around them, for sure.
Alrighty, well, 12 minutes left in this game. Still a whole bunch of time for these teams to get themselves set up for what is to come, but 3 kills now into TE. And I think for the side of OUG and J-Team, they are very nervous about the state of this game. Not being the quite explosive game we needed from J-Team. OUG, it's just not even been a game. They just got 2 kills and got knocked out immediately. It's going to be hard for them to kind of make a bounce back. I think also got to kind of keep an eye on the lower end of the table as well, because some teams are going to be fighting for that top 8 spot to get as much prize money as possible. So there are still teams who have a horse in this race, as TE right now, they know that if this end game goes really good for them, they just don't even have to worry about game 6. Like, a good end here makes it impossible for anybody to catch them. especially with the state that J-Team only got themselves 4 kills so far. So if J-Team end on a low score, this could be the setup for them. But J-Team have got pretty good gear. He's gotten a dagger onto Eagle. Purple armor across the board. I mean, they are set up for this final circle. It's just how are they going to use it? It's the real question right now. And it is definitely hit a lull in the game. Been a very hyper-aggressive couple of days in trios. Yes, game 1 has been very monk favored, so we have seen some slower paced games, but there are still a lot of people to kill in this lobby, and J-Team have a whole bunch of soul jets. They are set up to close this
one
game
of them's
out.
Assassin's Lunge. We were seeing Eagle use it for a little bit of added momentum on his movement, as J-Team have been able to spot another team. It is going to be Alliance. Do they decide to take this fight? Or do they actually prioritize positioning now that they know what that zone is going to collapse into? Looks like they actually decide to prioritize positioning. Problem is, TE has done the exact same. These two teams, J-Team and TE, both TE on the other hand, they're very flexible. They can play the fringes, but they can also play towards the central belt with a very good style of being able to throw attention on other teams around them. But seeing that they're actually going to come under fire potentially from J-Team if they actually try to hold that zone position, they just immediately put themselves onto the sidelines of the entire remaining part of the map. They're playing as safe as possibly can be. They are fully playing for 3 players to survive when that zone collapses, so everyone can play off of TXJ's Viper stun.
Alrighty, 9 minutes left. Teams are waiting it out. Sandstorm's kicking up as well. On Holoroth, Pubi, how do you feel like the weather effects can really affect those final circles? You know, there's various different kind of environmental hazards. Are there ones that you're like, oh, please no, not in the final circle? Or do you think at this point they're not as much of a problem?
Definitely the mist, the silencing hands, that can be like really annoying. This this one where we have the sandstorm, where the loot gets refreshed, it's a higher chance of high rarity loot, and we have like the wind tunnels that come up. This is a really good one. I actually quite enjoy this one. But mainly it's the mist and also the freeze where your rage is reduced. That one's extreme. We've had that one recently in a tournament. It was so frustrating because we had to make sure that we ulted before the ice wind pop, because at that moment no one has the ult anymore. So if you don't use your ult, you're not going to get it.
We actually saw that in NBPL. I don't know if you were casting it with me, Jake, but there was a final zone that actually collapsed into a snowstorm, and all of the players had to use their ultimates incredibly early. Otherwise, like Pubi said, that chill meter, if it passes below over 50%, it immediately starts to drain your rage unless you have a campfire. And we actually saw players and teams going out of the zone to activate those campfires and pick up that buff, so they would be the only ones sitting on ultimates when everyone ran out of theirs.
Yeah, that was a really interesting final circle. I mean, I swear Holoroth, we have the most interesting final circles. I'll always remember the one where we had the Thorny Roller and the no ult zone, yes! And the final circle was on that, and it was just like, what are you gonna do here? This is gonna be awful. And the best thing about it was a monk-only lobby, and they were all like, "Oh, we just don't get to play the game," and it was beautiful. It was just everything I could have wanted.
Oh, the rolling pin of doom. Remember as well when we had the entire Tarka pick coming through from players when Holoroth like first initially released, because they'd figured out that you could juggle people in to the Thorny Roller if you fluffed your infinite.
Yes, that was amazing.
I love Holoroth. I love it so much.
Yeah, I'm hoping next season we get more than 2 games a day on Holoroth, because I think this map can be super interesting.
And enough time has passed now as well that the players are sort of used to it. The first couple of weeks on Holoroth were rough. In interviews, players themselves actually like owned up to the fact that they hadn't really practiced it. We had one final map where the cognacs were in play, where if you hit them, they blinded you. No one understood that's what happened, and everyone trying to poke everyone else down kept activating them, and no one could see a thing.
I remember that as well. I remember that. I also remember the show match on Holoroth when it first came out ended with someone accidentally walking onto a trap. The last 2 people, they walked onto a trap and died, and it was like, cool, that's the end of the game, I guess. Luckily,
the nostalgia.
luckily, the players don't have that problem anymore. They do know the map. They do understand how everybody plays on this and how to play Holler Off. Does look like the zone is going to be forcing a bunch of these players together. There's still 30 players. This is a fairly stacked final circle. And it's been a very slow couple of moments, but with everybody running into this one building, it feels like things might heat up any second. Now, there are multiple floors, though, so everybody's quite happy just to not contest their floors, although it does look like J-Team are trying to kick their tenants below out. Not able to actually do too much about that, though. Have got a Flamer this time. We've seen T have so much success with a Flamer all day long, and it's been a weapon which is slowly started to kind of disappear out of the meta, because I think repeating crossbows and cannons has just been so important. But I guess with the end of the kind of Monk era and Monk not being as powerful, repeating crossbows may kind of lose some of their value, and people will probably decide actually Flamers are a great way to buy space, because you have the
Well, it's not just that,
and
it's the
stuff.
Temi too, right? With
Yes,
the wisps.
true, yes.
The fact that it just stops range projectiles a lot of the time does eat into the value of things like the cannon and the musket, even though we do see from time to time slow shot and armor pierce are the combination that a lot of players look to be able to roll if they're running that musket loadout. GG love to play it. Like, they've found so many snipes. They've probably actually got the most amount of kills picked up with the musket of all of the teams. As a J team going to be using that Flamer, just pushing even more pressure on all to the teams around them to be able to hold on to this layer of floor. JL doing the exact same at the moment, this time with those longs of the horizontal build up from that Cicada to make sure that no one is able to move forward. TE currently 3 kills, 3 players still alive as well, currently standing at the top as well of this building. Don't think they have a Flamer. They were using cannons to poke everyone down, but everyone is now going to be forced off of that building, and here the floodgates go. The teams that had previously rotated will be able to drop down from the high ground with Viper ultimates. Everyone else who was sitting around that building for a little bit too long going to have to reposition, and they've only got the low ground to be able to fall into as J team look to be able to move away from the Viper ultimate, but Zedka goes back into it. Oh, Zedka, no.
That is not what J-Team needed. They needed these kills. Eagle is able to pick up another one for his team, but he is low HP. He's losing teammates. He's down. He's out. This is it. That could have been JT's moment to finally get themselves some points and close that gap, but with TE still in the game and the 2 teams that are major contestants for them basically out. The Z-ping low, the Cicada in the middle of healing. There is only a Tammy, so it's going to have to be a huge whip play from J-Team. As I say that, and they're actually out. I'm an idiot. It does look like TE, though. This is their game to be set up for. Although GG with 7 kills may just be able to sneak a cheeky win out here. Same for EWG with 6 kills. Remember, the bottom end tables, there's a massive amount of money. The higher up you end, the more money you can get. So you can be jumping a lot of places here on these bottom end table spots where all the points are relatively low, and one pop-off game could genuinely jump you 6-7 spots in the table. That's a lot of additional money.
All of these teams are just playing around this high ground. I see TE. I see GS. There's GG. Okay. Hanging around the edges of the zone, out of sight from a lot of these players, just looking to use those ranged weapons to snipe away some of these kills, as Miskian now is actually going to challenge for space so that GG have this room to be able to play around. Not only do they have the long edge of that zone to be able to poke damage into, they've also got the back of that cliff to fall back onto if they take pressure from all of the other teams around them. This is going to be devastating potentially for everyone playing at the top of this building. Eventually they're going to have to give up this ground and walk into GG, who are going to be set up for Cicada distance and ultimate connection, as TE's VVV is going to be brought down by WBG's Jing. TXJ now the next one to come under fire, doesn't have that Viper ultimate to be able to use it to throw all of this aggression off of his back. And he's going to try to scale rush, but he isn't actually able to charge it up to full. The hyper armor not able to sustain him from that stagger, and as a result, it is going to be TXJ going down as well, and now GG making that move. Temi ultimate locking anyone down, able to push onto anyone who tried to poach away those kills onto TE. Miski is hit by the Phoenix, will actually be able to tap dodge back towards that zone, but now he's going into that Flamer. As we're seeing LXM just throwing wisp after wisp into JJH's faces. So they can try and find a connection onto one of these players and lock them down, looking for that opening, as GG, still leading the kills at the moment in terms of this lobby, are in the best possible position to walk away with MVP.
Absolutely. Keep your eyes on JL, though. They could make a miracle comeback at the end here and maybe look to try and take third. It is within realm of contention for them. They've got 3 kills already. ZU, though, heavily chunked out with JL, trying to press up. They are able to get a kill on, or Sleepwalker's able to get a kill onto ZU, but they may try and just get the revive off, but they're just taking way too much damage from that high ground. The repeating crossbow coming in. JL desperately trying to find the pickup onto their teammate. I believe they're actually able to get the revive off there for them. Cutting down, though, GG on this low ground. High percentage chance of winning this lobby, and they're just using that stuff to absolutely phenomenal effect as Godly does monk up outside of the zone and is going to try now. He's playing parkour to keep himself up. Sandstorm comes down, so he has a bit of space to work with, is able to grab onto LXM, and he's going to slam him out into the zone, looking for the re-grab, but Godly actually losing so much HP. They're trying to jump in as LXM does go down. GG lose a player, and suddenly there's a bit of a rebound coming in. There's a bit of a return around here. JJH getting themselves up onto the high ground, trying to keep this game going for themselves for the moment. One thing coming in. There's so many players left as this final circle has fully collapsed, and down goes 2 teams in quick succession. It's all about EWG and JL, who suddenly within a chance of winning this game. EWG just pull it out. I don't know who won.
Is it WBG?
No. WBG went out ages ago.
It's JL then, I'm guessing. Oh my goodness, it was... Oh, no, EWG. There we go. The camera pulled out. I'm like, that's not EWG. That's EWG. There they are. EWG walking away with that win. It all fell apart for GG. They had it on lock, and then just in the blink of an eye, it slipped through their fingers like sand.
Yeah, that was a pretty big win there. That was a really bizarre final circle, a very aggressive lobby. Everyone played passively the whole time. It was a very slow-moving game, number 5. And TE probably very happy with that one. All of their rivals were knocked out with minimal kills. I think it's still mathematically possible, but the odds are like, you're looking at like a 5% odds of OUG or J team actually being able to catch up going into this game number 6. It's going to be a very, very rough one for them, and I think TE are probably quite comfortable with where this game has ended for them. Yeah, maybe if they got a little bit more points, they'd feel even more comfortable, but realistically, they've done their work, they've had their good games, and now J-Team, OUG, JL, these guys are going to be playing for second or third. That is where these teams are now looking at.
I mean, to put it in perspective, right, we were sort of trying to do the maths and figure out how many points, how many kills J-Team needed. When J-Team walked away with their MVP on Game 6 on Friday, they posted 37 points with 20 kills. So they are going to have to surpass that if they want any chance of being able to contest TE. But, I mean, the problem for J-Team is that they've been playing incredibly slow today, and if they play to that tempo, by the time they're actually ready to make a move, there might not be enough players left in the lobby to actually be able to post up the score necessary to be able to eclipse TE. And TE, like you said, they've played the slow game that they needed. They've been able to retain that first place position. Game number 6, they can go all in. They can go as aggressive as they want, and they've been holding on to this Yodo. I don't know if this is when we're going to see that Yodo F1 come in and T just burn through team after team after team, or maybe they're finally going to be able to field something like that ACOS, but either way, it's going to be a banger of a match.
I think this final game is going to be really, really big. Poopy, any thoughts on that game? And because it felt very different from any of the other games we played today. It's aggressive lobby, aggressive teams, very passive lobby. What are your thoughts?
I think that round was really just teams are trying to play it safe, make it into the end zone, and then we had like I think it was like a 3-way draw at the end. I think there were 3 teams that were still alive, and the lobby had timed out. So although like all of the teams were like aggressive team comps, they weren't really like jumping on top of each other. They weren't really playing extremely aggressive as the comps you normally experience with these comps. So it was a bit of a different pace, and I think going into the last game, we're definitely going to see teams ramp it up just to try to get those kills on the board.
I hope so. That was, you know, I don't like me a snooze fest game. I like it when it's kind of mindless aggression. So I'm hoping Moxie's right and we do get like the F1 Yoto and they're just like running teams down. And I actually don't care who does that, whether it's TE or if it's even Alliance. Like I want to see one team go hyper aggressive and take this game over. I mean, realistically, I'd love to see a miracle comeback, but like we're talking, you're going to have to break a kill record to make that miracle comeback happen. And it also has to be OUG. The T also have to get 0 points. The odds of it happening are so low right now, but it does feel like T are pretty much set up to take it all in this final game. It's a hard one. It's a hard ask though. It is genuinely a very hard ask on, you know, the actual end outcome of this game. Because, I mean, we never know. It's NARAKA. Like, teams just seem to flip on a dime half the time. And remember, the two teams we got our eyes on are coin flip teams. T have been way more consistent, but they are still a little coin flippy. They still have, you know, they've retained some of that style to them. I think they're a lot less likely to go for that coin flip and make that mistake like they used to. But either way, anything can happen. It's NARAKA. But let's have a look at the scoreboard and see how everybody fared after the end of that game. EWG coming in with a big win there, 15 points for themselves. GG had 15.5. It was marginal. It was like 1 kill difference between them. WBG actually did come in with 3 kills. Third in 14th place with 8 kills. That was a very close lobby. That was a very, very close lobby. Ventus the only team walking away with a donut.
Yeah, TE doing what they needed to, though, being able to post up 4.9 points. Yes, J-Team are ahead of them this leaderboard, not overall leaderboard. That's the worrying thing for this team, right? We said that you never want to be in that position where it comes down to needing not just a pop-off game on the last game of the day, but needing a record-breaking pop-off game. And J-Team, if they want to be able to finally win a season title, they're going to have to make something magical happen, as it's going to be a real tough ask for both OUG and J-Team. Essentially, it's going to come down to whether or not TE survive the first couple of zones, because if they do, if they're able to just post a decent score, that's around about 5, they've got the title in the bag.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, EWG, that's a nice win for them. It should put them up the standings somewhat. They obviously have some work to do if they want to get more prize money. Obviously, impossible for them to actually take a win. Well, I mean, they can win the lobby, but they can't win the day, unfortunately. But, you know, for our bottom end teams, it is definitely about that placement, where teams are going to be sitting, who's going to be getting what points. And remember, the higher you sit up, the more world points you get. I mean, I can't remember the cutoff is for world points in the top end of the lobby, but you want to be within that world points area. You want to be in as much prize money area as possible. And J-Team, it started right for them. They dropped into the Tang, an area they're very comfortable and know very well. They got another team dropped on them. And I genuinely think J-Team are one of the best early team fighters in the whole NBPL. They're so good at taking like these immediate drop fights. But half the time they feel very very hesitant and shy to do so. And it's a bit of a shame because J-Team are a team who they're very confident snowbally in the sense where like they'll take that first fight and then they'll snowball it into the next fight and the next fight and the next fight, and they put lots of points on the board. But they got those kills very confidently and very easily, and then after that they kind of just struggled, to be honest. They weren't really able to kind of find anyone else to take out and fight, and they knew that so much was on the line, but maybe it got to them a little bit too much.
Well, I mean, the problem was that ZK got caught out by a Viper ultimate. And when you lose ZK, you lose that Takeda, that figurehead of this composition. He's the main damage component, right, in that composition. He's the one that they have to play to keep alive so that in final zone, you can hit into all of those players with that Takeda ultimate, as we're going to actually see Xiao Lui coming in with his second MVP. Absolutely stacked in terms of soul jades. In fact, doubling up on hard stopper kicks. You don't get 2 silencers, that would be absolutely broken, but the stat boost alone off of having 2 legendary weaponry soul jades is through the absolute roof. Sometimes even if you don't use the weapon that the soul jade actually allows for, you still take it just for the buffs that it brings alongside.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing a lot of kind of it's weird because soul jades were such a bizarre meta. Like, I think back to like season 2 where like we genuinely saw some monks just running like ranged soul resists because they weren't like, people weren't investing and using their Dark Tide coins to roll for soul jades like we do see now. And like seeing someone with like 3 gold soul jades was like, wow, that's pretty impressive. Now, like as a minimum, we see most teams who win have like 3 soul jades per player as like a minimum at some points. Like people are way more interested in investing their Dark Tide coins into things like that over getting like the top tier Moonbane charms, for example. But like everything's changed. Like you think about like back to season 1 and season 2, like a 17-point game was quite big, and now it's like, that's a good game, but like you could have had bigger. We see teams get like 36 points on the regular. Like we see really big point games coming in. Like a 70-point week used to be big. A 70-point day now is considered okay. Like it's crazy how much things have changed now. Like how people are way more eager to fight, way more eager to kind of understand where they use their Dark Tide coins. And I think Remora's blessing as well also means, you know, there's way more resources on the map for people to use. So we're seeing way like more stacked final circles where everyone's kind of really geared up. I'm excited going into this game number 6. I think we can all say pretty safely that we think that TE are going to be winning this grand finals unless a miracle happens. I'm curious about where everybody else thinks the other stuff's going to be going. So Poopy, who have you got your eye on going into this final game?
Honestly, I was really hoping WBG would put themselves on the board today, but the boys had a rough day. But it's okay.
Been a rough season, mate. Don't worry.
Rough season, yeah. But I think J Team is going to do their best to come out second here, and I'm hoping, that OUG has a good game, but I want J Team to have a better game. So that's what I'm wanting.
Moxie?
It's problematic, right? Because J Team are creatures of patterns and habits. We've talked about how often they've dropped City of Tang on Holoroth, how often they've dropped Sunwing's Rest on Morris Isle. TE could actually macro play this and hot drop on Sunwings just to take JT out. OUG can do the same too. Right? Because we know where they're gonna go. The teams also probably understand where J-Team's going to go, and OUG immediately sort of gets a GPS track on J-Team's initial location if they do indeed hot drop back onto Sunwings, and that's going to inform my decision. I think J-Team are going to be hunted down both by TE and OUG, and that OUG off of that early knockout onto J-Team are going to be able to keep second.
Okay, so here's your first. Here was another mistake you made there. JL, you're totally forgetting about JL. I actually think there's a world where we see OUG and JL take second and third in this lobby, or in this overall grand finals. I think if JL want to do that, you are completely correct. We will see teams dropping on top of Sunwing's Rest. I think JL might be in that cluster of teams. So I am so excited for game number 6. We'll have to see what's going to go down. But before that, we will cut to a quick break, and then we're back with game number 6. We'll see you in a moment.
I'm only sorry it didn't hurt more. DAY, Calamity Rising.
地水湖电视台，您现在正在收看的是2023 NBPL 男子篮球总决赛的现场。大家好，我是今天的解说员任栋，
我是任一。
那么今天的话，两支队伍也已经悉数登场了，双抓队和拆火队，今天究竟谁可以获得冠军？让我们拭目以待。尤其是梦游大帝，他的身高将会成为他的优势之一。 小雷神更是经常带2名女学员共同训练，人送绰号“飞雷雷”啊。
2位站一边去。
比赛正式开始了。
啊，同时我们也注意到拆火队的几名选手，他们的颜值非常优异啊！右这边的进攻。
在双抓队的猛烈攻势下，开火队现在暂时落后。那么可以看到3号位顶级上场的 Skin 选手已经非常的疲惫了。
在这个关键时刻 ，LYD 能不能带领自己的队伍逆转局势呢？
太难了！双抓队的阵型固若金汤 ，LYD 根本就切入不进去啊！
我们一定要提前进圈，
直到最后一刻都不可以放弃希望。如果死心的话，比赛就已经结束了。
老戴，你最辉煌的时刻是什么时候？是首届节杯上被誉为风之地的时代吗？而我的话，就是现在了。
经过了短暂的休整之后的话呢，我们继续回到比赛现场。LTD 关键的第4节终于迎来了自己上场的机会。
看到他们接球进攻，持续的接球进攻，谁能够阻挡我们梦游大帝的步伐呢？
是 LYD， 他盖掉了梦游。
比赛即将结束，这将是拆火队的最后一次进攻机会。
LYD 将球传给了图图，梦幻转身，急停起跳，0秒出手，他能否创造奇迹？
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the NBPL. We can see the overall scores before we go into the 6th and final game. There are a bunch of teams here at the bottom of the table. Room to breathe, room to move, 100%. And for these guys, they're not playing for first. They are playing for placement points to get as high as possible and get as much of that prize money as they can. On the other side, though, that's where it's all exciting. At the top of the tables, that's what we really, really do care about. XCG finding that win there. I know ZWG, sorry, found that win there. A massive jump up, and keep in mind, they started with 10 points. But holy moly, that is a 60-point game they need to catch up for OUG.
I don't know if it's possible.
It is mathematically possible. You can get 60 points in a game. The highest we've seen is like 40, I think. I think it's like 42 points is the most we've seen in a game ever.
And that was 28 kills.
Yeah, exactly. So, like, let's be real. Odds are we're not going to see a 60-point game. If we do, I will do a backflip. That is a promise. I can't backflip, so you'll see me break my neck on live stream. But man, this is going to be a tight one. I think the main thing is we're going to be watching between J-Team, JL, and OUG. They're the guys I've got my eyes on. I've made my prediction that J-Team may not even make it into the top 3. As heartbreaking as that would be for them, I think that's within the realm of possibility. I'm very happy to see 2 teams I touted as dark forces actually show up today as well. I'm very happy with that one. I'm feeling incredibly smug right now. Guys, going into this next game, what are we feeling other than smugness?
I want to know if J-Team are going to retreat to that creature of habit. I want to know if they go Sunwing. Because honestly, if you know that J-Team is in the lobby and they're playing on Horror Style, all of your coaches should be telling those players, drop Sunwings if you want to take J-Team out early, because we've seen what happens when J-Team feels that pressure. They start to play slow, and you can't play slow in this current meta. It's so punishing. Not only do you allow the other teams around you to cycle into ultimates faster, you also create that opportunity for the third party. And we've already talked in length about how detrimental being caught in that third party can be. And J-Team, unfortunately for them, feel like they've been on the receiving end of more than a few third parties throughout the day.
BB, what are you feeling coming into this final game? What are your predictions?
I'm pretty much in alignment. I do want to see that backflip, so I'm pretty much in alignment with what you guys are saying. But I really think TE takes this one. But you know, things can happen. It's NARAKA, as you said. You know, I've seen in our games in our region, I've seen this 60, I've seen this at 70-point games just because the team just went full chaos. You know, the lobbies all in panic, and they took great advantage of the panic and just played it to their best. So
See, this is when we get the curveball, and there is a 60-point game, but it's TE. Because you know that TE are going to go super aggressive. They know that they literally don't have to have a quote-unquote pop of a middling game. They can just go straight for the throat and not slow down. But here's a question for you guys, and don't slow down your answers. You have to be fast to be able to make sure that you're the one that gets whispered. Which hero was the MVP in game number 11? Was it Amatari? Was it B Takeda? Was it C Karumi? Or was it D? Jake's absolute favorite hero, Tianhai.
Who the hell was MVP?
Well, don't tell them.
I don't remember. I actually have no idea. Wow, I'm a space cadet today, apparently.
You're not even getting a passing grade on these questions, Jake.
No, I'm doing pretty bad today. I'm normally pretty good at this.
I'm gonna revoke your correct predictions on your Dark Horse teams, since you have failed our quick questionnaires.
Here's the real curveball. We do see a 60-point game, and it's Alliance.
That's
the true curveball.
Alliance have had some amazing games. Like, some amazing games. The problem is that they have one amazing game per day. We're yet to see the amazing game. We've seen the amazing play. I'm still not getting over the bait and switch. I don't think Ventus are ever going to get over the bait and switches. They really do like getting those cards on camera, don't they?
They're getting their money's worth. They cost money to make those.
They have drip. They have the cards. They have the necklace as well. It's OUG, right? With the necklaces too.
Yeah. Yeah, no, there you go. Back onto them with the necklaces. Damn, AG set up. There's always one coach who's always in designer clothes. I can't remember which one that is. But there's always a coach in designer clothes out there as well.
I'm a fan of the flower, like the flower embroidered on the pocket.
Oh,
they're
yes,
not showing them
cool.
just yet, but it's gorgeous.
That is cool. I don't like just going onto fashion. I don't like floral suits. I think it's peacocking and it's stupid. You look ridiculous if you wear a floral suit.
But for you guys, I don't like pockets, and I'm like, what dimension are you from? Everyone loves pockets.
I just store everything in my mouth. I don't know what you're talking about. My phone, my wallet, my car keys, everything.
The only pocket I don't like, it's the fake ones. I hate that this is a thing where they have like quote unquote pockets in airlocks, because they're not actually pockets. They just have a little bit of a zip that doesn't actually open or close, and you get something and you're expecting a pocket, and then you try and put something there and
are you talking the zip one where it unzips and there's nothing, it's just a zip?
Yes!
Loader.
It zips and unzips, but there is no space.
Whoever did that genuinely needs to go to jail. Like, that's not okay. Like, it's criminal. I don't know what I'm getting. You woke a passion in me I didn't know I had until now. Oh man. Well, someone who's not in jail, I'm feeling very comfortable right now. RTE. I don't know if that was the worst transition of my life, but there we go. I'm loving seeing the crowd shots though. It's so cool. Like, we don't normally get the crowd shots because we have an amazing AI stage and you see all the fancy lights and all that, but it is awesome getting the zoom out and seeing the crowd and all the fans being super excited about the games. Saw a dude in the crowd with a megaphone. That's hype for me to see. I'm sure if you're sitting next to him, it's probably quite annoying. Screaming for a megaphone before the game starts. But here we go. Game number 12. Our final game of the NBPL spring season. The trios come to an end here. It is all or nothing. TE lead by over 60 points, or just under 60 points. It is going to have to be a monster game from OUG or J-Team if they're going to catch them up. Or Alliance to get out of that last spot. That is a good lobby.
Show me. Oh, they're not running it. They're running the Takeda. So it feels like they've actually moved away from having that Yodo as that burst damage. And instead, they're still fielding the Viper and the Wuchan, but it's going to be the Takeda as the bursters. There is not a lot of monks. In fact, there's only 2 monks in this lobby at the moment. J-Team going to be fielding towards that ACOS alongside Ventus, who have shown that Sanzi is more than capable of being able to pull it off. But I mean, like we said, we were looking to what compositions would be coming through. We're also looking to what the drops are going to be. Are we going to see J-Team be too predictable and get cornered in Sunwings as they have done in the past? Or are we going to see them understand that they need to mix something up in terms of confidence, aggression, and position that they play? Because if they don't catch on to that fact, I think it's going to become a two-way race between OUG. Oh, that's not Sunwings. It's still close, but it's not Sunwings.
But look at OUG. They have dropped on a hot drop location. TE are in the area as well. TE are just going to go absolutely manic this game. I guarantee it. It's going to be crazy. JL and J-Team are dropping in close proximity. Remember, JL right now are chasing J-Team for that 3rd spot. If they can take J-Team out, that will probably upset J-Team enough that JL will have a massive advantage for the remainder of the game. If J-Team win this, then JL are going to have their backs against the wall, no revives, and it's going to be all about them just getting as many points as possible without getting themselves into too hairy of a situation. This is going to be an absolutely bonkers game at number 12. Everybody clustered together. I am so excited to go see that hot drop. All 5 teams in the area. OUG, GD, TE, GD as well. And I can't remember who the other one was, but there's a bunch of teams. And here it is, the hot drops in the area. Ventus are one of them. Leo gets himself purple armor immediately, but the rest of TE are actually not rocking any weapons immediately. The ballista shot does come in and strip away a whole bunch of HP. TE coming in with the fists, trying to see if he can land that extra bit of damage, but Leo getting chunked out low. In comes the backup from the rest of Ventus, trying to get himself the kill. Leo goes down. TXJ being hunted. He's got no weapons. He's got no armor. He's got no hope. Ventus will finish him up. And that is already 2 deaths for TE.
Oh, a little bit of a misplay, to be honest, from TXJ's side. If it worked out, it would have been perfect. But TXJ on that Viper doesn't have a weapon, has the F available, and actually puts himself into distance, trying to use it to find that connection onto his opponent. Doesn't manage to land the silence without a weapon, very quickly gets turned upon and goes down. So it's just going to be VVV not visiting the Soul Altar. Off screen, by the way, J-Team already picking up 3 kills. So they understand they have to play incredibly aggressive and be able to contest TE, that they cannot slow down at all. They need to break a record if they want to be able to take this title away from their longtime rival. As GG's Misky is now chasing down these members of EWG, Yiran not able to make it through the doors, will be hounded by that Takeda in the ultimate. Still 1 slash left on Miskia as well, so he can still look for an engagement onto these other members of EWG who have not been able to break out of disengagement unnoticed. GG instantly zeroing in on Xiaolui's position. Skater ultimate going to be gone now for Miskia, but they have the numbers advantage, and Xiaolui just not able to do anything except connect the uppercut from that dagger to buy himself a little bit of time, but he will eventually fall. And we said it was going to be an incredibly aggressive game. Ventus already on 4 kills, XCG on 3, J-Team still sitting on 3, TE playing from the back, having to play a little bit slower than they would perhaps like, as there it is, Ventus's Sanzi, able to come in with that ACOS ultimate to set up WX98. Bane's Breath coming down now onto those members of Ventus as they decide to hold themselves in that area. Going to go incredibly low is Sanzi. Oh no! He gets caught out by the AoE. Will be able to use the jump to escape the follow through, but my goodness, Sanzi, one of his 9 lives was definitely lost in that fray.
Yeah, that was a little bit too hairy for him. Having a quick actual look over everything that's gone on, as we are seeing the Ballista, OUG are looking to join into this fight, looking to catch Ventus's WX98 in mid-air with that Ballista shot, not able to land it, almost landing the damage onto Xiaohu, dodging away on those shots. Last shot has been used up, and I don't think they're going to use that weapon repair kit. There they actually do. They want to keep the power of the Ballista with them for now. They're just keeping the pressure up. I've got the King pinned for the moment as Xiaohu going to get himself bopped, but he's still got that Bane's Breath for 2 seconds left. It has finally worn off as Jinyu is going to get hit, throws down the F ability, and that is going to be GS now being hounded down by OUG. There is a just marginal amount of points separating J-Team and OUG right now. Second and third is very much up for grabs, and JL are in incredibly close proximity to them as well. And GG kicking it off with another great start. Ventus with another great start as well. The top end of the tables could see some movement still.
I mean, the problem for J-Team is that so much of this action is going on away from where they are. We talked about the amount of kills that they needed to pick up. Yes, they've already picked up 3, but Ventus are currently sitting on 7. This is a very real possibility that we talked about in the breakdown before the match started, that J-Team, even if they play this perfectly, might not be able to find enough players alive to actually be able to put themselves into a #1 position, and that reality seems to be setting in. Now it very much does feel like a tug of war between OUG and J-Team for that second place position, as OUG have already been able to post up 2 kills at the moment, as JL just barely behind the 2 as well, going to be going toe-to-toe with GD. Dongqing taking a lot of damage. That Yuetian ultimate going to be dropping out anytime now, as Ziyu on the back foot is forced to actually use that Takeda to just try to push onto these members. XCG now holding on to Dez, pull it out now with Night HQ coming in, using that movement tech to make sure that he's able to cover the distance and continue to chase in onto these members. As in the distance we see TE pop up as they've been drawn by all of this noise and they want to nose in for that third party.
Yeah, able to pick that one up for the moment as TE seeing if maybe there's an option for them to come in with a third-party action there. They are going to try and advance on that to XCG. Pubi, if you're dropping like we did at the beginning of that game, right? Like, what is your thought process when you're like, okay, there's 5 teams in the area. Like, this isn't about who's in the middle anymore because you're all in the middle of everything. Like, how do you play those, especially when you're going into a final game and like tensions are high and you know you need to score?
So pretty much it's just obviously comms are going to be chaotic. Everyone's going to have their own perspective on who they see, especially like if you see someone low, but I'm on someone who's like 1 HP. So a lot of the times we just are constantly like trying to just make sure that we are consolidating and focusing the same target, because you know players will die all around us. We're in the center of just nothing but chaos. So we're just trying to make sure that we all are, you know, focusing the same target and getting the kills that we need.
All about that focus. I mean, for some of these guys, they really do have to focus up. GD almost dodging, going pretty low here. Night HQ should be able to finish him up one last uppercut, and there it is. Lovely little pickup there for Night HQ. Has also got weapon repair kit to make sure that spear only has 1 durability left is repaired. Just gonna make sure that his armor's up first as J-Team find himself a fight here versus JJH. Remember, they might not be playing for first at the moment. They may just be playing to hold on to that second spot, which they were able to take back from OUG. And grabbing themselves a 5th kill is a pretty goddamn good way to do that. Slowly but surely, actually up to 6 kills now. Reeling in on TE, but it's, again, it has to be a record-breaking game from them if they're gonna catch up to TE. And TE also have to go out on a donut. So it's going to be a pretty tall ask for them. For right now, J-Team are playing just to get as many points as possible and catch up to the likes of, well, overtake the likes of OUG. But in comes Xiao Lue. He's trying to find that ultimate. He misses it on to the key targets as the Two-Tick throws the ultimate down. Eagle is low HP. Gonna fall to them, but they do find the lockdown, and EWG may just be in some serious danger here. J-Team picking up even more kills, going for the revive onto Eagle, but they may have to bail out of this one. No option to go for it. 101 Tien may just have to consolidate on the loss of his teammate. Eagle does still have a revive though, so J-Team, they're not going to overcommit. They've got their 7 kills. They're happy with that, and they're going to move away.
Yeah, you can see as well, the second that initial attempt at the revive fails, Eagle just immediately concedes and drops out of the can form and goes to find the Soul Altar so that J-Team aren't punished for, like you said, that overcommitment that potentially was on the cards for them, as OUG going to be making sure that a Gate of Yang is on the cards for this team. Or maybe just preventing teams around them from gaining access to it. Making sure that with a Yoda composition, it's a little bit harder to be able to find the value, right? We talk in length about how Temi can be incredibly problematic in finding the value with an ultimate. Wu Chen is even worse, because where do you TP to? Essentially, it just becomes an iframe of being able to escape or move one of your team away from potentially being staggered and locked down by your opponent, as GG don't have that problem. They have the Takeda, which is why Miski is immediately going to be going aerial, waiting to look for these connections. Everyone actually playing the floor is lava at the moment, as my goodness, Miski finds the connection of the Mythic counter. Oh my goodness, Miski, oh, such a show. As it's now going to be Sleepwalker coming in on the Monk. GG, however, able to put a lot of their plays behind the pillars. Not in time, though, for LXM to not get grabbed out. And it's immediately followed up. Jing finds them with the Uation ultimate, spit into another grab coming through from Sleepwalker. And this is falling apart for GG. It's 3-3-0 now. Is the one that's going to get grabbed. Sleepwalker finds a second. The double grab, though, coming through after Miskia. And he's going to have to tap dodge. Monk ultimate now drops down from Sleepwalker, but they've already been able to whittle away one of the members of GG. And now it just becomes policing them. As Sleepwalker goes incredibly low, loses the armor, but is still able to survive with that Karumi Tether, turning onto the member of GG's 3-3-0, keeping him just locked in so much stagger. As we can see, GG is trying to peel, trying to take some of those hits so that their members can survive and trade the blows out, but WBG do such a good job of juggling them through it. We talk, Kubi, about your influence and the impact that watching Sleepwalker has had. I'm sure that was a fight you immensely enjoyed.
Oh yeah, I love that fight. It's good to see, you know, Sleepwalker doing what he does best. You know, pulling off these double grabs, making sure his monk is the dominant monk in Yang and in all situations. And it's good to see that they still have it. It's just, you know, it's been a rough season, as we said earlier. So
yeah, it's been a pretty rough one for them, but yeah, ending at least their first Realm of Yang on the final game on a high. TE actually lost a player, did get the rebirth charm though, so they will be able to pick them back up. J-Team, still, they are not out of the woods. OUG are very close on their tail. Lucky for them, JL have been knocked out, and Ventus are potentially in realm of catching up to OUG and J-Team, depending on the outcome of this game. So they're definitely not in the thick of the woods, but they are still in those woods. As Xiaohu, look at the transformation here, seeing if he can grab onto those GG members. GG fresh off a loss as well. If they lose this fight, they're just out. They don't have they need to get those rebirths from the Soul Blooms, and GG pinned against the wall with Anne absolutely wailing on them in his Terracotta Warrior form, making life real hard for GG, but they are somehow holding up still inside this building, waiting out the transformations and buying some space, but GG low HP. Anne's about to lose that transformation as GG are going to try and get some heals off. Xiao, who jumps in to the middle of the fight. Miss Kia looking for the dash out of the wall, as now they actually they tried to connect the Zephyr, unable to connect it onto Xiaohu though, who is able to break away, and it looks like GG just going for the heals before they keep this fight going, but they only have a little bit of time left. It's actually GS as well who have the debuff on them, so both these teams need to find a win versus one another so they can heal up. As Xiaohu looking for the uppercut, can't quite connect it, unfortunately. The charge kick comes down from the sword, and 3-3-0 also takes a vertical strike as well to the face, tap dodging away on the next one. As 3-3-0 desperately trying to land those longsword vertical strikes, unable to make them connect. As slowly but surely this is getting hairy. Over the shoulder he goes. As Xiaohu low on HP, 2 minutes left for these teams to find these kills. Well, this is going to be Dunzo game for both of them. As you can see, the GS boys are starting to run a little bit low. Miss Kia does get bot back, loses quite a lot of HP. The counter has come in. It's just going to go for the heal, but Xiaohu trying to keep onto him. Grapples coming out for cancels as Miss Kia desperately trying to go away. Remember, if you go down for good. There is no picking you up from this point, as now it does look like GG have the man disadvantage as GS are slowly actually getting taken through. I'm wrong, it's GS in danger, and there's the healing, there's the cleansing. GG, able to find the win.
Once again, Miskia is just that clutch factor for GG. Whether he's on the Yoda, whether he's on the Takeda, he makes it look so clean. As TE been playing a little bit slower, having lost that initial fight off of the hot drop. As a result, the loot does reflect it, as well as the kills. They've been playing incredibly passive, not really wanting to take any fights against any teams that have found them, as OUG are just applying that pressure, breaking through that blue armor in the blink of an eye with those cannon shots, but not actively committing to the full chase down, just making sure the TE are chased away so that OUG get a little bit more time to survive, look to loot up and play towards when we're seeing some of these Gates of Yang and Morris Blessing spawning through.
Right now, it is J-Team who are just still looking to get a little bit better gear actually onto one of their players. Eagle rocking just the blue armor. J-Team maybe closing in on that Morris Blessing. It looks like they don't want to risk a Roma Yang, so they'd rather go for the Morris Blessing. Only problem is that they don't actually have a Tammy or a Monk or anything you can really guard them from getting attacked at this Morris Blessing. Is a Mystic
they have
Might
the
one.
Wuchan. Like, they have the wind walls. The bigger problem for them is that they're running ACOS over the Yodo for the burst damage capability in this composition, so you don't have the F3. Which means that if those wind walls are used or forced out too early, you're essentially putting yourself into an incredibly dangerous position for control of the Morris Blessing that a lot of these players are going to start gravitating towards because they just don't want to run the risk of that second Gate of Yang. As TE are just making sure that they're able to strafe away from this Yoda ultimate, but Tutik actually mind games, holds that second slash a little bit longer than VVV is expecting and will be able to find the connection, but the problem is he hasn't found the kill, and now TE's two other teammates immediately pounce onto him. Yeah, you find one slash connection, but TXJ is immediately there with the follow-up as we're going to see the next Gate of Yang. WBG confident off of that performance in the last one. Sleepwalker going immediately into the ultimate. Will be able to find a grab off the bat as again we see that repeating crossbow now hounding his health bar down. He's having to just jump around this Karumi ultimate to make it harder for that repeating crossbow to be able to hit and lodge that poison tick damage onto his health bar yet again as he's on an absolute sliver, but he's been able to find another grab, doesn't find the slam, but is still able to displace one of the teammates out into position into Sleepwalker's clutches as he tries to charge up the Dragon Slayers. Doesn't find the connection that he's looking for. Has to cancel it out early because NightSQ was expecting and goes for that parry and now becomes the mind games. Sleepwalker holding on to it, not throwing out the blue until just now, making it incredibly hard for XCG to understand whether or not he's actually going to commit, and they fall for it twice. Sleepwalker with two connections, but he doesn't go down. It's all XCG as they swap to the cannon and they just blitz through the sliver of health that he has left.
That was brutal. That was so well played. We do see on top of the screen, Bowder get themselves a rebirth charm. So they pick up one of their players who has gone down. OUG are being chased down. This is bad for them, actually. J-Team have lost two players as well. OUG in danger. SS goes down. So all of a sudden, the two teams who are currently chasing a higher spot in the standings are in danger. Xinyu just playing to get away and playing for placement, but first and second is very much up for grabs right now. When with GG having 6 kills and 30 points behind, it's going to have to be a pretty big win for them, but it is a win that is capable of happening. And I actually think OUG with this save onto SS, they're going to be very happy with this. They actually may be able to take second place from J-Team.
Not, however, if they're able to make it out of that zone, because the revive comes through, but it's allowed to come through. They still have to get out of that zone and back into a part of the map where they're not just going to get body checked the second that they reveal themselves. As XCG have been doing serious work at the moment. The kills that they've been able to pick up, 16 kills for XCG at the moment. There's a reason that they won Season 2. And they're showing us exactly why. Maybe it's taken them until now to properly be able to show that capacity, but they're making some of these teams who were vying for that second place work a lot harder if they want to be able to hold on to that position, because J-Team, they're reduced down to just 101 Tian, who's just having to stay as mobile as possible, using that momentum of the weapon as well as the skirmishes, but he's not actually able to pull the skirmish off of the cliff. He's got a bounty on his head as well, so no full reposition, tries to throw in the blue, has to fully commit, and that's J-Team taken out of the lobby. You can see the player cams there, the disappointment on their faces, as they are going to sit at 7 kills and no more. OUG still in the lobby, so close behind them in terms of overall standings to steal away that second place position, and J-Team can do nothing but watch a position that they find themselves in the last Worlds as well, where they were leading in #1, but they had to wait and see whether or not JL would be able to eclipse their score, and now they're in the exact same position.
I mean, lucky for them, JL are out this time, so they don't have to worry about JL taking their spot, but it is OUG, a real threat. The underdogs who came all the way through the replicate, and if they can take second by the end of today, coming in from that last chance qualifier, coming in and taking second overall in the tournament, that is absolutely phenomenal for OUG. They've been having success after success, honestly. They won the regular split of Season 2. They didn't, unfortunately, win the Grand Finals, but this team have just shown up ever since Season 2 and been a real menace, and team have been able to do a lot. Speaking of a team that's able to do a lot, do you remember that prediction we made about like the 40-point alliance? I mean, they got like 8 kills right now.
It could be Ventus too. Ventus last I looked through was sitting on 10. And I mean, Ventus, another team that came up for this last chance qualifiers, really impressed. Yeah. So they could potentially steal away either third or second place if they're able to find that same record-breaking game that they were able to pull off on those last chance qualifiers, and they're absolutely in the running to do so. The problem is that XCG have already picked up 16 kills, and they are steamrolling ahead in this lobby.
All right, so there's, like, as much as it's not as hype as, like, first and second, there's actually a real chance that Alliance can get themselves up into about 9th, 8th place, because XCG are going to move up and dethrone a bunch of teams. WBG are out. JJH only have 2 kills. Like, they got 10 kills right now. They get a good enough ending here. Alliance actually could jump themselves, probably not into top 8, but I reckon 9th is pretty doable for them at this point. It's all just dependent on how well they play these next few stages of the game.
So the question is, do they sit on their laurels? Do they sit on, like, the kills that they have? Or do they go looking for more, knowing that there are no games afterwards and that this final game score is the one that truly matters?
I think you go looking for more, right? Like, they are literally the last place.
Do you agree? Because throughout the entire day, your narrative has been, if you have an amount of kills, just play until that final zone, because the next ones are going to come to you.
That all changes when it comes to the final game. Let's go big or go home.
This is why I'm glad we brought Booby on. And genuinely, they are literally the last place team. They have nothing to lose.
Nothing to lose.
They literally can't go lower, so they might as well go as hard as possible and get as good an outcome as possible. That's my output.
But does that still hold true for Ventus, who are in a position to potentially dislodge towards the top end of the leaderboard?
That's a Poobie question. I got my answer.
That is a Poobie question.
Go on, Poobie.
I think Ventus go big or go home. What is it? Can only you either. So they have to make the decision. Do they play for what? Do they play for where are they? The board's gonna. But do they play for top, or do they just play for where they're at? So it's just they're just better off just playing for the top. That's what my team would do. We'd play for the top.
I love it. I actually feel like Ventus probably should just chill. I don't think they should like be content with the amount of kills they've got, but I think they should play for a later point to get more kills. I mean, we are also only 8 minutes away from the end, so maybe it is just time to go, because the game has been very high tempo the whole way through. And Ventus, it looks like the answer is just go. They found Balder, who are effectively 3 points of a team, because they're not going to do much. They're going to get themselves chunked out. GG do steal it. That is real cheeky. The rise of GG has been amazing, by the way. These guys have been disappointing all season, and then actually popping off right at the end, and actually, when it counts, starting to make a recovery. They could realistically catch up to JL. the problem here right now is there's a bunch of teams who, depending on how many kills they end today with, can get a whole bunch of points. But there's only 21 players, so technically there's only, what, 19 points before multipliers get applied left in the game.
Oh, T, have they got another flamer?
They do this every game. That's a golden flamer as well. How have they done nothing all game and then shut with golden armor, golden
Legendary,
flamer?
I mean, they got a Morris Blessing for free. Everyone was scrapping in that fight that we just saw between Bauda, GG, OUG. In the meantime, TE entirely unnoticed. Just rolling that 20 on the self-jack and make it away from a box with a full loaded kit.
Yeah, this is something they did as FPX as well. They were always so good at picking up those Morris Blessings. And it was just hard to deal with them as OUG are shutting GG down, taking away that kill. They may look to try and shut Ventus down as well. They got them with their backs to the wall, but OUG actually playing this nice and relaxed. Are quite happy to hold on to this high ground. TE are playing upset in the tree house as Zinyu is going to get a bit of damage put into him. VVV just throwing out some of those shots there from the longsword, but he's just going to be playing it a little bit more relaxed for now. They do step away. As you can see, there is a 0.1% chance that TE lose this game. For some reason, there's a 0.1% chance for Bauda can win it. That was weird. I don't think that's possible. But realistically, OUG, everything has to go right for them here, for them to win this game. It's very, very unlikely that they're going to win overall. But 16 kills on XCG, 10 kills on Alliance, 10 kills on Ventus, 7 on GG, 7 on OUG. This end of this game is still anybody's.
I mean, I'm not counting TE. Remember, this is playing into Final Zone. And TE have all 3 of their players alive. They have a Viper composition, a Cicada as well. They've got that legendary Flamer, which has influenced so much of how they play these Final Zones. And look at where they are currently sitting in comparison to all of these other teams. Booby has talked about you don't want to be the team in the middle, because you're going to be the one that takes the most amount of damage in the third party. TE have made sure that they are not the ones in the middle. They're the furthest to the right. If anyone wants to challenge them for this space, they're going to have to do it actively. And TE, even if they do get challenged, you can see right now, they're making sure to move further to the side to always guarantee they're never the ones that people are going to turn on to.
Well, just a bit of a waiting game now. In fact, I think this is where our first circle of the day was as well. So looks like we're actually coming back in style for the final game of the entire tournament. Just under 5 minutes left until that circle comes to a full-on close.
OUG's gone ahead and secured themselves second. That's... Oh, wow.
They have! Oh, wow!
Gone ahead and secured themselves second place.
And J-Team out of this lobby are not going to be able to do anything about it.
Nope.
That's a massive pickup, actually. Totally missed the fact that OUG got that last kill they needed in those last couple moments. And, I mean, they've still got kill multipliers and things to go. So, realistically, GG won't be able to catch up to them. GG only have a single player left. Also in a bit of a dangerous situation. I think right now for GG, they're just scared about Ventus. I mean, look at Ventus. They are 3 kills behind them, ahead of them, sorry. And they've got their full squad for this final circle. GG genuinely could make a big leapfrog here. If they take first overall and get a 20-bomb ending, they actually can take J-Team out of top 3.
Yeah, problem is GG only have 1 player left.
Oh, I didn't see. No, it's Ventus. I'm talking about Ventus. Sorry.
Yeah, Ventus have all 3 of their players.
Yeah, Ventus can technically take J-Team out of top 3, which would be an amazing recovery from a team who, I'm not gonna lie, I've always joked they've been chronically 3rd. They actually could somehow make the run back of the century and
but
take
here comes
3rd.
TE. They're making that move.
They got that flamer.
And they move on to Ventus. Well, J-Team will be happy about that. Ventus lose Sanzi, the main damage component of the composition. This is what I talked about. TE, they see that that fight is coming a little bit too close to that position, and they just immediately turn back with enough aggression to deter everyone else out of that space, find 1 kill, and then pull back. So they get that kill, and there is no punishment that comes after them. So not only have they confirmed another kill, they've still got the high ground. They've still got a flamer, and everyone is going to have to walk straight into it.
There's still, the Wu Shen also fell on the side of Ventus there, so they have no way to port the Karen out and get the recovery off in a more safe position. They are purely running on a Viper to somehow find 10 kills for them to grab themselves that top spot. I think JT may just be so relieved for what just went down. TE also going to get themselves Wuchend ulted out of here. Alliance actually finding themselves a couple of kills onto TE though. Alliance making a run for it. They've just jumped out of 14th into 13th. TE's TXJ jumping in with a big old ultimate. Now he's going very low on HP, trying to avoid away on the monk grabs from Godly, who's been able to pick one. Night HQ goes down. Nope, he's able to survive for just a little bit longer. The re-grab looking to come in. They're able to find it. TXJ knocked out of the tree, taken down, as it looks like that should just be the end of TE at this point. They are in dire straits. Only one player left in this lobby for them, but Alliance are trying to make a miracle run, but they don't have their Yoto for these final moments of the game. OUG's SS, it's his moment to do or die. The lockdown, the pin down onto the entire lobby, has to immediately jump out because he is on his lonesome. No follow-up to come forward. It is an absolute mosh pit of an ending as Ventus are knocked out of the lobby, are knocked out of the game. GG are still in it with their Tammy. Can he find that opening? Can he find that opportunity to make this game go forward? Good for him. OUG's SS chunked out, trying to grab himself up the tree, but Water is slowly but surely whittling down his health bar. OUG are out. They have no opportunity to get any more points put together for themselves, but there's still a couple more teams who are in with a fighting chance. XCG securing their 20th kill of this game. That's going to be their 21st. There's 5 players left in this game. LXM, can he hold on? He may actually lose his spot at the top here to XCG as Alliance are knocked out. They were able to end in 12th place at GG's LXM, clinging to the top of the tree, popped into the zone, trying to climb back up the tree as Leo is just holding on with this pole sword, juggling and playing the high ground as good as possible versus the last couple of members of XCG. The sandstorm comes down. Leo's popped up into the zone, and that's going to be TE knocked out. XCG with a absolutely mammoth final game, walking over a huge amount of points, will close out for the final win.
Yeah, XCG having an absolute pop-up game, but the reason that the camera pans to a different team entirely is TE. They're the champions, and they're the ones who are going to lift the trophy.
Ladies and gentlemen, 2023 NBPL Spring Split. The trio's final champion belongs to the team TE. Let's congratulations to LYD, TXJ, VVV, and Leo.
TE。好，所有的选手们，包括教练，我们来到我们的台前。哇，再一次来到我们的舞台的中间。那么同样的话
So this time come to our front on the stage again.
都要感谢，真是他们一路以来捧杯的。
I believe you have to thanks to all the fans and the friends who support you. So we want to ask the coach. I remember when there is a bi-weekly final. And anything you want to tell to your teammate. So I want to thank all your effort of this Spring Split. We want to say we are not only have the regular game, but also have the Grand Finals champion. So next, we want to ask our Leo. He is the support position. Okay, I want to say so today's game is wonderful. So we want to ask TXJ, who we call him God of NBPL. So anything you want to say to your fans? Okay, so I want to thank all my fans. And I want to say it's not our only champion. We will get more and more champions. Not only this one, but also the J Cup. So how do you think about today's performance, VVV?
问到
I think it's
LYD， 其
excellent.
实整个 T 战队我一直特别喜欢 LYD， 从最早在遇到你在这个节杯赛，甚至
Okay,
是
so
锦鲤杯
we also know
1年份
LYD have a lot of
这是
fans,
一支团
not
结的
only
大家
in
庭
this
这一
Spring
支
Split
冠
but
军的
also
队伍
in
那
the
你
J
感
Cup.
觉这次可以拿起这个冠军，并且是可以站在冠军的舞
So
台
how do you
这次
feel
最想说
after
的话
get
是什么？
this champion and stand on the champion stage?
其实，在之前有一次采访
I
的
want
时
to
候，
say
你是用英
everyone
文高
has
度
a
的
really
评价了一
great
下，这次
effort
有想好自己
in
组织
today's
一个
game.
怎么样的全新的英文吗？
说实话有点偷懒。Today is a good day.
Today is a good day， 还是这个大家
Today
非
is a
常
good
熟悉
day
的话语，没关系。那么今天借着这个美好的一天，我们也是要在最终的冠军的印章上盖
So
上
of
属于
course,
TE
today
的
is a
冠军烙
wonderful
印。
day.
那我们派一个代表吧，派今天的
And
小
now
伟去到我们的这个冠军印章前，其他兄弟们先在这边先，我们一起等待一下。小伟
Let
有
the
请。
champion
有请我们的李小姐送
on
上
scroll
属于我们这一次总冠军的专属的冠军烙印，也请我们队伍的核心一直以来陪伴着 TE 战至最后的小伟盖上属于你们的冠军烙印。来，有请小伟再次回到我们的舞台前，我们所有人一起看一下前方，让我们用镜头记录下这值得纪念的时刻。现场所有的玩家朋友再次拿出你们的呐喊声，给到我们的冠军战队，就是
So let's take a
TE
picture of the champion and please all the fans make some noise.
那么同样的话，此时此刻我们也要为我们这支这次2023的3排的总冠军战队颁发属于他们的荣耀。也要我们请出颁奖嘉宾，让我们请出的就是24工作室总经理成龙先生，有请。
So now let's welcome
哇，我们这支
Mr.
队伍最
Long
终是捧起了冠军的奖杯。我相
to
信
give our
此时此
cup
刻
to
这
all
个
the
荣耀
champion.
的舞台也属于你们。那么同样，每个人也将会获得象征着3排冠军荣耀的奖牌。这个奖牌也是对于这支队伍的高度的认可。坚持了别人不能坚持的，才能拥有别人不能拥有的，那就是属于冠军的荣耀、冠军的奖牌以及冠军的奖杯。
So this medal belongs to all the champions who have a really great efforts in this spring split. And I believe not only this time, also in the following times you will get more and more victory, also champions. So please let's take a photo now.
好的，那么接下来的话，我们所有的队员们，我们接下来要屏气凝神。可以看到身后这把神龙刀现在已经在这里等待它的主人的一个归属。有请我们的神龙
So now we can see the pole sword behind them. So now we will know who is the FMVP. Okay, it belongs to TXJ.
冠军神龙刀面前，来有请谭旭杰手持这把冠军之刃，来再次感受一下它。
So please TXJ hold the pole sword.
先自己先享受一下，有请我们的成龙先生和我们的 FMVP 共同看一下前方，让我们用镜头记录下这值得纪念的时刻。来了，我们来到旁边一起来。我们这边来到，哎，对，这样的话可以更加展示出我们这把冠军的
Wow, so
FMVP
cool.
神龙刀的含金量。来，一起看一下前方。好的，再次感谢成龙先生，请入席观礼，谢谢。那刚才谭雪杰也说了，来，所有兄弟们一起来感受一下这把神龙刀 FMVP。 它究竟有什么样的魔力？
So everyone, please hold the pole sword and show us.
要小心，我觉得这个还是要安全第一。
It's really heavy.
感受一下这把神龙利器之后啊，我们要问一下谭旭杰，来，拿下了象征着自己荣耀的 FMVP 这把神龙刀，其实一路以来你也
Okay, so this time after you get this FMVP,
有了第一项
it's really a long
在
journey.
广州遇到你的。 节杯到后面的联赛，到最终现在
When we see you, we saw you in NBPL, also in J Cup. So, how do you think in this adventure yourselves change?
还有什么话想跟身边一直
So I think I'm more mature.
Also, I think FMVP is just a name. But behind this, we have all the teammates' support and effort. So how do you think about the god of NBPL?
确实该是我们的，但不是我一个人的，是我们整个队伍的。
是一支整个的。
So I think the god of NBPL is me, but not only me. It belongs to TE.
相信啊，借着这个全新的这个皮肤，包括是全新的特效出来之后啊，就像二郎神一样，我们也会成为自己的一个非常棒的一个像充满神仙一样的队伍。希望在接下来更多的目标。
So today, TE's performance told us, of course, they are the god of NBPL. So congratulations to them again. Congratulations to TXJ, VVV, Leo, and LYD. Please raise the cup.
There it is. Finally, this group of players under a new name, under a new team, have finally broken their curse and have taken a domestic victory for themselves. TE are the spring champions. That was honestly, what was crazy about that was the style in which they did it, because normally we've been saying it for so long, but it always comes down to that final game and it's always up in the air until like those last possible moments. But TE just played so consistent and so well the whole time that the coin flip note has gone out the window. They got themselves secured pretty much into first by game 6. It literally had to go almost statistically impossibly wrong for them to not have taken first, and they just set themselves up successfully. They walk home with that, first of all, that amazing trophy, but also what looks to be an incredibly heavy pole sword. I don't know where do you put that? Where does that go?
Above your bed, so you can look at it every single day. Or your gaming setup as well. Like, can you imagine logging in to play some ranked NARAKA and you just have a pole sword
Yeah, that's called a guillotine. Hanging that above your bed or above your computers, like, you're either gonna lose your hands or your head. Nah, that goes against the wall, like straight up, and like in a part of the house you don't go in. That was an amazing grand finals we had here. I'm just gonna go, Pooby, what's your favorite moment? What got you most hyped today?
I think my favorite moment was when there's so many good moments. I think I was very disappointed with WBG, so I was really hoping, you know, to say, oh, when Sleepwalker did this or when this monk did this, but I think my favorite moment is when TE's monk, when he got a double grab in the Yang. He got a double grab and he jumped past the other monk, so the other monk didn't have enough and he instant slammed. The other monk didn't have enough time to interrupt the double grab, which is really cool to me because that just shows his understanding of just how you can't just go for the instant slam after you get the double grab, and you have to sometimes position yourself in a way where you can deny the other monk any opportunity to do anything to you.
We are not the same, Pooby. When I asked you for your favorite moment, you go into a monk moment. That's instantly proves that we're not the same. Absolutely not. I mean, mine involves a monk. It has to be when JL won that run with Yang. They were the only monk team in that lobby. Oh no, so only Takeda comp in that lobby, full of monks, and they played such a close fight. It was absolutely brilliant. Yeah, a bit. I'm sorry about the WBG stuff. Maybe next season.
They had some good moments. They had 2 good Gate of Yang fights where Sleepwalker is able to clutch up.
Yeah.
They're still the winners in my heart.
Well, unfortunately for you, they're not actually the winners. That is TE. I think also big congratulations to OUG for overtaking J-Team in the final possible moments. Like J-Team, that game went a little bit bad for them in that final moments. They needed to hold on to second. It was really between those two, and OUG were just able to outlast and find those extra little bits of kills. As you can see, the overall scores at the end of that. XCG walking away with 24 kill game there, 43.4 points there. You can see that was what the other teams needed. That's what OUG and J-Team needed. GG walk away with 13 points there. Ventus with 15 and Alliance with 18. I'm very excited to see the bottom end of the table because there's probably been quite a lot of movement up there. With Alliance getting those kills and those points and that multiply, they actually might have been able to jump up to maybe 9th place, 7th if they're lucky, but I think probably about 9th off the back of that, which is a really, really big climb considering they started this game in 14th, and the difference between 14th and 9th on prize money is infinitely better. So they're going to be very happy off the back of that one.
I mean, we talked about it, right? The fact that Alliance have one good game. They need to be able to consistently post that good game back to back multiple times. We can have a look at not just the leaderboard in terms of kills that they were able to pick up in that match, but the leaderboard as a whole throughout the entirety of the season. And TXJ reigns supreme, #1 ranked in terms of total damage and kills as well, coming in with 46. A total of today for all of the kills that they're able to pick up. And VVV also on the board as well, #6 there for him to come in. ZK for J-Team sitting at #3, and Xinyu for OUG going to be coming in at #2 as well. Two players who had really good pop-off moments, but unfortunately just weren't able to consistently post the numbers that TE were able to synergize and form into with a true. Because we talk about it, right? The fact that this team has finally been able to walk away with a domestic title. They have had synergy, they've had chemistry, they've known and played alongside each other for so long that it just looks so natural when they're looking for trading positions or trying to take aggression from the heat of their other teammates. They're able to just seamlessly flow as a full unit, almost a hive mind at times, it feels like, to be able to play 3 players in the same mindset of a singular entity, and it just grants them so much control in that final zone.
I think the one thing that we've talked about a lot over the whole time we've been covering this roster of players has been their nerves. They've always crumbled when it counts. They've always fallen apart in those big moments, and today was the day they finally broke that curse. They stepped up to the plate. The coin flip is done. They are throwing heads constantly. That was an absolutely phenomenal day there by TE. They didn't look nervous. They didn't look lost. Even in their bad games, it was still pretty decent. It was still pretty passable to the point where it just wasn't a problem. And OUG do take second, J-Team do take third. JL very close behind in 4th place, but an amazing game from them. Ventus end in 6th there, GG in 5th. But it's all about TE, 217 points. It wasn't even close. This was an absolute stomper of a day 2 coming in from TE.
I mean, it's so fitting. Remember the first ever match that FPX had on NBPL last year? A team that is coming into, we've heard so much about the players that are attached to it, and they post a 144 day.
Yeah.
It's insane. They break so many records. That was the start of their Pro League journey, and to see where they are now, walking away with that season title with that many points to their name, it's just so good to see, because they've put the hours in. The mechanicals were always there. The synergy was always there. Like you said, they just had to get over the hurdle that was not just the nerves, I think, but also for them figuring out when to pull the aggression back. We've talked about mechanicals and the fact that they synergize incredibly well. Sometimes I felt like they would just go for a little bit too heavily into some fights that they didn't necessarily take. And definitely seeing them pull that aggression back, understanding the position that they're in, that they don't want to go out early, but they don't want to put themselves into a prime targetable position. The last 2 matches of the day shows that this is a team that has grown, not just in terms of synergy or mechanical game sense, but understanding their own weaknesses. And now that they've been able to get over that, what weaknesses there to take advantage of? TE heading into the next season is potentially going to be absolutely unstoppable.
They're very scary. I do still feel like a bunch of teams stepped up to the plate over these grand finals. I mean, OUG coming in second is something I don't think anybody really thought was going to happen. JL playing the way they did, especially on the first day. Nobody really saw that coming. I mean, we saw life out of Ventus and Alliance as well multiple times across these last 2 days as well. Like, it's awesome to see that actually the whole level has gone up. And yes, TE are standing at the top, but it doesn't feel like they've moved so far beyond everyone else. They're impossible. It just feels like they are an incredibly hard team to beat, but they're not the gods. They're not infallible. And I think, you know, we have so much room for future seasons to really, I'm so excited for summer, man. I know we've only just ended, but I'm like buzzing for summer.
I mean, new meta. Potentially new patch, potentially new hero.
Well, we got Zao. What's it? I can't remember her name now. Oh god, Zaya. Yeah. I like she's obviously looking like a real carry style hero. Could add to our current trifecta and make it into a triangle of potential carry heroes. We need some more support heroes to make those teams more flexible. We might see a rebuff of the Matari, and it needs some Valor buffs. Come on, guys, give me some Valor buffs going into summer. I want her to be playable. You know, we haven't seen our Tarka comps in a while. Like, I'm hoping summer's gonna give us so much more flexibility, because we had a real taster at the end of this season, but like Monk isn't the be all end all anymore, and there's so many cool carry comps that make for really exciting teams. So I'm hoping that next season we carry that cycle on, and we don't just see the rebranding of Monk again with the goddamn Ferrers and all that. I'm done with that. Put it in the bin. Give me some hyper carries. Give me some really explosive games. That's what I'm here for. Pubi, let's talk a little bit about what teams you're going to be watching going into summer. I know you're going to say WBG, so you're banned from saying WBG. Give me some teams that really impressed you today. I want your top 3 teams who aren't at the top right now, who you think actually could be a real formidable team going into summer.
Okay, with that last game, XGG just showed that they can put the pedals on. I think if they kind of take what they did with the last game and try to hone that into something more focused, I think XGG they definitely stepped up to the plate. Alliance, they did good. They had multiple days where they performed, multiple games they performed. I'm gonna give Alliance the respect they deserve. I know you don't give Alliance the respect they deserve, but I'm going to give Alliance the respect they deserve. So, and then lastly, I know you banned me from saying this, but WBG. So,
just breaking rules. I love it. To be fair, I mean, like XCG, champions from season 2, like they didn't show up this season, but they came alive at the end. Definitely showed us some hope. I'll agree with you. I think Alliance, they've earned my respect. Honestly, I'm super excited. But big congratulations over to TE, who do take their first title here at the NBPL. Guys, that is us done for season 2, season spring, the new season, the new year of NARAKA action. We'll be coming back for summer. I don't know the dates yet. I hope soon, because I don't know if I can wait much longer. Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you to Moxie and Pubi for joining me on this cast, and we will see you for summer action of NBPL. Goodbye.